Greetings, everyone. I'm Salvador Cordova. Welcome to the Evidence and Reasons for the Christian Faith video channel. Tonight is an invitation, by invitation only, hangout. People that I've invited to the panel will just express whatever's on their heart and on their mind, however the Lord leads them. So I'm privileged to have Emery Moyna with me and also Graham Gould. We don't know how long the show will go, but StreamYard at the end of their billing cycle, there's a little loophole. Basically, they grant you unlimited hours for your stream. So I'm just going to try to take advantage of that. We might start here on Friday at 10 p.m. and we don't know how late this might go. Some of these long streams have always been fun. They're well attended, and people from all around the various time zones drop in and out. So with that, the first agreed upon topic, and that's probably the only prearranged topic that was discussed, is one that Emery is going to cover, and I invite the panel, Graham Gould and Emery, to comment. So Graham, why don't you introduce yourself, and thank you for joining us. And then Emery, you introduce yourself, and then we'll get to tonight's topics.
Well, I'm not sure I'm the best person to be added to this, but I'll give my thoughts on things as we go through. Australian, and I love the Lord. I've been a Christian for decades. And the most important topic to me is the gospel, salvation, how we get saved. The second most important topic, and an extremely important topic, is creation, the origins debate, and defending Noah's flood, a 6,000-year-old earth and universe, and what Scripture actually says.
That's a tough act to follow, because like anything I say that's important to me is going to sound really hollow compared to anything Graham just said. But no, I 100% agree with him. And Graham, the reason you're here is to provide the Aussie humor. That's what you're here for. You're doing George Bond's job. That's what you're doing.
Excellent. I'm not sure I'm good at that, but I'll try.
Yeah, whatever. Anyway, so I'm Emery Moyna. As you can see, I have the in his image tag. I'm a graduate student in biology. I have been a Christian significantly less time than Graham has been alive. Sorry, Graham, but I've been a Christian for a while. I have a very strong passion for science, for creation. I've always been interested in creation, and I've always been a bit of a biology nerd. So Sal and I get along really well in that regard. That's me, and then we'll get into the fun stuff here in a bit. So,
yeah, I should add that biology is my primary area of interest as well. It was my best subject at school, so I guess I fit in that way.
And most people know who I am. I realized if I describe myself, I should just say I'm just a troublemaker. So with that, how should we do this? We have 2 articles about Joshua Swamidas trying to cancel Christian colleges. So do we want to just go to the Evolution News articles, like one written by Michael Engor? I'm looking at one over here, and the other written by...
Go ahead and grab the Evolution News ones, because those represent probably a better take than the Religious News Service article does.
Okay.
They're trying to be neutral, and they actually updated their article to fall in line with what the narrative Swamidas wanted to push. So I would be more trusting of the articles from the Evolution News. And I've also got Swamidas's Q&A on his article up in front of me, so I can reference that if I need to. So I guess we go that way if you're good with that.
Okay.
That's a good question, Patrick. We'll probably that's up for, at least in my mind, I won't speak for Sal, but that's up for debate in my mind. So go ahead, Sal. Sorry.
Okay. So why don't you tell the audience about who Swamidas?
Okay, sure. Okay, so Joshua Swamidas is a computational biologist. At least that's his title. He is a theistic evolutionist. He used to do some work for BioLogos. There was a whole controversy involved in why he's not working for them anymore. But that's kind of beyond the scope of what we do. He wrote a book. Well, he's actually written a couple of books, but this is the book that he pushes right now. It's called The Genealogical Adam and Eve. And when I reviewed this book on my channel, I don't know, a year and a half ago or whenever, a couple months after it came out, if I recall, I said something along the lines of it's terrible theology and almost as bad science. It's a very, basically what he tries to do in the book is argue that there could have been an Adam and Eve 6,000 years ago, but they were descended from ape-like ancestors. And so basically, like, there is a genealogical connection to Adam and Eve 6,000 years ago, and everybody who is alive today is descended from those people, but they weren't the first humans. They were just the first, I don't know, there's a term, theological humans, maybe? I don't remember. That may not be the right term. It's been a while since I read the book. So Dr. Swamidass, if you watch this, I apologize if I've used the incorrect term, but I think I'm representing his ideas correctly. Now, CMI did a review of the book. And their review was honestly a lot nicer than I thought it needed to be, because most of what he presents is this. It's the same garbage, just repackaged with Adam and Eve attached. But it was endorsed by a bunch of people, including some people who are probably regretting their choices at this point, which we'll talk about here in a second. One of the people to endorse it was Hugh Ross. William Lane Craig endorsed it. A.J. Roberts, Ken Keithley. It's sort of a who's who of people who hold to an old Earth position. Interestingly enough, though, so did Alan Templeton, who's an evolutionary biologist, and Nathan Lentz, who is an evolutionist and a homosexual atheist. So we got a veritable who's who of people to endorse the book. And that he's got a platform of his own. It's called Peaceful Science. It is anything but peaceful, as Sal knows, because Sal's been there. But it's not a place that you want to hang out if you want peaceful discourse. It really isn't. But let's go ahead and get into the Evolution News article. Is that the Ignore article?
Yes,
Yeah.
and then we can do the article too.
Fantastic, yeah, because Klinghoffer was a little less kid-gloved than Egnor was. Egnor was a little nicer than Klinghoffer. Klinghoffer went for the throat.
So we'll start with the nice guy.
We'll start with the nice guy.
The nice
Okay,
guy version.
I don't have that one up in front of me, so do you want to read that one, Sal, and we can just kind of talk through it as we go?
Is it just me, or is Sal's microphone cutting? There's a lot of static cutting in and out a lot, Sal. So I don't know if you improve.
I can pull this up, and while he tries to fix his mic,
really
here,
difficult to listen to you talk.
I'll pull up the Evolution News articles real quick. Seriously? Google, seriously? I've already typed Evolution News in, and you're giving me Science Daily. Why am I getting that? Anyway, sorry about that. Mini rant on Google. Let me find those.
Google's fascism. And here we are on a Google platform.
I know. Oh, come on. Okay, I'm just going to have to search for this because it's not coming up the easy way. Let's see here. Okay, so there are two articles. I've got the Egnor article up in front of me right now. So Egnor starts out by saying, my colleague David Klinghoffer has a superb post on a recent Wall Street Journal op-ed by Joshua Swamidass, computational biologist, who believes that colleges and universities that include, quote, creation science, undefined, in their curriculum should be blacklisted by the educational and scientific community and potentially lose their accreditation. Now, I'm going to pause here because Swamidass got a lot of backlash for this, and he knows about it. So he released a massive Q&A on his website trying to put out the fires that he started. He specifically says that he's only talking about young Earth creationism. Now, this is slightly disingenuous. I don't know whether it's disingenuous from Swamidass or how it will be used. Because, like, we all know, if anybody's been around the atheists for any length of time, they don't differentiate between old Earth creation, young Earth creation, or intelligent design. It's all the same thing to them. Which means if you talk about, doing things about creation science, it's going to be used for all three. which makes me wonder if A.J. Roberts, Ken Keithley, Hugh Ross, etc., might want to rescind their recommendations for Swami Das's book. But, you know, there's a reason that so far as I know, no Young Earth creationist has endorsed the book. Because most of them are smart enough to realize where this is going. So continuing with the Egnor article, he argues that only science courses that adhere to, quote, national norms, also undefined, should count for credit toward the science degrees. It's clear from the context that one workable definition of national norms is, quote, what Darwinists believe. And side note here, Swami Das harps on, and I don't know if Egnor gets into this, but he harps on and on about academic freedom in this post. There's no such thing as freedom in academia. And Sal knows this better than I do because he's had to deal with it more than I have. There's no such thing as freedom in academia. Like, if you're a creationist in academia, expect to be censored and or fired and or expelled. And there's a reason I operate under a pseudonym, folks. It really isn't that. There's a reason for that. Yeah. Because if I didn't, there's a good possibility I'd get kicked out of my grad program. And there's a whole documented series of stuff on this, and I'm not going to go into all of it, but even ID people can't make it in secular academia. So national norms, by national norms, he essentially means Darwinism. So if you don't accept Darwinism, you've got to be canceled, essentially is what it comes down to. Presumably, evolutionary psychology, multiverse theory, materialist neuroscience, transgender pediatrics, and the emerging rivulets of woke science and woke mathematics could nestle on the, quote, national norms pedestal, whether Swami Das wants them to or not. And I'll just say one thing here, and then I'll shut up and let everybody else talk if they want to. Don't think for a second that, like, some of this weird stuff, like the woke mathematics where 2 + 2 does not equal 4, don't think for a second that can't become established national norm, and where that has to be taught, and where they could come into a Christian school or Christian college and say, you must teach this. Because that's what Swami Das's ideas logically lead to. All right, and I'll let Sal or Graham talk if they want to. No comments?
Hopefully Sal has a better microphone. Sorry, Sal, but
yeah. No, actually, I may have to switch computers. How's my audio right now?
Awful.
Yeah, no, same. Yeah. Everything you say is coming through.
I'll talk until I can resolve it. Anne-Marie?
What was that? I didn't, like, Sal, type it. I did not even understand what you said. Just type it.
I think he's saying for you to keep talking.
Okay, I can do that. I can do that while
said.
he switches computers if he needs to.
Yeah.
That's fine. I have no problem doing that.
So I just, while we're paused here, so I did look up creation.com. So CMI have an article from over a year ago on him. They're pretty kind to him as well.
Yeah. And I was very surprised when that article came out because they had published an article a couple of weeks prior going after a couple of fellow creationists who had written a paper in CRSQ, and it was a very, very much harsher than Swami Das. Swami Das got the kid gloves, and Tompkins et al. Did not.
Yeah. Well, it may be. Yeah. So I think Dr. Carter tends to be extremely.
That's true.
Yeah.
The only run off on that is Carter was a co-author on the other piece too.
Okay.
So, but I think that one was mostly written by their Bible expert, which is Lita Kostner, and she's a little more aggressive, I think, than Carter is, just in personality.
Yeah, and the most aggressive that they have is Jonathan Sarfati.
Does that come from being down under, Graham? Is that like the thing? Like,
I think so. It could be, yeah. And I think I'm much closer to that sort of thinking. But the originator of the ministry, Dr. Carl Wieland, is the one who instilled this, gentleness sort of doctrine, if I could call it that.
Yeah. Yeah,
It
and
seems to me.
different people approach things from different ways. Like being more aggressive, being less aggressive, not a bad thing. It's just a personality.
Yeah, so I'm not attacking. I'm very much aligned with Creation Ministries myself.
Yeah.
I very much support their ministry, so I'm not attacking them at all. This is a difference in approach, and it's probably not my personal approach based on what I've seen, but I haven't looked in depth at Swami Das. I'm just looking at this article and listening to what you're saying, and even what I see in their article about him, I would approach this a little differently personally.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't work for CMI either. I'm not on their staff, so
right, right.
I hope they don't mind that I'm entitled to my own opinion on this.
I suspect they don't. And the other thing is, the other co-author on that is John Sanford, and if you've ever listened to John Sanford speak, like mellow, calm, laid back. Yeah, you're not getting aggressive out of John Sanford. That's just not happening. So
they also say that they sat with him, applaud his courage and what appear to be sincere motives. So they have personal interactions with him that appear to be positive interactions. So they have a different view than those people that have seen how he attacks creationists. Perhaps.
Yeah. And you know what? If they wrote that article now, it might have
Yeah, that's right. So that was a year ago. So it might be. Sorry, we've got an echo. Oh,
that was Sal coming back in. But yeah, no, that's definitely something like in light of this, it may have changed how things are handled. Again, this is an older
also
article,
looking through another article written by Paul Price, Robert Carter, and John Sanford that is from December last year. So
yes, that one was a little bit more strident, I think.
Yes. Good.
Yeah. So, Sal, you have successfully done something I didn't think was possible. You have booted yourself from StreamYard. All right, so let's go ahead and keep going with the Egno article here. Not only is Swamida's proposed censorship directed against Christian colleges, an affront to academic freedom on scientific questions of evolution and origins, it is a go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt again, but that article is no longer on the screen. If you wanted it up, I just wanted to.
No, he was the one screen sharing that, so he may have to pull that back up.
That's
so the Egno article hopefully will come back on the screen at some point, guys. Sorry about that.
Yep.
So let me see, where was I? It is a gateway to unlimited litmus tests for the latest fashionable atheist and woke science. You don't think, quote, survivor survived explains life? You don't think that there are more than two sexes? You don't think that the, quote, multiverse is testable? Science? You don't think that the mind is more than meat? No graduation or scientific career for you. And it already is that way, by the way, pretty much for anyone who's creationist, an actual creationist, not like ID or old Earth creationist, a young Earth creationist. It's already that way. Like Marcus Ross got kicked out of his PhD program for being a young Earth creationist. He had to find another PhD program to let him in. So this is not uncommon. Like there's a reason you don't be a creationist out of the closet, which is a weird way of saying it, but it's there's a reason you don't openly declare creationist opinions in academia. You lose jobs, you lose grants, you lose friends, you may even lose the money you've put into an advanced degree. And side note, as Godzilla Freak points out in the chat, which I think is very good, national norms. What a wonderful premise. Well, duh. I mean, national norms are essentially just consensus. And what do evolutionists always appeal to? Consensus. So this is in no way surprises me, but I've also followed Swami Das a lot closer than probably a lot of other people have. I don't post on his forum because it's essentially like you post and you get mobbed by 8 or 9 evolutionists, and they don't really mod very well. But I've followed it enough to know that it's not a great place to post. Anyway, moving on to section outcome metrics. Notably, Swami Das completely leaves out the one criterion that is the cornerstone of accreditation of educational institutions: outcome metrics. Accreditation generally hinges on the question, how do graduates of an institution compare with other graduates on standardized tests, graduation rates, professional employment, and accomplishments, etc. I don't know, and Swami Das has nothing to say about it, how students from Christian colleges compare, but it's well established that homeschool kids, who are disproportionately taught by conservative Christian families, score almost 100 points higher on the SAT and score correspondingly higher on the ACT than the national average. And let me interject here something here. I believe, if I remember correctly, my alma mater, which is Pensacola Christian College, is accredited by the same accreditation institution that Swami Das is going after for accrediting Bob Jones. And Pensacola, when I was there, and it may have changed since then, but when I was there, was like 7th in the nation in their nursing program. That's not bad for an outcome metric. And I have worked as an undergraduate lab assistant in their nursing labs for a couple of different programs. I got news for you folks. Those labs, they're not, spending their entire time on creation science. It's not a course base, but they talk about it. They talk about design principles. They talk about creation principles. But Swami Das wants people like that to lose their accreditation, even though this, like, the 7th best, at the time, was the 7th best nursing program in the entire country. Number 6, by the way, was Penn State. So, but Swami Das thinks they shouldn't be accredited because they're creationists, essentially. And we'll get more to this in a minute. See. Christian colleges and universities that teach creation science, and here Egnor puts in parentheses, I use the term loosely, as does Swami Das, may also teach evolution, but they treat Darwinism as a theory and they examine it critically. Now, side note here, Egnor is making a mistake here. Darwinian evolution is not a theory. Darwinian evolution is a hypothesis that has the facade of a theory because it's just been such consensus behind it. And he's using theory here in a populist sense, like how you would use, well, I have a theory about, maybe NASA didn't land on the moon, which, by the way, is a joke. That's not true. They actually did. But, you could say, I have a theory about that. It's just at that point, it's a conjecture. The way science uses it is something that's well established as a fact. And so it's fine to call Darwinism a theory in the sense that it's a conjecture, but when a scientist hears that, he knows you don't know science. So don't call evolution a theory. Right? Call it a dogma, a hypothesis, whatever. Don't call it a theory if you're trying to say that it's not something that's well established. Okay, because you're not making a good argument at that point. And by the way, just as a reference, I got my undergrad biology from Pensacola Christian College, and I did have quite a few science classes, and we did talk about evolution quite a bit in those science classes. Critically, we assessed it and thought about it and talked about it and said, okay, this is what it teaches. This is why what it teaches doesn't work. Right? It's not just not teaching it, it's teaching it and assessing it and understanding it and using critical thinking. But of course, critical thinking is a foreign word anymore. So anyway, sorry, I'll pause here if anybody wants to add something.
As a general rule, I think creationists know evolution better than evolutionists do. As a general rule, of course, there's many creationists who don't. Mm-hmm. But, we study it. To critique it, you have to study it. Right. And I think we understand it as a hypothesis far better than evolutionists do.
Let's put it this way. I've known more creationists that could accurately state the evolutionary position than evolutionists who could accurately state the creationist position.
That's definitely true. That's even more true.
Yeah.
Administrative note, gentlemen. How's my audio?
Much better.
Excellent.
Okay. I'm going to just keep checking the controls. Continue. Thanks for bailing me out, Emery.
No problem. And feel free to interrupt me at any point if you want to comment, Sal. So moving on. How do undergraduates from Christian colleges perform on the science portions of GRE exams? If we are to accredit based on curricular content, we must examine all curricular content. Let's start with implicit atheism, materialism, and wokeness, and let's use outcome metrics as the gold standard. My suspicion, based on the outstanding performance of homeschool students on standardized testing, is that students from colleges that teach creation science do very well in comparison with their peers from colleges that teach atheist science. Side note, by the way, I'm in secular graduate school right now. Now, I didn't have to take the GRE to get into the particular graduate school I'm in, thank goodness, because that would have been a pain. And I'm not saying like I'm terribly intelligent, but I felt when I took the evolution class, I felt like from the discussion boards that I knew a lot more about evolution than the other students in the class. And there were some cases where I felt like I knew more than the professor did, which felt really weird because I'm not supposed to do that. But
Yep.
There were some cases where he would say stuff like he said that speciation is a uniquely Darwinian hypothesis, and I'm like, no, it's not. No, it's not. Like, you know nothing, and I'm not going to blame this man too harshly. He grew up in France, so he has basically no exposure to American creation science, probably. But it's just like, educate yourself before you make claims like that. But anyway, so I feel like my background and my education in science did prepare me well for the graduate school level in a secular graduate school. And I think a lot of other people who have gone to graduate school would say the same thing. It is certainly possible, and I believe likely, that students in universities that teach creation science understand more about Darwinism, not less, because they are taught to examine Darwinian theory as science, not as dogma. And that kind of goes back to what you were saying, Graham. You know, a lot of creationists understand evolution better than a lot of evolutionists do.
Yep.
Todd Wood students scored in the 99th percentile on understanding evolution.
Doesn't surprise me one bit. Does not surprise me one bit.
99th percentile in understanding evolution compared to other students in secular universities. And Todd Wood and his students, that's a creationist school. So we have definitely one example where this is true.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And again, this is not surprising whatsoever because we actually teach it, warts and all, as Philip Johnson used to say, I think it was.
And I want to just say one thing. Richard Lumsden, who became a creationist, he was an atheist, became a creationist. When he got after his conversion, just briefly after, he said he'll never teach evolution again. And he said, well, he changed his mind. He said he has to teach it so that he can criticize it properly.
Yes.
And I have to admit, I've studied evolution on my own, but also in a bioinformatics class. I got to study under a professor who was one of Kunin's staff members, and that was a good class. That was a great class, actually. But outside of that class, I really regret the time I've had to waste on it. But I did it because this is what I have to do if I'm going to criticize evolutionary theory. And there are parts of evolutionary theory I'm just not going to spend time on. Like I don't spend a lot of time on the dino bird issue. In fact, I spend no time on it at all. But I have tried to understand things like phylogenetic methods, and I try to study population genetics. So that's kind of been my specialty. But anyway, go on. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So moving on to the section on science and creation by Ignore. It is noteworthy that among developed countries, the United States is both the most creationist nation and the uncontested leader in science. For myself, I think there's a clear cause and effect relationship. Inference to God's design is a powerful engine for scientific investigation and has been since the scientific revolution, which was led largely by devoutly Christian scientists. That's 100% true, by the way. In any case, it is certainly hard to credibly argue that, quote, creationism has held back science in any meaningful way, which, by the way, this is what they argue. This is like the Bill Nyes of the world go around saying that, you know, creationism is going to retard the advance of science. No, it's not.
And that's actually true of evolution.
There's
all this junk DNA, or the coccyx has no purpose. It's just a vestigial organ, or the appendix, or they're the ones that retard scientific advance.
Yep. Compare the scientific productivity of predominantly Christian United States. Egnor's being very positive there. I wouldn't call the United States predominantly Christian anymore. But anyway, to the scientific productivity of the atheistic Soviet Union. Compare the scientific productivity of largely Christian South Korea to atheist North Korea. That one really stings. And that's the same culture too.
Ouch.
Yeah, that I said Ignor was playing nice. I'd forgotten about that line. Oh, yow. Feel that one better. Compare the scientific productivity of tiny, largely Christian Taiwan to the scientific productivity of atheist China. Christianity is the most powerful engine of modern science, in my view, and atheism is everywhere a science killer, parentheses, and people killer, but that's for another discussion. That paragraph stunk, but it wasn't directly directed at Swamidas. It was more directed at atheism and science, which he's trying to impose on Christian colleges.
Yes.
No, I wouldn't go so far as to say atheism is a science killer. It is a people killer. Well, I guess in that sense, but I mean, I have.
There are plenty of scientists who have been killed by atheism.
Well, I just want to just say that we probably didn't need to say that about being as, because a lot of my professors, very excellent, were non-Christians,
Right.
and I feel God put them in my path to teach me science. That is one feature of science, that you don't have to necessarily have the right worldview to practice it correctly. So I think he's overstating his case at this point. A lot of what he said, like say North Korea, South Korea, pretty good up until that point. I would just like to strike that sentence. That's just my view.
I can understand it. Like I don't think atheism necessarily kills science, but you can't, as an atheist, be consistent with your worldview and practice science, because you are. Now, you can be inconsistent with your worldview and practice science and do a great job. Yeah. Plenty of people do. Yeah. But I think what Ignor was getting at, and maybe didn't word poorly, is atheism as a worldview is inconsistent with empirical science. That's not right. Atheism as a practice. Like, there are plenty of practicing atheists who do great scientific work. No doubt about that whatsoever. And I don't think Ignor would even disagree with that.
But it's logically inconsistent with their worldview.
Yeah, I think that's probably a better way to say that. I don't know that Ignor said that particularly well, but I think that's what he was getting at. I think,
and they're borrowing from the Christian worldview. They're using the last vestiges of the foundation that Christianity has built, and they're using the science that was built by Christianity. It doesn't come from an atheistic worldview.
No, it doesn't. Finishing up the Ignor article here, hallmarks of science. The only way to truth in science is to permit and even encourage challenges to orthodoxy. Science is inherently the process by which orthodox beliefs about nature are challenged, and the
Emery, could you read the stuff where it says Physics Nobel Laureate?
Oh, did I skip something? I apologize, Sal. I apologize. I skipped a paragraph. My bad, guys. Apologize. Physics Nobel Laureate Richard Feynman. Hope I pronounced that right.
Yes, Feynman.
Noted that science is the belief in the ignorance of experts. I like that. That's a good quote.
And I hope my understanding's correct. That the pronunciation that I have comes from the Big Bang Theory TV show. So maybe, but yeah, I hope they get it right.
Swamidas' demand that science be handcuffed by, quote, national norms is exactly the opposite of what is necessary for good science. Every orthodox but false scientific theory in history was a national norm at one time or another. Science has been and remains beset with countless false theories. Eugenics, the imperative for population control, global cooling, and junk DNA were in their day the, quote, national norms in science. It was academic freedom and a diversity of opinion that allowed science to advance beyond these historic errors.
Exactly.
Now, I'm not so sure we're past all of those historic errors. I still see plenty of people arguing about junk DNA. I mean, good old Dan Grauer wrote a paper that ended with this, that was upset with the ENCODE project, and basically ended the title of his paper with the evolution-free gospel of ENCODE, because he was so mad at them because they got rid of his beloved junk DNA. But, so we're not completely past all of these. And quite frankly, eugenics is making a comeback in the form of euthanasia and sex-selective and illness-selective abortions. But, but he's right. In principle, he's right. In principle, he's right. Anyway, moving on. And now I'll get to the hallmark of science. I know that I've actually not fouled up here. The only way to truth in science is to permit and even encourage challenges to orthodoxy. Science is inherently the process by which orthodox beliefs about nature are challenged, and indoctrination of students in atheist and materialistic dogma is the antithesis of science. Students educated in creation science, unlike their counterparts in explicitly or implicitly atheist institutions, understand the issues and controversies in science, and this understanding is the hallmark of real scientific knowledge. Swamidas demand that accrediting agencies blacklist Christian universities that challenge the atheist dogma that plagues modern science is reprehensible, and if enacted, would trample on the rights of Christians and on the quality of American science. Diversity of opinion and inclusion of unorthodox perspectives is the indispensable ingredient of good science. Whatever he may have intended, Joshua Swamidas calls for what amounts to the, quote, cancellation of Christian colleges. And Agnor's right. Like, if this gets enacted, it essentially puts us, as someone said, and I don't know, this may be in the Klinghoffer article that we're about to read, puts a scarlet A on anybody who goes to a creationist college and takes a science class. Except it's not a scarlet A, it's a scarlet C, essentially.
Scarlet C.
Yeah. Because that's essentially what it does. Because it's going to show up on the students' transcripts that this class creation science. So, you know, and people are going to look at that from major academic institutions. They're going to go, yeah, we'll pass.
And this is the part that I just flipped my lid. I said, how dare you? Because I've heard Swamidas try to defend his version of Origins, and it sucks. What puts him in a position to dictate this? Because there is a chance the Christian creationists are right. And, you know, I've said, if you're going to go around being the final judge and arbiter of what's true, you better be 100 million% sure you're right. Because there are Christians that have lost their faith and committed suicide because of evolutionary theory. Do you really want to have that on your conscience? You're insisting that you're 100% right. And if you're not insisting you're 100% right, you have no business shutting down a Christian college because they disagree with you. You have no business doing that. And he's not in it. That's just utter arrogance. Yep. I you know, it's like, where's your conscience? And then I say, you know, what are you going to do about all the other junk that's floating around in academia? Like, I could give a little bit of a talk about some of the utter irrationality and stupidity. It's gotten so bad that people have been playing SoCal hoaxes and getting accepted in journals that are in, you know, pretty much been the source of the tenure system for some of these academics in gender studies and some of these social humanities disciplines. And I'm like, Swamidas, you know, why aren't you talking about that?
Because he is woke.
Yeah, garbage.
I mean,
this is garbage.
And you're talking about Lindsay Bogosian and Pluckrose, and like they played some pretty good pranks on these journals because these journals accepted these absolutely ridiculous papers that these people dreamed up, and they knew they were ridiculous when they turned them in, and were hoping that they would get rejected. They didn't. A lot of them got published, and one of them even got an award, which is what point they finally decided that they needed to tell people that, yeah, we made this whole thing up. And like, but the thing is, Swamidas himself is woke, and so Swamidas is never going to call out woke math. He is never going to call out the social justice garbage. He's never going to call any of it out because he himself is woke.
And you see that, you know, that's what I consider utter hypocrisy. My view of him has gone down several notches after this. Yeah. I had made a promise that I would share some of his views among Christians. Well, I'm kind of glad that I got saved by the bell because that class that I was going to teach got canceled.
Yeah.
Or any of his stuff like this. I don't want to endorse anything, even when he's right, because so much of what he's doing now is poison.
Yeah. And
I thought he was on the side of Christians and learning. I thought he'd be on the side of helping creationists. You don't destroy their careers, their colleges, their accreditation. What if someone is in the middle of the diploma and they're a junior? Now the school has lost their accreditation just because he hates creationists so much and he's so woke. Where's the morals and ethics of that? And and then this is based on his advocacy of evolutionary theory. He doesn't know that it's right. He's not God. He's not in a position to be making those decisions for other Christians. Free to disagree, but when you're advocating basically the cancellation of Christian colleges just because of this point, that's just unconscionable. That's terrible.
And this is where I have to wonder whether he's saved. Others may think that, he seems like a nice person and welcome him as a brother in Christ. But what I'm hearing, well, where is the evidence of that?
Let me kind of weigh in here just a little bit, Graham. I know I've talked a lot, but I'm going to talk just a little bit more and then I'll shut up. I have a quote somewhere in my email inbox, and let me find it so I can read it 100% accurately so that I do not misrepresent him. But I have a quote on something that Swami Das said. Here it is. I'm going to read it to you exactly. This is from his forum. I screenshotted it in case he ever decided to delete it. This forum thread was on abortion. And here's the post he's responding to. Somebody by the name of M.W. Rickert. He's responding, and here's what Rickert said. Your experience illustrates why these decisions should be made by the woman and her medical team, not imposed by the state. In other words, he's basically argued, this Rickert character is arguing that this decision should be made by the woman and her doctor, not the state. No. Murder is a capital offense. Period. All right? It doesn't matter whether the person being murdered is out of the womb or in the womb. Murder is a capital offense.
Yep.
That's God's standard, not my standard. But after Noah comes off the ark, after the flood, God lays down the law. By any man who sheds man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. This is not a question mark. This is God said this. Okay? Let me read you what Swami Das had to say. This is an important nuance to understand. Wait a minute, there's nuance to murdering people? He goes on. There is still room for people to believe that abortion is wrong and conduct their lives accordingly. In other words, we graciously will permit you to conduct your lives as if abortion is wrong, even though we don't think so. Let me continue. In a perfect world, this is key. I believe abortion would be totally legal, but no one would request it. Did you hear that? This man who calls himself a Christian says that it should be perfectly legal to murder your baby in the womb.
Yep.
And this is why I'm with Graham. He goes on, like there's more to this quote than that, but that's the key point to take away.
You see, this has changed my view of him. This smells like being a total snake. I'm sorry to say that. I rarely attack people's character. I mean, I'm a nice guy, but this is going over not just the abortion thing, but to be going around. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Graham.
No, you're right. When it's so obvious, that's okay. I mean, the evidence is there.
Because you go around saying, I support creationists, you're my Christian brothers. Oh, but by the way, I think we ought to cancel your accreditation. Mm-hmm. That is just, I mean, we'll cancel your accreditation, but we'll save all this woke other stuff, garbage in academia. That's more worthy of a college.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And I'm just like, okay, all that nice guy stuff, mm-hmm. It's great that you're a nice guy, but this is just over the top. You can't be saying how much loving you are, your Christian brethren, and then you stab them in the back like this.
Well,
it's just not cool.
Thing. Jesus wasn't a nice guy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure cleansing the temple with a scourge is not considered a nice guy.
Yeah, and he wasn't nice with his words either. Now, he was loving, but because he loved the Father above all things, he loved the truth above all things. And Paul followed that example as well. Paul was not always nice.
Well, the other thing is we say Jesus we look at the examples in the temple, but he was the Old Testament God and the New Testament God. He's the Lamb of God that people will be begging the mountains to fall on them because of Jesus's wrath.
Yep.
You know, in the New Testament, you get the clear picture. People feared the Lord. You did not,
That's right.
You mess up like Ananias and Sapphira, you're dead. You
Yep.
You disregard communion with an unworthy heart.
Yep.
You're sick or you're dead.
Yep.
There are people that, the New Testament was not quite as severe because it looked like a lot of grace is being extended to people. But there are a lot of bad things going down. And
it is the same God. God
same
didn't
God.
suddenly switch and become somebody different. I mean, he's not two-faced like some people are, who claim to be nice and then stab you in the back.
Yeah. So I'm kind of with you, Emery. I'm taking back any endorsements I've given in light of what this is. This is canceling Christian culture.
Yeah.
This isn't just canceling Christian colleges. Where's it going to stop? Are you going to remove accreditation of homeschoolers now?
That's next. That's next.
Yeah.
No, and this is why, like I said at the beginning of the program, this is why I think that people like Hugh Ross, AJ Roberts, Ken Keithley, etc., should all be demanding that Swami Das take their name off his book, because he sold them a bill of goods. Like, there is no way that they were stupid enough to endorse his book knowing what he's like. Because he can come across very nice and very charming and very, but as I said in my podcast last week, because I talked about this article last week, behind the charming smile, there's a forked tongue. And because he's a snake. And I was going back through my old emails because I've been emailing myself stuff about this for a while just so I had it. And I didn't lose it anywhere. And at some point in my email, and I just lost it because I went to a different email, but at some point I said something along the lines of, I don't think Swami Das believes anything unless it suits him for the audience he's presenting to. And I don't I hate being mean like that, but that is exactly where I think he is. Like, he can pour on the charm and try to be nice to everybody and, make it seem like he's, all wonderful and loving and kind and everything. But realistically, that's not who he is. This article in the Wall Street Journal is who he is. This is the real Swami Das. Like, this is the real one. This isn't the smiley, get along with everybody type of person. I can't go into details because I have behind the scenes information that I'm not allowed to disclose. But there's a reason he doesn't work for BioLogos anymore. Okay, I can't go into all the details, but there's a reason, and it has nothing to do with the fact he disagreed with BioLogos a little bit on Origins. Anyway. So he's not. If you think that he's your friend, you got another thing coming. Because he would be more than happy to throw you under the bus in order to curry favor with those in power.
The thing that keeps occurring to me, the thing that seems obvious to me, we're in a war.
Right.
But there's far too many Christians real Christians, it seems to me, who don't realize we are in a war. And they try to play nice and they try to be, gracious and gentle in inverted commas. And I go, well, yeah, but you're not following the example of Jesus. Right. We're in a war here and we need to fight against this evil. And we need to call it out for exactly what it is. And it's going to make us look harsh and mean and unloving and unchristian, but we'll be following the example of Christ. So I reject all of those accusations that get thrown at me. It occurs a bit. And okay, sometimes maybe I do step over the line and I do become unloving. But I think by and large, most of what I see in Christianity is a long way away from the line on the other side. Like, they've stepped over the other line and gone a long way. away from standing for truth. And actually what God's love really looks like is that it will stand for truth. It will look harsh at times. It will look unloving at times because it cares about truth.
Right. And this is something I've thought about a lot. I don't think as Christians in America we have and this may be true of Australia too, I don't know. I don't think we have a good concept of what love actually is. We've got this emotional, feel good, make everybody happy idea in our minds. That's not what it is. Like, that's part of it. You know, when a husband brings his wife flowers home because he knows she likes it, that is loving. But so is telling her that, you know, hey, kindly, not, you know, screaming at her, but telling her, hey, this thing that you did, you know, or telling his child, I guess, because maybe this would be a better example, telling his child that, you know, stealing a cookie out of the cookie jar is sinful and wrong, and you get punished for that. Right.
That's exactly my testimony. That's how my father explained to me that I was a sinner headed for hell, and explained the gospel to me. He caught me stealing a cookie, or we call it biscuit, but stealing a cookie out of the cookie jar.
Oh my, that's providential if nothing else.
Could we finish the Michael Egnor? By the way, just for the audience, I think Emery is a much better reader than I am, and so I've nominated him to read. He's very good at it.
So Emery has read that, Sal.
We finished Egnor. We can move to Klinghoffer now if you like.
What about the part about the accrediting agencies?
I think we read that. I did read that.
Did you read it again?
Yes.
Sure, I can read it again. That's no problem. No problem. Swami Das's demand that accrediting agencies blacklist Christian universities that challenge the atheist dogma that plagues modern science is reprehensible, and if enacted, would trample on the rights of Christians and on the quality of American science. Diversity of opinion and inclusion of unorthodox perspectives is the indispensable ingredient of good science. Whatever he may have intended, Josh Swamidas calls for what amounts to the, quote, cancellation of Christian colleges. And that's exactly what that is. Have you seen my library, Godzilla Freak? Is that where that comes from? or should I point out that I've got like 5 books stacked on the table next to me that I'm working through? and I don't think any of them are textbooks either. But I mean, that is what Swami Das's proposal would do. Now, his argument is it actually doesn't do that. But listen to what he says here. Listen to what he says here. Because this is from his Q&A session, because he got a lot of heat for this. Deservedly, I might add. And I have to wonder whether maybe the ID people might cut ties with him at this point, because they were somewhat receptive to him when he started, but I have to think after this they might go, nope. But here's what he said. As one example of transparency, I suggested that science courses that deviate from, quote, national norms, unquote, should be labeled transparently on transcripts. This was just a starting point for negotiation, not an ultimatum. This policy is intended to be very easy for universities to work around. Oh yeah, so it's very easy to go through and document on your course, on every student's transcript that this course teaches creation science. Does he not? Well, he does. No, he does. That's the problem. But do other people not realize that if that's on creation, if it says this course teaches creation science on your transcript, that if I sent that to a secular institution to try and get a master's in biology, or heaven forbid, a PhD in biology, I'd get laughed at. There is no way I would get through the front door with that. I suspect Swami Das knows that and is doing it deliberately to shut this down. But he's, as I said, as Klinghoffer, I think, says in the article we're going to read here in a second, he's essentially putting the Scarlet C on creationists. That's essentially what he's doing, and making them untouchables. Go ahead, Grant.
No, I was just going to say yes.
Yeah.
I had nothing more.
Okay. So
that's exactly it.
Yeah. So,
and once again, this is a war.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a spiritual war. The pawns in this game, like Swami Das, may not actually realize the game that's being played. I don't know. Like, I don't know what's in people's minds and their hearts, but they are being used as pawns in a war.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And we need to choose. So, like every single person listening to this, what is our role? Are we on the side of God? And yeah, we need to make sure we're not assisting the enemy in any way.
Mhm. Yeah.
And we're not doing that out of hatred. We love them. I want him to be saved if he's not
Mhm.
saved. I don't
Yeah.
know whether he's saved or not. I'm not seeing much evidence of it.
Just to let me clarify that a little bit. Jesus said that the way people would know you was by your love for the brethren. I see no love for the brethren in painting fellow Christian brothers with an untouchable brand in the sciences.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I just see no love for the brethren in that whatsoever. Now, he may not realize that's what he's doing. I suspect he's smart enough that he does know what he's doing. But if maybe he doesn't, maybe I can be nice and charitable. I'm not that way very often, so maybe I can make an exception. But to me, it's just like, this is blazingly obvious.
Yeah, well, that's part of the problem. When it comes to spiritual blindness, your intelligence doesn't matter, because that part of your ability to think gets shut down. You get blinded.
Mhm.
And it can happen to Christians as well. Christians can have spiritual blind spots where they're not aware, that they just don't think about it. They've shut that bit off one way or another. But yeah, we need to be discerning. Alyosha just mentioned the word discerning. Excellent. That's a fantastic word. Let's remain humble. We are not on the side of right because we're better. We're on the side of right because we humbly agree with God. And we need to remember, as soon as we think that we're being humble, hang on, that could be pride. Let's remember to, no, back off. Only God is right. And let's constantly be examining ourselves. Matthew 7, 1-5. Let's keep looking to self as our biggest enemy is within. Our biggest enemy isn't outside us. Our biggest enemy is our own flesh, our own desires, our own sin nature.
Yeah. And I heard a sermon one time, and there's a statement that has stuck with me, and this was like over 10 years ago now. But the statement was, God's right and you're wrong. And I think we need to reincorporate that a little bit more into our thinking. Because, we're going to have areas where we might go, well, do I understand? No, God's right and we're wrong. And, so if we come up, and essentially the point was, if we come up with something and it ends up conflicting with what God says, we're wrong, period. And so I wish that the theistic evolutionists would think this way. They don't, unfortunately. But I wish they would think this way, because, and Sal, you don't have to agree with me on this, so I'm not holding your channel to this, but theistic evolution itself is not Christian. It's pagan. It's syncretism. Now, there are plenty of theistic evolutionists, actually people who call themselves theistic evolutionists, who are Christians. But the theistic evolution position itself is syncretistic, not Christian, because it's trying to blend atheistic ideas about how the world works, while trying to hang on to as much Christianity as it possibly can.
And go
on, Graham.
I was going to say, many people who are today's leading creationist apologists, many people who are today's strongest biblical creationists, first came to Christianity through science. They realized there had to be a God, but they still were evolutionists.
Right.
They hadn't heard a challenge to evolution or realized that there was a scientific case to be made. And so there are many Christians who, hopefully they're on that journey towards realizing, no, creationism is exactly, biblical creationism, young earth creationism is exactly what the Bible teaches, and it does not conflict with science. So there is a place for gentleness, and it seems to me there's a place for gentleness with those who are humble. There's a place for not harshness, but what will seem like harshness to many people with those who are proud.
Call it tough love, if you will.
Yes.
And I want to make clear, I'm not saying that every theistic evolutionist is not a Christian. That is not what I'm saying at all.
Exactly.
So I think someone say Cy Gart, who started out as an atheist and became a Christian because he realized that there had to be a God, but is still a theistic evolutionist. I think someone like that is probably is a real Christian. I'm just using him as an example. I don't know. I know basically nothing about it. I'm just throwing him out there as an example because I know that's where his background is. But I think a lot of people in the theistic evolutionist position are more syncretistic than they are Christian, because the position itself lends itself to that. You're trying to mold two things that don't fit together. And I know you want to say something, Sal, so I'll let you hop in on that.
I wanted to say there is a right or wrong viewpoint. God knows what the correct viewpoint is. I extend charity to people who are mistaken, because we can't all be right. One of us, if we have like 3 or 4 positions, at least 3 as a matter of principle have to be wrong.
Yep.
And so I'll say that there's definitely a right answer. I will give charity to people that in good conscience say that are either one, undecided, and that counts for a lot of people, and they're struggling, and I have a lot of sympathy for them. And that's where I leave it, because a lot of creationists who are young earth creationists today had a very long journey while they were believers. And for myself, it was great that I was welcomed into the church when I was undecided about origins. And I think, the thing is, and this is kind of hard to say, but the most natural reading of the Bible does read to me, I'm speaking for myself here, as a young cosmos, a young earth creation, young life, young solar system, young cosmos. That's the most natural reading when I read it. And I was in a position where I said, okay, the best science, the best data, and I wouldn't say science, the best data I had available to me suggested for a very long time the world was old. So I was confronted with, okay, do I leave the faith, or do I just assume that maybe there are problems in the historicity of the Bible, or I don't know? And I was in the I don't know camp for a very, very long time. And I think that thankfully there were data points that were provided that made the case believable. When I first read about young earth creationism through Josh McDowell, I thought he made a terrible case, and I'd still say that today. He made a terrible case for young earth creationism. And for that reason, I rejected it. And I said, well, there are other problems in my understanding of the Bible, and the timeline of creationism seemed to be the least of the difficulties I had to wrestle with in trying to understand. I mean, to this day, I still have, I don't have, there's things in the Old Testament I don't have comfortable answers for, like the sacrifice of Saul's children. It's like, I don't know what to say about that. To me, that weighs on my heart more than the issue of creationism. So I'm not, in a sense, I'm not out there trying to get people that are mistaken, but have good hearts. I don't, it's like some young earth creationists will treat the old earth creationists or theistic evolutionists like there's some horrible moral failure. And I'm like, no, I don't go there. I don't go there.
Yep. Yeah. It's very important.
Yeah.
So that dividing line.
Yeah. And so I'll say these are mistaken people. I don't call them compromisers, because compromiser has a very negative term about their character. And I don't go that far, especially since some of these Christians, I think, are getting heavily persecuted in academia. They may be, for example, there may be old earth ID leaning people, but then they get kicked out of academia because they're Christians. I say, no, you don't. I don't think it's right to be calling these people, insinuating that they're somehow cowardly. And that's why they're as if they're caving into academia and pressure, when it's clearly that's not the case. They speak their conscience. They may be mistaken, but it's not a matter of them being cowards. That's how I feel. And the reason I feel strongly about that, it's because my colleagues were the ones who may be old Earth creationists, and they got kicked out, they got censured, they got persecuted, and I didn't feel it was right that their character was being assailed as if they are cowardly or friendly with the world. I did not see that at all. So anyway, that's me. How about we go up to the Klinghoffer article? Go ahead.
I was going to say it's interesting that there's a similar thing that occurs in say communist countries, where a person can be a Christian and a member of the Communist Party, and God is using them in that position. And it may look from the outside to people who don't know that they're rebelling against God, but God is using them in that position that we're in. I think we do need to be careful, because we don't always know people's hearts. We don't know God's, we don't know everything that God knows. And so, yeah, sometimes it can appear a particular way from the outside.
Yes, exactly. I'm very reluctant to call people out on their character. And so I made an exception today. I basically question what's going on with someone who's trying to cancel Christian colleges.
Yeah, well, we're condemning Joshua's actions. Him as a person, we don't know exactly what's going on inside him, but his actions are fighting against God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I mean, that raises all kinds of other questions. But anyway, let's go to the Klinghoffer article. So Klinghoffer, I think, published his article first, but it's a little... Klinghoffer is probably more along my line than Egnor. Egnor was a little bit nicer. So here's Klinghoffer's article. In the name of, quote, academic freedom, unquote, a scientist calls for punishing creationists. Here's the concept of invidious labeling. To help favored groups or hurt disfavored ones, you label their work or business by race, religion, viewpoint, or other identity so that customers or employers can join you in doling out reward or, more often, punishment. The practice has a long and sordid history. Another name for it is othering, and it gives a definition of othering. Othering is a phenomenon in which some individuals or groups are defined and labeled as not fitting in within norms of a social group. It is an effect that influences how people perceive and treat those who are viewed as being part of the in-group versus those who are seen as being part of the out-group. Now, does that sound like anything like a reference to national norms to you? That's what it sounds like to me.
Yep.
But yeah, so let's move on here, because I mean, it's pretty clear what Klinghoffer's doing. Klinghoffer's being a little more aggressive off the bat here, and he's pointing out, what's going on with this is what people are trying to do with this.
Well, actually, that's an interesting lesson in social dynamics. I mean, just interesting. We'll move on.
There's always a rationale offered. For example, in labeling Israeli businesses or those doing business with Israel, to be avoided. The contemporary BDS movement directed against the Jewish state explains that his campaign is only reasonable. Who could be against freedom and justice and equality? And if you couldn't tell, I read that in a heavily sarcastic tone. But anyway, moving along. The flip side would be labeling products in supermarkets as, quote, black-owned or, quote, Hispanic-owned or LGBTQ-owned, etc., as the woke giant food chain on the East Coast has done. It's only reasonable, as they explain, since, quote, we're committed to making it easier for customers to identify product attributes that are important to them by fostering a diverse and inclusive network of suppliers. Folks, if you hear the words diversity and inclusion, run as fast as you can. Because what's behind that is social Marxism.
It's never diverse or inclusive. The diversity is only on its surface. It's never diversity of thought, and it's never inclusive of other thoughts.
Yeah. Let me just kind of give you a little example of how this diversity thing works itself out. A number of years ago, I worked for a company that made supplements, like pharmaceutical supplements, vitamins and minerals, that sort of thing. And they made the mistake that the morale at work was very, very low for a lot of reasons that I won't get into. And they made the mistake of putting together committees to try and talk about how to fix the problems that were going on at work. And the biggest mistake they made was putting me on one of the committees. And that was a terrible decision. So I had to go to these silly meetings where people would talk about how they would, what we could do to improve the workplace environment. It was mostly mumbo jumbo garbage. But I remember sitting in there, and keep in mind, I was working on the packaging floor as a QA. And I'm in this meeting with a bunch of these bigwigs. I mean, I got the packaging managers in there. A lady from HR was in there. Some lady from accounting was in there. And one of the packaging team leads was in there. And I don't remember, I think there was somebody else in the meeting. But it was a bunch of people who all outranked me. I'm sitting there, and the accounting lady gets up and she goes, well, we need to hire a more diverse staff. There's only one department, right, that's run by women right now. That's the HR department. And all these other departments, we need to hire more diversity, and we need to get better, more diverse clients. And I let her go on for 4 or 5 minutes because she just went. And at the end of her little diatribe, I looked at her and I said, well, wait a minute. So you're telling me that we shouldn't hire the people who are best suited for the jobs? We should instead hire people based on discriminatory hiring practices? That's what you just told me? Needless to say, she lost it on me. She was furious. Yeah. Now, fortunately, the HR lady liked me because I helped the HR department quite a bit with stuff, so that she couldn't do anything about it. But it was just like, that's what they mean by diversity. What they mean by diversity is anybody who is not a quote white or quote Christian, or in some cases quote male. They don't mean diversity. They mean diversity of thought within the in-group. And if you don't fit in that in-group, you aren't welcome. You're excluded. Yep. You're not included. Yep. But anyway, so moving on here to the Klinghoffer article. And here's the Scarlet C I've been talking about. I thought that Klinghoffer had mentioned it. If you were to apply the othering approach in academia today, how might you begin? Well, you'd take a disfavored idea, creationism, for example, and you'd make sure that any science courses at Christian colleges or degrees awarded from such institutions reflecting the influence of that idea be prominently labeled. An advocate of the approach would argue that the Scarlet, quote, C, is only reasonable. Grad schools and employers look at degrees and transcripts. They will wish to know if they are about to take aboard a creationist in a science-related field. For example, a pediatric nurse oncologist caring for little kids with cancer while believing the world is under 10,000 years old. Yeah, that's what it's going to result in, folks. That is exactly what it's going to result in. And again, this goes back to, my alma mater, PCC. They had one of the best nursing programs in the nation while I was there, top 10 for the entire time I was there. It probably still is because their nursing program is incredibly strict. Like PCC, when I was there, had 4,000 or 5,000 students, and a lot of them came in as nursing majors. Like we probably had several hundred, maybe 1,000 come in as a nursing major, and only 100 would make it through into the sophomore year as nursing students. Like they were ruthless. That kept the program really good. And like this would cancel that. This would cancel a friend of mine. She got her undergrad degree. I don't remember what it was from Pensacola. Then she went to med school. She's in the military as a doctor right now. This would cancel some of my friends who are overseas as missions doctors after they got their undergrad from PCC. They couldn't go to med school. That's what this would do. Or at least it would make it much harder for them. Because you might find some schools that would still not care because they're getting paid. Right? There might be a few of them. But most schools, this would destroy you. This would destroy their science programs. And for those of you who are old Earth, because I know Swamidas is saying that, like, well, when we talk about young Earth creationists, for those of you in the Hugh Ross camp or maybe in the ID camp, don't think for a second that Biola or some of these other old Earth schools wouldn't also be canceled. And Klinghoffer will get into that in a second. Now along comes Washington University computational biologist Joshua Swamidass with just such a proposal. Writing in the Wall Street Journal, Swamidass advocates that creationist courses and degrees be labeled as such on a student's transcript. He writes in the context of discussions over whether a Christian accrediting agency that accredits creationist colleges should itself be accredited. He thinks it should be, provided that the Christian agency agrees to, quote, principled compromise. And a spoiler alert, by the way, when these people talk about compromise, they don't mean compromise. They mean you surrender. That's what they mean. You cannot, let me, because Swamidass is woke, so this applies to him. You cannot compromise with the woke.
Yep.
You cannot compromise with these people. You either fight them or you surrender to them.
And never apologize for what they're offended by. Never, ever apologize for their offense.
Yes. There is an old American movie, which you probably haven't seen, Graham, but it's a John Wayne movie. I believe it's called The Searchers, if I recall, where several times throughout the film, Wayne's character says, never apologize. It's a sign of weakness. Now, that wouldn't hold true between Christian brothers, but never apologize to the woke, because they take that as a sign of weakness and demand more.
Yep.
So, yeah, don't think for a second that like other places would not be canceled. But anyway, moving on. It's only reasonable since, quote, deviations with regard to undefined, quote, national norms are at stake from a compromise on creationism. This is his art from Swamidass's article. Deviations from national norms in a science curriculum need to be prominently disclosed, tracked, and reported. In practice, that means transcripts that clearly state which courses and degrees include creation science. Now, let me point something out to you, folks. You know what you send to a graduate school when you apply? Now, sometimes you have to send the GRE, depends on the graduate school. But you know what else you send them? Your transcript. How much do you want to bet that the Harvards and the Yales and the Stanfords and even the Christian universities that are theistic evolutionists, like maybe, I don't know which ones would be TE, Point Loma maybe, or some of these other really, prestigious, quote, Christian schools?
Biola isn't it?
Biola's Old Earth. I'm not sure they're TE. I'm pretty sure they're not. Wheaton. Yes, thank you. Wheaton. How much you want to bet that they wouldn't accept your transcript if it said creation science on it? I mean, heck, Wheaton just removed a plaque that honored Nate Saint, Jim Elliot, and the other martyrs in the jungle to the Aqua Indians because it used the word savage. Now, folks, do you really think that somebody that cowardly is going to stand up and say, yeah, we'll allow creationists to come on campus? If you do, you're self-deluded. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They won't do it. This is where John Walton teaches. Do you really think that they're going to let creationists, if they know they're creationists, come to the school?
Yep.
No way. No way.
Exactly.
Another school would be Baylor.
Yeah, Baylor. There's another one. Yeah, I wasn't sure if Baylor was just Old Earth or TE, so I wasn't sure how far I could take that one. But you're right. Baylor is Baylor would be another one. Do you really think those people are going to let you on campus, let alone earn a degree? No. And when Is Genesis History came out, I don't remember whether they had a screening at Wheaton or whether they just tried to have a screening and Wheaton canceled it. I'm trying to remember the exact details. But Wheaton essentially wouldn't let Is Genesis History even have the time of day. And these are supposed to be their brothers in Christ. But they hate creationists, so they won't let them talk, essentially.
I mean, just as an aside, and I'm glad you brought this out, one reason that Christian creationism and even apologetics has failed, it's because of institutions that advertise themselves as Christian institutions. They do a lot to impede the progress of real faith. And sad to say, it's the churches, the seminaries, the colleges. Mm-hmm. I found that out the hard way.
Yep. And parents who send money, parents who think that it's Christian when they attack God's word.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if folks, if you're going to send your kid to a college, and you, for some whatever reason, they're going to go to a Christian college, you better make sure that college is aligned with your beliefs. Because let me tell you, it's a whole lot easier for your son or daughter to be convinced of heresy by someone who calls himself a Christian than it is for an atheist to convince them. Because they look at a Christian as somebody who is their natural ally. They look at an atheist as someone who is going to be attacking them. When it's a Christian professor, so-called Christian professor, standing up at the front of a classroom and openly mocking God's word, it's a lot harder to defend against that because this person's supposed to be on your side.
Yep.
And we've had this problem in Christianity for quite some time. We didn't stand up against the intrusion of these atheist ideas, although they were called deist back then. I mean, they weren't calling themselves atheists because that wasn't considered acceptable back then. But these are essentially atheist ideas that have been coming into science for, centuries now, really. And the church didn't stand up against them. The church has failed to believe the Bible and failed to fight back. Even good gospel ministers like Spurgeon, no, that's a side issue. We don't have to worry about that. I don't know how old the earth was. And numerous others. And so this is a war that foundation has been taken away. If you can't trust the Bible in Genesis, why should you trust it anywhere? Yep. And so many people say, oh, well, I'm not interested in what the Bible has to say. Science has proved that it's wrong. Yep. And we can fight back. We must fight back.
Yeah. And I mean, in the U.S., like a lot of the, I'll pause here just to applaud Brian. I was homeschooled. My family, all my siblings were homeschooled. And I think we turned out okay. I'm maybe not, the brightest bulb in the box, but at least I'm not the dimmest bulb in the box either. So I think we turned out okay. And I would recommend, I've said this publicly on my channel, I won't commit Sal to it, but on my channel, at least, I recommend that everyone homeschool, period. But I recognize that.
No, I wouldn't have said that maybe in the era I went to public school, but what I'm seeing on the campuses, the high schools and the public schools, it's really scary.
Yeah.
It's really scary what's going on. And they don't even teach. There was one case where I wish I remembered his name. His whole family escaped communism. And then he came to an American school and he wrote an essay against communism. He got suspended.
Doesn't surprise me.
And that school system is failing in like math and English.
Well, let me
because they're spending so much stuff on wokeism, and I'm just like, yeah, I wouldn't say this in a broad brush. There may be some very fine public schools still around, but on the whole, it's really scary what's going on. That's an example. I said, you escape a communist system and then you articulate what it was like and you get expelled for telling the truth.
Yep.
I mean, that's just, okay. You could have a few words with the student if you really disagree, but suspending him, I may be getting the details wrong, but I was outraged when I heard that. And then I heard how they're rewriting history. I'm just like, and then these students are not learning a lot of basic skills and critical thinking and math. And I mean, it's like, it's just, it's scary. It's scary.
And
not to mention, I'm worried about their safety.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, that too. Let me just illustrate how bad this is. I used to work as a teacher, not in a public school, in a Christian school, but I worked in, it was right between Baltimore and DC. So you can imagine what kind of climate that was. And we would get rejects from the Baltimore public school system at our Christian school. And they were always the worst students, both academically and behavior-wise. And it was very unfortunate that they, when we took them, I would, every time we did, I'd tell the administrator, don't take this kid. He's going to be nothing but trouble. And every time they did, he was nothing but trouble. But let me explain to you just how bad the public school system is. This came out this year. a senior, a person who was in his 4th year at going through the Baltimore public school system, has to be sent back to 9th grade because his cumulative GPA was 0.13. 0.13. And his mother claims he absolutely never was told about it. Like, she claims that she was never told. Now, whether that's true or not, who knows? But the important thing to note out of that is that 0.13 GPA was in the top half of his class.
Unbelievable. Well, not completely unbelievable.
I don't know how many of you have seen The Princess Bride, but it's a cult movie here in the U.S.
Yes.
And you've seen it, Graham? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a word that gets used in that film a lot for anybody who's not seen it, and the word is inconceivable.
Inconceivable.
Yes. Well, I actually wrote a blog post, I think 2 years ago, entitled just Inconceivable, because things that were inconceivable like 5 years ago aren't anymore.
Yeah.
The word no longer means what we think it means.
Yep.
And it's a very it's a weird place we're living in. Anyway, I'll pull back to Klinghoffer unless somebody wants to toss something in.
And
No,
it's
we'll go back to
interesting.
Klinghoffer, but this was a good this was a good detour. Just again, who is this gentleman that had a 0.13? How did he get back sent to 9th grade?
Okay, basically he failed so many classes that he didn't pass anything. They moved him, but they kept moving him along and letting him take classes. And then he failed. Obviously, he failed everything because he didn't show up half the time. And he had a 0.13 GPA, and that was in the top half of his class.
And where was this? Where was
this? In the Baltimore Public Schools. Baltimore Public School System.
You know, what's really scary is we have all these woke families sending their kids to private school. And then these members of the public school teachers unions sending their kids to private school. The utter hypocrisy of what's going on. And anyway.
Yeah. Anyways, back to Klinghoffer. So I got through the first quote from A Compromise on Creation. Here's the second one. And not only that, quote, credit from courses that include creation science should not be used towards science degrees, nor should they be eligible for transfer to secular institutions. I'm going to stop there because do you realize what that does? Like, does anybody have a concept of how bad that is? How much censorship that is? Like, that would mean that the nursing classes that I helped him out in, which only they weren't focused on creation science. There was just a tangential mention of creation science in the classes. But those classes would not be eligible for a science degree, which a nursing degree is a science degree. Bachelor of Science in Nursing, right? Which would mean that the 7th ranked school in the nation in nursing would be forced to give up its nursing program. Just because some theistic evolutionist doesn't like that they might happen to mention that it's only 6,000 years old. Think about that for a second, folks. Think how illogical that is.
Yep. It's demonic.
Well, we use that word too. This is where we are. The woke is not content with just controlling academia. They don't just have to control your speech. They have to control your thoughts. This is not about speech control. It's about thought control. You aren't even allowed to think something different than what the woke wants you to think. If you do, you will be censored into oblivion because they hold all the cards. Brian, that link's not going to come through because you're not a mod. Sorry about that. But I will try to find it when I stop reading here, and I will pull that link up for everybody because I do have mod prints. Continuing on, reward and punishment. He offers comfort, though, and I think Klinghoffer's using the word comfort sarcastically here. A reasonable process would not require creationist institutions to modify their faith statements. They can retain their beliefs as long as those are invidiously labeled. Now, side note here, no, they actually can't. Because you know what's in those belief statements? The earth is 6,000 years old, global flood, creation, diversity within a kind. What kind of institution has a faith statement but then can't teach out of it? You may as well throw the faith statement in a can. There's no point to that at that point. This is just absurd. That wouldn't cause... Yeah, they either have to modify their faith statements or close. Or close the science programs at any rate. And this is what TEs want. And I won't broad brush every theistic evolutionist and say they do this, but this is what the TE intelligentsia would love. You know why Swami Das wrote his book, The Genealogical Adam and Eve? It was not to convince atheists, and he said this on the blog. I'll see if I have to see if I can find it at some point. But it was not to convince atheists. It was to take young Earth creationists and make them theistic evolutionists. That was the point. This is not about winning the lost, folks. This is about compliance. That's all it's about. That's all they want is compliance. Anyway, I'll shut up if somebody else wants to comment.
I have no comment.
Okay, I'll move on then. Swami Das is all for academic freedom, as he tells us himself. Now, spoiler alert, folks, just because someone says something doesn't make it true. As a matter of academic freedom, scientists should tolerate institutions that teach creation science. Yes, but the problem with that is they can't tolerate them actually teaching creation science as, science, what it actually is. Anyway, but creationist thoughts and those who think them are indeed penalized in his system. Invidious labeling is all about reward and punishment. The article is couched in phrases of moderation and tolerance. But there's something really sinister about seeing of all places, the Wall Street Journal, which until now has been much better than other national newspapers about flagging the dangers of censorship. And this is a very dangerous concept. I'm not a creationist. That's Klinghoffer, not me. Arguments about the age of the Earth bore me. But nothing's easier to see how Swami Das' plan could be extended to courses including information about intelligent design, like the one physicist Eric Hedden writes about in his new book, Cancelled Science. By introducing Ball State University students to ID, Hedden violated some atheist notion of, quote, national norms. Evolutionary biologist Jerry Coyne and the Freedom from Religion Foundation were successful in getting his honors course, The Boundaries of Science, canned for it. Folks, you really don't think that, Biola and, other older schools wouldn't also feel the wrath of the almighty accreditation agency? And you don't think that, Biola's degree in apologetics might get canceled? This, I know people hate the slippery slope argument, but it's not a fallacy. It's a legitimate thing. This is the first step on a slippery slope to essentially banning creationists from any kind of science education.
Yeah, because the atheists don't distinguish between different types of creationists.
No, they don't.
This is just a wedge strategy. It's exactly the same thing that people talked about with Hitler. They went after this group and I didn't defend them. They went after this group, we didn't defend them. And it's just group. But once you've divided people up, you can go group by group. Mm-hmm. It's a little game they play.
And the thing that's enraging about this is that he's picking on creationists. Isn't there enough garbage in academia to be standing up for, or really standing up against?
I mean, I don't see him writing editorials against wokeism.
Yeah, if Swami Das is supposedly a confessing scientist, is he going to say that? Is he going to make comments about academic institutions that have a certain definition of gender that violates what we know from science. I mean, if he's going to be consistent about good science, why doesn't he stand up for that?
Again, because he's woke.
Yeah, and being woke is very anti-Christian.
Yeah.
I mean, just to say because he's woke, no, I will call it a spade a spade. This is anti-Christian.
Or we could just call it paganism, which is what it is. I actually, in my podcast tonight, I found a clip, thanks to Woke Preacher Clips on Twitter, that of some guy who was talking at Point Loma Nazarene University, basically saying he's reconnecting with his Nordic pagan roots to help him understand Christianity. And I'm like, thank you for telling us what we already knew. You're a pagan, and this is a pagan movement. Thank you for telling us what we already knew. But I mean, just seriously, I mean, this is pagan. If you can't stand up for the definitions of men and women, I mean, that's literally the most simple biological distinction that there is.
Yeah, and my point is that if you're going to be consistent about this, and you're claiming to be a Christian, and you're defending science, we're standing. This is even more basically obvious, and you're not putting any fight against this intrusion of science. See, that's what I see is he's advocating evolutionary theory, which is not proven science, or abiogenesis theory, and he made a very pathetic excuse. He made a pathetic defense of abiogenesis on James Tour's show, and so he has no standing to say that he's advocating good science.
Yeah, this is the same kind of good science.
Yeah. See, I was very favorable to him up until I heard this last round. I said, "This is just disgusting." Yeah. This is not being tolerant of creationists. This is an outright way of trying to exterminate their viewpoints from society.
Mm-hmm.
And as I said, he better, if he's going on this moral crusade, he better be 100 million% sure that he's got it right, and he has no basis of that at all.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I will go ahead and finish the Klinghoffer article. Also, Sal, I put the link to the Baltimore Public School story in the chat, so you can have a look at that. Also, it's in the public chat.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for helping Brian out with that.
Sure, no problem. So we'll finish off the article here. Beyond the sciences. From the sciences, once the rationale about, quote, national norms is accepted, I don't see any reason why the labeling or othering concept should not be expanded to cover other areas of education where other outgroup ideas are discussed, whether political, cultural, or philosophical. Where would it end? Our, quote, national norms are rapidly evolving, after all, as no one who lived through 2020 could have missed. Yeah. Quite a few national norms evolved in 2020. Quite a few. And then this is where it gets really scary, and what I think Swami Das, he may not realize what he's doing, but this is what he's doing. The Chinese government perhaps offers a preview of what's to come. They have their social credit system, where antisocial deviations are not necessarily made illegal, but are penalized. Quote, disclosed, tracked, and reported, to borrow Josh Swamidas's phrase. Do we really want to be China? I mean, that's where we're going anyway on the political side, but do we really want to be China?
Josh thinks we should.
Apparently. I mean, he's essentially advocating a social credit score in science. That's what he's doing. Finishing the article here from Klinghoffer. With increasingly aggressive censorship by big tech, racial indoctrination in the workplace, and state-imposed lockdowns approaching, now passing a one-year anniversary, it has felt more and more like we're living in China. If the Swami Das proposal were accepted, it would be a step further in that direction. Think about that one. And I'm going to implore Joshua Swami Das if he listens to this, because he tends to like find stuff on the internet that's about him. If you listen to this, Dr. Swami Das, we've been very critical of your behavior and your ideas. The most important thing is I want you to take a step back from your evolutionary presuppositions and just think for a minute. Did you ever think of the Christian ramifications of your proposal? Like what this would do to your so-called fellow Christian brothers that you profess to love and care about? The ones you've professed to want to work with and compromise with? This would put someone like William Lane Craig, who you claim to be friends with, this would put his school out of business practically. So do you really want to go down this road? Have you thought through the implications of what this will do? Now, if I'm being cynical, I would suspect that you have, and that's why you posed it. But maybe you haven't. So if you haven't, start thinking about it. I don't know how you could have lived through 2020 and think that censorship is not going to be a real thing. Don't give your enemy a stick to hit you with. And that's essentially what you're doing. Do you really think, like, this is what gets me. Do you really think that sucking up to the atheistic evolutionists is going to keep you out of the gulags if you don't eventually become an atheist? Because we're going to get there eventually. We aren't there yet, obviously, but we're going to get to Soviet-style gulags eventually. Do you really think that sucking up to the atheists now is going to be enough if you refuse to deny Christ later? Not going to work. It will never work. Because the atheists and the woke are only interested in complete uniformity of thought. And if you even differ with them on a quibble, just a tiny little thing, they'll get rid of you. So if you're going to confess Christ, you better make a decision. Which side are you on? His or the atheists? Because right now, it really looks like you're on the wrong side. Rant over.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I appreciate you saying it. And I want to encourage the viewers. Jesus said, pray always that you endure to the end, so that you'll be able to stand before the Son of Man. And we do live in perilous times. I have to say that growing up in the United States in the era that I did, I had a chance to be a part of some of the most prosperous and beautiful eras in the United States. Seeing man walk on the moon, and the 80s when the Iron Curtain supposedly fell in Europe, and just the prosperity, the advance of technology. And I was expecting that the world would move forward and we'd have many opportunities to live happily ever after. The last 2 decades have been very sobering to see the direction of the world. And it's been personally very heartbreaking for me because I had so many dreams for where mankind would go. And I didn't see this coming at all. I was very oblivious to it. And so I just want to encourage the readers, the viewers, that is, that I know we may have given some very disheartening news today, and let's just pray that the Lord gives us the strength to endure this, because this is tough medicine for me too to hear. It's tough medicine for me to hear personally. And there was, maybe 20 years ago there was a lot more fight. Let's fight this battle and we'll win. And I'm like, nowadays it's like, well, maybe God is letting society go down the tubes for his purposes now. And
if I'm going to be honest, Sal, I think there has been one beneficial effect to the last year. It has separated the sheep from the goats.
Amen. And, when we look at the Old Testament, there's some beautiful stories there that parallel that give inspiration. There's that passage in Hebrews about the people of faith, the heroes of faith. There's kind of like that one group where they did all these miraculous things and were bringing justice and good things to people. And then there's that other group, the prophets, who were living in caves and destitute and despised. And it's like I kind of like the other grouping, you know.
Yeah, let me. I actually just pulled that up. Let me read that section
please.
real quick. Just kind of.
Can you give me the citation? Can you give me the
Sure.
what edition you're? And I'll post it for our readers because
I'm reading from the King James. That's just my preference.
Okay, hang on. Let me
Sure.
bring it because I want, you know, I want the viewers here to be blessed because even for myself, when I hear this, it's like 20 years ago. It's like, okay, what's this call to action? Let's get rid of these bad guys. Let's stop these bad guys and what they're doing. And I'm like, my attitude has sadly changed. So what, Hebrews chapter?
It's Hebrews 11, and I'll be starting in verse 36.
King James Version. So let's see. I'm gonna post it here. Screen share.
All right, there we go. All right, so here's what it says. And others had trial of cruel mockings and scourgings, yea, moreover, of bonds and imprisonment. They were stoned, they were sawn asunder, were tempted, were slain with the sword. They wandered about in sheepskins and goatskins, being destitute, afflicted, tormented, of whom the world was not worthy. They wandered in deserts and in mountains and in dens and caves of the earth, and these all, having obtained a good report through faith, received not the promise. God having provided some better thing for us, that they without us should not be made perfect. You know, folks, we think, and I'm just going to exposit here just a little bit, we think of the Old Testament heroes, and we think of all the good things that they had. Like, you know, we think of all the great things that they did, and we think of the prophets writing down the books of the Bible, and we think of, you know, great battles that these men won. A lot of these people ended their lives, according to tradition, under heavy persecution and or worse. Like when it says sawn asunder, I think that's a reference to Isaiah.
Yeah. Now, if I could read,
go ahead.
Could you read verse 32?
Sure.
I was pointing out that this is, and I just, you know, I wanted to say that the Bible has a lot of balance here because it does show there are passages where we had kind of more the way we would like things to be for Christians. If you could read verse 32, sure. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. And what shall I more say? For the time would fail me to tell of Gideon, of Barak, of Samson, of Jephthah, of David also, and Samuel, and of the prophets, who through faith subdued kingdoms, wrought righteousness, obtained promises, stopped the mouths of lions, quenched the violence of fire, escaped the edge of the sword, out of weakness were made strong, waxed valiant in fight, turned to flight the armies of the aliens. Women received their dead raised to life again, and others were tortured, not accepting deliverance, that they might obtain a better resurrection.
And if I might say, you see, that tended to be more of my view, the Christian life, most of my life. The Christian life for what I would expect for what I would get out of it, or my experience. And now I'm looking at it more in terms of the verses, the later verses you had read about being sawn in two and the persecutions. I'm just like, yeah, this is a very tough pill to swallow for me personally. But I'd rather be aware of the truth. I mean, there are people that are just thinking we're, you know, paradise is ahead of us because we have we have certain people elected to office now. I just like, yeah.
Paradise isn't coming about through any political leader, no matter whether they have an R, a D, or an I after their name. Yeah. It won't matter. Politicians will never bring us paradise. Yeah.
So I'm sorry to be just kind of crying on everyone's shoulder here, but it's been actually a hard journey for me. You know, I started off in the engineering world thinking we're going to solve all, we're just going to move technology forward and solve all the world's problems. I mean, it's a very naive view, but that was the view I held. I said, I'll be a Christian and I'm going to use my science to change the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Boy.
I like Brian's comment. So, our worlds, the Western world, Australia, America, and the rest of the Western world is headed towards where China currently is. And I think there's a good chance that China, if Jesus tarries, give it enough time, China could head to where we are. The population of China that is Christian is growing increasingly. But Brian makes the point, I met with underground church leaders from China. They told me they would rather have a gun to their head in China asking if they believe in God than all the temptations we have in America. I've heard this about Chinese Christians as well. And I grew up, praying for the persecuted church. It was the Soviet Union back when I was a child, praying against the persecution of the church. And we tend to think of them experiencing physical torture and so forth as, that's real persecution. But if, like Brian says, if you talk to Chinese Christians, they pray for us in the persecution we experience, the insidious, much more subtle temptation that is much more difficult. It's a lot easier to give into, in the sense of it's hard to recognize that it is persecution / temptation half the time. And so they're glad that they live under their persecution because it's an easy choice. It's very clear. There's no gray area. It's either trust God or don't. And yeah, you suffer that. And we think that's terrible, but they think that what we live under is terrible. I'm inclined to think that, they both have their difficulties. And I think that Hebrews 11 passage highlights God works in both situations. And he is glorified no matter, so long as we remain faithful, we are glorified. I mean, God's glorified anyway, but we can glorify him by remaining faithful in either situation that we are in. So we continue to pray for the Chinese Christians, and we're glad that they pray for us in our temptation, but I think ours is becoming more like theirs.
Yeah. For anybody who doesn't know about it, there was a pastor in Canada who just recently was released from jail simply because he opened his church. He was in jail for opening his church. Now, they didn't say that's the reason he was in jail. They said,
James Coates.
Yeah, Coates. You know who I'm talking about. They said, well, he violated health orders. Well, okay, yeah, he violated health orders, but the state does not give directives to the church on when the church can and cannot be open. Christ is Lord. The state is not. We obey Christ, not the state. Now, when the two go together, we are more than happy to obey the state, but we will accept the primacy of Christ and not the state, and therefore that church and every other church ought to be open. I'm not saying do stupid stuff. Don't be careful. Take precautions, clean, all that. Yeah, fine. But the church ought to be open. And actually, I found something I found very interesting. The churches in Scotland had to sue to get to open back up because they wouldn't let them open up, and they won, amazingly enough, in Scotland, because Scotland is heavily secular. But the judge said something in the case that I found really interesting. Essentially, what he said was, whatever it may be, worshiping over Zoom is not church.
Good.
And I thought, whoa, this guy gets it.
Yes.
And I was shocked that's coming from what I presume is a secular judge. But that is where we're coming to there. There is going to be a conflict between the state that thinks it's God, which is what the woke church essentially worships. And I made this comment in my Monday video that Sal, I know, watched. The woke church, their God is the state. They're not actually worshiping God. They obey the pronouncements of the state and/or science. We could throw science in there, as if it was of God, rather than the scriptures, which is actually of God. And so, the persecution that China is experiencing is going to come here as more and more people start looking to the state as their savior rather than Christ. I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. I need to get some water. 2 hours of reading dried up my throat.
And if you go back one chapter, Hebrews 10:25, let's start in 24, and let us consider how to stir up one another to love and good works, not neglecting to meet together. Now you can say, oh, Zoom, we're meeting together. It's not the same. It is not as good. God commands us to meet together physically as much as we possibly can. And the state trying to shut that, I mean, we're supposed to have separation of church and state, but for the secularists, that only works one way. Keep the church out of the state, but the state can tell the church what to do. No. The state not telling the church what to do is exactly what separation of church and state was designed to mean. If you go back to Thomas Jefferson, where that phrase first occurs, and no, it's not part of the Constitution. What the Constitution says that the state cannot legislate, that state cannot impose on assembly. That's in America, of course, and that's biblical. It's not the state's job to tell the church how to operate. Not neglecting to meet together. Christians, we are commanded to meet together. And don't use COVID or this thing or that thing as an excuse. Now, maybe, you do have reasons why it's difficult or even impossible, perhaps. But most of us don't. Most of us must obey God, and it is going to come a time of choosing where you are going to have to decide, am I going to obey God or man? And which will you choose? Are we children of God? Do we have the power of the Holy Spirit within us? We need to make sure that we have that, and we need to be empowering ourselves to be operating by faith. We need to be prepared for these things and not wait until they come. It is coming. It may not come in our lifetime, but I think it's increasingly likely that it will.
Well,
and
I'm
we need to
significantly
be
younger than you,
prepared for it.
Graham, so there's a very good chance it comes in mine.
Yes, that's right. And it sounds like what Sal said. I'm younger than him because I was born months after the men landed on the moon. Only 4 months, but I was. He said he saw it, but you may have been speaking theoretically, Sal. You may not.
No, I did see the man land on the moon.
Oh, there you go. You're older than me then.
Yeah. Oh, I'm getting up there. I'm getting up. I'm pretty old. I wanted to say that. First, an administrative thing. I failed to send out an email. Some of the people here that I see in the chat, I had meant to send you an email. I realized I didn't press the send button, and the email will have a StreamYard link if you wish to join. Some of the other people in the chat, I also did send you a link. If you'd like to join, we'd be honored. So that's just an administrative thing. Because if I have to do a monologue, I don't know how long I'm going to last. I might have to just throw in some videos to take commercial breaks every now and then, just to keep the stream going. And someone said that's not necessarily a bad idea. Just keep the stream going. I wanted to say that, we may rag on the state of Christianity in the United States. And one of you gentlemen said that the one good thing is we've seen the separation of the sheep from the goats. And I'm not, I think I try not to be too judgmental of people that are really struggling to hold on to the faith, because someone that I know that there are people that love the Lord and just struggle. I mean, they feel like they're barely holding on to be able to stay within the faith. And I really respect them for that. But then there are people that are just pretending to be Christians and their heart really was never in it. It was only superficial. And one thing that's happened is we are starting to see where people's hearts really are. And I had kind of sensed it some time ago that a lot of the people that were part of congregations really didn't have their heart in it. And then amazingly, there have been actual sociological polls where they asked people, why do you go to church? And a lot of them don't go there because they feel God leading them there. They actually did give honest answers. I was shocked. J. Warner Wallace reported on this. He said, especially those who were returning to church, who formerly left and they returned, he said only like what? I mean, a shockingly small percentage. I don't have the figures before me, but I got the impression it was like on the order of 20% actually came back because it was of the Lord. Some of them said it's a nice social group, or they wanted to meet their spouse there, or their spouse is going there, their friends are there. Everything except because they felt God calling them back to church. And so I'd seen that. But one thing that's happening in China and Iran and all these persecuted countries, the thing that I keep hearing, and I believe a lot of the reports, I don't believe all of them, God is helping them along in a special way. God is doing things to give them courage. And I'm going to share something. This is actually a scholarly work. And for the very fact that it was scholarly and not sensational, I have a greater regard for this. So they're talking about, this is a book with Kim Kwong Chan. Interview, The Miracles After Missions. The word miracle has been so overused from the miracle Mets to Miracle Whip that it's hard to know how to describe real miracles like the ones taking place in China today. To help us understand some of the astounding developments in modern China, Christian History spoke with Kim Kwong Chan, co-author with Alan Hunter, of Protestantism in Contemporary China, 1994. And they go on into listing all the reasons that, very interesting article on the whole, the reasons they believe Christianity flourished in China. And this is almost like a mundane academic read for most of the article. So they talk about when some of the persecution had diminished, and they mentioned that there was explosive growth came after the mid-1980s when the government relaxed its attitude toward Christians. So there was growth there. But the question is, why is the church growing so rapidly at this time? First, there is an ideological vacuum in China. And people no longer claim loyalty to any kind of faith, not even to communism, because of the more open policy of the Chinese government. Again, this was written in 1994.
Yeah, it's not that way now.
Yeah, there is more contact with the Western world, and people are fascinated by different ways of thinking, including other religions. Religious fervor has been high the past 10 years, and Christianity has benefited most. It's something novel to most Chinese, but also something Western, modern, rational. Second, Christianity provides people with an intimate social experience, love, caring, concern, and fellowship. They can reveal themselves to others because of the trusting relationships they have with other Christians, after a long repressive era in which you didn't dare reveal what you really felt and thought. This is an exciting option for many Chinese. Again, this is 1994. Third, there are miracles. When I travel to the interior of China, the Christian communities all claim they've seen and experienced miracles. What type of miracles? One example, an old Christian woman in one village decided, after her 80th birthday, to start preaching the gospel. She went to the village where her daughter lived and began to preach there. Some villagers who had been afflicted with various incurable diseases like cancer came to this woman. When she prayed for them, many were suddenly healed. Then 2 more people came to ask for healing, and she prayed, and they were healed. Then 3 more families. After this woman left, the villagers decided her God was very good, so they abandoned their idols and decided to believe in this Jesus. But they didn't know how to believe, so they sent one person to nearby towns to look for a place where people worship Jesus. When they finally found such a church, they told the pastor, "We have 80 people in our village who want to believe in Jesus, but we don't know how to believe in Jesus." After that, a new church was started. I hear such stories all the time in my travels. How did the local government officials react? That's another interesting set of stories I hear. People tell me that if local officials try to harass Christians, many of them get strange diseases. In one case, I was told that the local Communist Party boss couldn't speak any longer because his tongue got stuck out. He couldn't put his tongue back into his mouth again. After he repented and became a Christian, suddenly his tongue moved and he could speak again. Afterwards, more people became Christians. I don't know if such instances are psychosomatic. I haven't followed up to confirm each story, but I hear these kinds of testimonies in most of the villages I enter. Take it for what it's worth. I mean, I think it's good that we all be skeptical, but on the other hand, it's like, how did these people, what motivated them to have such fire and commitment for Jesus? God's Spirit. Okay, if you reject the miracles, God's Spirit's doing something in their heart that gives them that willingness to die for the Lord. That doesn't come from an act of human will. God's doing something in their hearts, and it's very powerful. It's obvious. That's been the progress of the Christian of the Christian church throughout history. God does something in people's hearts. And because of a few, which I think are very credible accounts of Christians being healed in the United States in the modern day, like the anecdote I give a lot is astronaut Charles Duke became a Christian after he returned from the moon. He was the youngest man to walk on the moon. He went around praying for people. He prayed for a blind girl. The blind girl got healed. I hear accounts like that. They're not many. They're extremely rare. But I'm inclined to believe that God is doing these things also, therefore, in China. He's doing things to encourage people. And I would be also inclined to believe that if one became a Christian through this process, especially if it's a personal miracle, there's a better chance that you'd be willing to die for your faith because you felt the power of God in your life. And if His Spirit is working in your heart, and you're not like those 10 lepers, the 9 lepers that didn't come back to give thanks, but you're like that one leper that said thanks to God for healing, you'll be very motivated to stand up for your faith in the face of persecution.
I'll be honest, I'm a little skeptical of a lot of the miracle claims, just as a general rule of thumb. And that may be because the hyper whacked out charismatic movement has abused it so badly. So that may be partly why I'm so skeptical. I know that a lot of the Christians in foreign countries, we lost Graham. That's unfortunate.
I hope he can come back.
Hopefully he'll be back. A lot of the Christians in foreign countries where they do suffer at least some kind of repression / persecution tend to be more committed than the average Christian in America. Like I won't explain all the details, but I had a conversation, I don't know, a week ago or something like that, maybe a little bit more, with a pastor from a Muslim nation. Good night, Patrick. Have a great one. And now this pastor and I would not agree on all details of theology. He's believes in certain things that I don't believe in, and I believe in certain things that he doesn't believe in. But we had probably a 45-minute to an hour conversation just on theology. And I'll be honest with you, if I went to the average megachurch, I don't know if I could pull that off. Have a 45-minute to an hour conversation about theology with the pastor. And I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm not sure I could do that. For one thing, I'm not sure they would actually know the answers to the questions I was asking. For another, I'm not sure they'd want to give them to me because they might actually have to stand for something. And I'm really trying not to be mean. I know there are some megachurch pastors that do stand for stuff, but some of them I have to wonder, what are you doing? Like, what are you? But I mean, with this gentleman, I mean, his church, he didn't tell me how big it was, but from somebody else I know who's from the country, I know the average size of the church there is probably about. You have to have. I think they allow you to have church, but you have to have a certain number of people to register the church with the government so they can keep an eye on you. And I think it's like 40 or 50 people you have to have who are willing to put their names down. So I imagine his church is probably 70, 80 people. But I've seen pictures of people at the church. It's all young families. There's no old people. And I look at that, and then I look at Christian churches in America. The demographic is like flipped on its head. I mean, now, fortunately, the church I go to does have a lot of families and children, so praise the Lord for that. But a lot of churches are very shallow on families and children, and very heavy on folks who, when they die, the church will die with them because there's nobody to replace them.
Now, I do appreciate your skepticism, and I'm not one to really read claims of miracles, especially in the United States. Especially from these televangelist types, that are saying,
yeah,
all right, totally. But the article I read from was written by someone who actually does visit the mission field, presumably to gather scholarly information in church history. And so whether I'm accepting his account that he heard these stories, I'm not saying the stories are true, but it does strike me that this comes about, but it is still consistent. It's consistent with a persecuted minority finding the Lord. The Lord is doing something in their hearts. He doesn't have to do it through overt miracles, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
And I've had some unsavory, not the most savory clique of people to hang out with when I was doing a lot of professional level gambling. And there is one guy, and I think this was shared on a private paid forum, but now that he's passed away, I'm pretty sure he'd give his blessing for me giving this account. He was saying, he was, oddly enough, like me, he was an evangelical Christian, but he was also a very skilled gambler. And
you pick some real odd ducks to hang out with.
Yes, I do. I do pick some real odd ducks to hang out with.
And I'm including myself in that, by the way, just for anybody in the chat.
In fact, maybe just to I should really keep this. I should keep this account if I can find it. If you'll. If the viewers will forbear with me here while I'll try to look it up.
Yeah, and again, I'm not completely, I'm not a complete cessationist like some other folks might be. I am open to the possibility of God still working a miracle. I am just very skeptical of most of the claims that are tossed around because I think most of the claims are garbage.
I'm with you. Well, in the United States, and for pastors trying to obviously trying to build up their donation base. Oh yeah. But I'm going to share this again. You can see why I would take this one more seriously than someone, because he's a professional gambler. There's no reason this would come out of his I mean, he has nothing to gain, because we have some really unsavory peers who are not Christians, and he was just sharing this, and so I believe it was in good faith. He is a well-known in gambling circles. He is known for his book. He's known as Mike Bootlegger Turner, and the reason they call him Bootlegger is his family were bootleggers. Okay, and then he became a professional gambler, and he did write a book on blackjack, one of the best. And here's what he wrote in our forum. He said, "Here is a true example of faith healing, which I am personally aware. Like myself, my first cousin was raised in the Pentecostal church. Pentecostals take the gifts of the Holy Spirit very seriously, to the point where those gifts form the foundation of their theology. One of those gifts is healing, and they believe in faith healing." And I'm kind of maybe a cessationist anyway. The cousin who was named Bill was living in California at the time. I suppose one could call him a lapsed Pentecostal. They would use the term backslid. He was a heavy drinking, drug using womanizer, but that religious background was still in him somewhere. He was living in an apartment complex in Los Angeles, and he became acquainted with a woman in the complex. She had a daughter who was around 12 years old at the time. The daughter was afflicted with some form of bone cancer, and it had progressed to the point where she was confined to a wheelchair. There was no cure at the time, and her disease was considered to be terminal. Bill took great pity on her and convinced her Catholic and Hispanic mother to bring her daughter with him to a service being conducted by a well-known faith healer at the time named Catherine Coleman. This is not an endorsement of Catherine Coleman, okay? A lot of dark things associated with her, but I do believe the name of Christ is powerful. I'm just sharing this for what it's worth. They went, and Coleman prayed for the daughter and laid hands on her. The daughter literally rose up out of her wheelchair and walked. Later, upon examination by her physicians, the cancer was nowhere to be found. This happened more than 40 years ago. Bill has long since moved back to Ohio as a reformed man. The daughter still makes periodic contact with him, usually through Christmas cards and the like. She grew up and became a mother herself, as far as I know, has lived cancer-free and healthy life. I don't know how it happened, and I can't say that every alleged faith healing performed by Catherine Coleman was as effective as this one, but it did happen, and it is something I would call a miracle. We may find a scientific explanation for these kinds of things someday, but for now, a miracle it remains. And I totally get it. There, as I've read the Bible, we have some unsavory people still working the miracles of God. And so I don't discount the fact that if someone prays in the name of Jesus, that God can still work through them. And again, this is a very unsavory crew of people, including myself. And I just hear accounts like this. That's why it stands out. This was not in some like, where you're in church and you're putting on the best face for everybody. This was in a forum where we had some pretty anti-Christian guys at the same time, and so people were just sharing it like now, they were.
I'm gonna raise a couple of points here. Now, I'm not doubting that this man believed that what the story he said was true.
Okay,
but it's third hand. He didn't see it. He didn't. He has no. And again, I'm not doubting. I just. Again, this is a third hand story. I'm getting it from someone who didn't see it, who was told by someone who saw it. So I'm kind of skeptical of something third hand. If he'd been an eyewitness, I probably would have been a little bit more interested, I guess. And the other thing that comes out is now I got to be careful because I don't want to commit Sal to a theological position he may or may not hold. But first of all, that particular individual probably wasn't a Christian. Definitely wasn't a pastor.
Agreed.
You know where I'm going with that, Sal.
Yeah. No, but I mean, it's very interesting that Jesus. Go ahead, please. Complete
I
your
guess
thought.
my concern is that may or may not have been a Christian miracle if it happened. And I'll leave it there. Again, I'm skeptical because when someone is violating various, go ahead, I'll shut up.
well, this first comes to mind regarding that, and again, we can talk about what counts for proof of God, but this verse struck me. He said, "Not everyone who says to me, 'Lord, Lord,' shall enter the kingdom of heaven, but he who does the will of my Father in heaven."
Yeah.
And Jesus said, "To do the works of God, believe in the Son." And he says, "Many will say to me in that day, 'Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in your name, cast out demons in your name, and done many wonders in your name?' And then I will declare to them, 'I never knew you. Depart from me, you who practice lawlessness.'"
Fair point. Fair point.
And then when I look at both the New and Old Testament, I'm just like, okay, so Judas is one of the 12 disciples. If he's called the son of perdition, I would put him in the category of
Yep.
It's thoroughly reasonable to say he'd worked wonders in the name of Jesus.
That's true.
And then we have someone like Balaam. It's like, what do you do with a guy that's unrighteous like that? And yet the Lord is revealing things.
Yeah, and again, like the magicians of Egypt were able to reproduce at least some of the plagues.
Right.
So just I guess just because there is just because a miracle occurs,
yes,
does not necessarily mean that it's of God.
Yeah, fair point too. And I appreciate the feedback. I appreciate the feedback because I am
again why I'm skeptical, because like I would be less. I mean, first of all, I'm skeptical that it happened because this is third hand. We don't have a first hand account from either. This isn't Bill giving us the account, and this isn't the girl giving us the account. So it's third hand. So that's not great to start with. But we'll pass on that. But the other concern I have is the individual who supposedly performed said healing. There are some significant biblical violations going on in there, which I'm not sure that God would be involved in. But then again, I mean, it is not impossible for God to use someone who is wicked to do something that he wants them to do. I'm not saying it is. It's just I get skeptical when people like that are the ones claiming that they've done all these faith healings, and I'm like, well, your faith's not even in God. So
given that is your skeptical bent, which is valuable as a scientist, if you have anything that passes your test as encouragement to the Christians, please share it.
I mean, honestly, like offhand, I don't. Now, okay. I will say that there is one person, and I won't repeat the story because it would be the same kind of third hand that I've just been criticizing.
Okay.
But who has someone I trust who has told me, and this is not someone who is a far out wacky, televangelist type person. He's a pretty solid. He's a solid, someone I would consider a solid Christian, who has told me that they have actually seen something. Now, again, that's third hand, so I won't go into all the details. But I'm not a hard cessationist when it comes to this. I am just more skeptical. I'm slightly less skeptical in places like China and Iran and so on. For the reason that, like, if you look in the book of Acts, when you see the miracles, why are the miracles done? It's to authenticate the messenger. In a place where they didn't have the whole Bible, they didn't have the whole counsel of God. They had the law and the epistles were being written, but they didn't have the whole Bible and they didn't have everything written down. So to know that someone was of God, one way to know that was through if they could perform a miracle. And in a place like Iran or China, where the whole Bible might not be readily available, well, maybe the same principle comes into play. Again, I'm not in any way, shape, or form committing one way or the other on this. I'm hopefully skeptical, I guess. We'll put it that way. I'm hopeful.
No, I deeply appreciate that. And one thing that I will say is that there have been enough Christians that probably you and I will meet throughout our life that have claimed, meaning I'm not, whether they're imagining it or not, or it was a coincidence, they certainly believe in their heart that God had done something for them.
Mm-hmm. Right. And I should also point out, since it came up, I'm not saying God can't do miracles and doesn't do miracles. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm more concerned about some of the faith healing aspects of it.
Yes.
Like I know of people who, they've had cancer, they've had some other disease, whatever. And, the doctor said, yeah, it's going to be really bad. We may or may not be able to do anything for you. And then they've gone back in for the next test and it was gone. Does that count as a miracle? Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Depends on your definition. But I mean, I kind of look at that and go, yeah, okay, we know what happened. The people in the church prayed for him and God said, okay, we're going to give you some more time.
And the way I look at those, and I know that when I address audiences, I said, do you know who I'm talking to if you've experienced the miracle in your life?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Maybe people will doubt you, but you were there, and I just sense it that there's enough people out there in the audience that have experienced God in some way working in their life. It could be very overt or not. And they know that God has touched them in some way, whether they're misinterpreting it or possibly over-interpreting something as a miracle. At the very least, they will still count it as God's providence. They got a break that, maybe others didn't. And for that, we can be very grateful. And
yeah,
I'd
agree. Yeah. Yep.
See, so I'm just sharing. So the thing is that, rather than the first or secondhand accounts, I've just sensed that there've been people in the chat or people that have come to view the channel. They've experienced something in their life that's just overwhelmed them. And I'm grateful for that because honestly, I wouldn't want their faith resting on what I have to say.
Yeah.
I'm there to just be an encouragement.
Mm-hmm.
But if the strength of their faith comes from what I or anyone else has to say in terms of persuasion or apologetics, that's kind of a scary thing to be positioned to be in. I'd rather God give them that personal touch, whatever it is. Maybe it's just a realization, like for some, oh my goodness, I got so many breaks in life. Maybe God's giving me, setting me aside to do something special for him. And that does knock enough sense into some people when they've had brushes with death and just realize I got a second chance I didn't deserve. I'm going to live my life differently.
John Maddox, anyone? I mean,
yeah,
literally, that's John's testimony right there.
I mean, and it almost brings tears to my eyes because I've had one or two breaks like that. I should have died at age 16 because I did something stupid in the backyard. I could have been paralyzed too. And I happened to not fall on my neck. I fell on my back when I took a pretty bad fall and I was spinning. I thank God I didn't land on my head. I would have broken my neck. I would have either been dead or paralyzed, quadriplegic the rest of my life. And it almost makes me, I should remember that, because sometimes I complain about, I lament my life, and I'm like, Sal, be grateful you've gotten so many breaks.
See, so it's just that, rather than the first or second hand accounts.
Oh, Graham, we're getting some
I've just
feedback.
sent chat for people that have come to the channel. They've experienced.
That's you in the background, Sal.
That's, I think it's coming through Graham's.
It is.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh,
Oh,
you're good.
yeah, great. Well, welcome
back.
back.
Sorry.
Welcome back.
Just a lot of technology going on, and it's not all operating at
I know what that's
sufficient
like.
speed.
Well, I just,
Very annoying.
and I think you heard my other misadventure. I built a rocket engine that was with a metal casing, and it exploded right in front of me. I should have lost my fingers. I didn't. The shrapnel went just in a rib instead of going in between my rib and into my heart. I got another break.
You managed to not bleed to death while you were, waiting for your parents to get home, and then, wait till, I can't take the trash out, Dad, because there's a piece of bloody shrapnel in my chest.
Yeah. Yes.
How are you not dead? I don't know.
So, now that I think of it, I'm not going to bellyache. God's given me
Amen.
Breaks, and no matter how bad things are, I can be grateful. I've had a chance to live another day to serve Him on this earth.
Amen. Amen.
I've been enjoying listening to you talking about cessationism, but can I take us back to when you were reading that article from the 90s, Sal, and talking about China and how why Christianity was on the rise in the 90s. I read the book Heavenly Man by Brother Yun, and the guy that helped him write that, Paul Hathaway, wrote another book called Back to Jerusalem, and I can't remember which book it was, but one of those two. The perspective that at least some of the Chinese Christians have, because if you go back to the 1950s and earlier, Christian missions were making great progress in China. The Christian church was vibrant, being persecuted, but and then Mao comes in and essentially wipes all that out. The Western missionaries get kicked out of China, and at the time, the Western world, Western Christianity was looking at it going, oh, this is terrible, what's happened? But the Chinese Christians, God revived Christianity within China as a purely Chinese church, stripped away all of the Western trappings, Western civilization, Western Christianity, and just took them back to the Bible. And the way that he did that was through Mao. So Mao, so the Chinese people were very Taoists. They essentially, it's a secular religion of just be a good person. And they didn't have a sense of worship. And Mao taught them to worship. He demanded that they worship him, and then failed. And so they had a rising sense of worship, but no one to worship. And so from a Chinese perspective, this is their view, that God allowed Mao to come in so that Chinese people would be taught to worship, and then God could step into the void created by the failure of Mao. And, Chinese would want to worship him. I think, there's a lot more to it, but I think that's one interesting aspect to what God did in China that looked like a failure from the outside.
Well, see, I appreciate you sharing that story. Sometimes there's been, and I've taken offense to this, and I'm sorry to have to say this. There is a tendency in some evangelical circles to take too much credit for the work of the Lord. to think too much of their capabilities and take too much credit. I was really offended by something Jerry Falwell Sr. said. much of what he said I didn't have too much of a problem with. This one I had a real problem with. He said, "Oh, I think the United States of America is going to last as a country because who else has the money to spread the gospel?" And I was like, dude, I was livid. I
Yeah.
said, the gospel was not spread because of the power of man.
Yes.
In the first century, God doesn't need people's money. He's actually more, just the fact that you're even insinuating it's because of American dollars that people are coming to Christ. I don't think that sounds really good to
No.
our Heavenly Father. And I was really offended. And sometimes the American, in evangelical circles, it's like, oh, this is going to succeed because we have, we're well trained and we have all these capabilities and we have the right methods. And I was just like, guys, this is not right. That's not the right attitude to have.
Well, it's actually the exact opposite of how God works. God wants to be glorified, not us. God makes this point to Paul, gives him a thorn in the flesh in 2 Corinthians 12, and Paul cries 3 times, "Please remove it from me." And God says, "No, my grace is made perfect in weakness," not in massive amounts of American dollars or anything else that people might rely upon. It's the power of the Holy Spirit. And the more that we tend to focus on, oh, look at this thing, this program, this book, this thing or something else, this organizational structure that we've created or anything else, then the less God gets glory. Now, God can still use those things, especially if we remain humble. But yeah, I mean, that as soon as God hears something like that, I think God starts plotting their demise because he wants the glory. All the glory must go to him.
Yeah. I'll just point out too, like the Chinese Christians may not have realized this back in the 90s, but they probably have figured it out now. They should be very thankful that the influence of the Western Church was removed from China, because the Western Church is a mess.
Yes, because we've seen how
Absolutely.
we've seen how it's played out in our culture. It's not. We've seen that it's failed to. I mean, I love the church, but I've loved the experiences, but we've seen that there's been, as you said, the separation of the sheep and the goats. There was a lot in the church culture that was not really of the Lord.
Yeah. Joe Owen gave a talk at the Answers in Genesis Pastors Conference. It's freely available on YouTube. This is from last year, or the year before. I can't remember now. And Owen basically said, he played a clip from somebody in the church saying something incredibly stupid. And I won't say who it is. You can watch the clip and figure it out for yourself. And he essentially said, please do not export this to Latin America, because he works primarily in Latin America. And he basically said, guys, please, we got to keep this garbage in the U.S. Don't let it come down here. Don't let it come down here. And I'm like, that's really sad, because like at one point America was a breeding ground for missionaries. Now we need them.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I have heard stories, and I don't know, like some of these people may have just been coming here because American lifestyle, but I have heard stories about people from backwards countries that we would consider backwards anyway around the world going, yeah, we're going to go to America as missionaries because they need the gospel. And to me, like someone who's raised here, I just go, oh my goodness. But they're right. They're right.
Yeah. What you were saying about Latin America, Conrad Mbwe says the same thing about Africa, that we've exported the worst of American Christianity, inverted commas, to Africa as well. And they've gone a little bit further. It ties in very well, according to him, with their witchcraft. Their man of God is, this miracle worker, but it's not all, but there's a lot of deception in it. He's a very interesting speaker to listen to.
Now, Anne-Marie, I wanted to share this. Of all places, this is in the NIH archives. in an official government archive.
How did that get in? Oh my
Okay.
goodness! I can't believe they published that.
Okay, so I'll explain how it got. They went through a loophole. There is this Lincare Quarterly, which is written by medical doctors in the Catholic Church. So that's the first. But then this is just a review of a book. It's not claiming the book is true. You can always review a book, and
Right.
that's customary in scientific journals. And so this book review got in the government archive. And it just, it's just one of these I stumbled on because I was Googling. And I don't know. Have you seen, any of you seen the CMI video called Alien Intrusion?
By Gary Bates. Yeah, I've
Yeah.
seen that.
What are your feelings on that? That's one of my favorite videos.
I am open to. I think Bates is probably onto something. I don't necessarily, and I think he's right. Like I think most of the quote unquote alien phenomena can be explained naturalistically because they all people report airplane lights as aliens and this so some of that stuff explained naturalistically. But I don't necessarily agree with everything he says, but I think he's onto something, and I think people ought to pay a little bit more attention to that in a sense.
Well, I appreciate the balance here on my channel because it's obvious that I'm a little bit more of a risk taker in endorsing certain ideas, and that can get me in
Sal,
trouble.
I have never in my life been described as a risk taker, ever.
Yeah, okay. Remember, you're talking to a professional gambler here, all right? So,
You see, I would never, ever be a professional gambler because I know I'd lose, and I don't want to lose.
and no, but I do appreciate the skepticism. But I'm sharing this Lincare Quarterly because let's just take it from a purely apologetic standpoint. The Gospel of Mark, a large fraction of the Gospel of Mark, of the miracles, are exorcisms. And I have to say that was a stumbling block for me. I said, the back of my mind, I was thinking, yeah, these people were just mentally ill. This is just misreporting in the New Testament. And I've come to repent of that viewpoint. But I think you can appreciate that when someone's really struggling with their faith, these things, these questions just are just very troublesome. And I began to think, how real were these? I oddly enough, I could accept that there was a miraculous cure for the mental illness, but the idea that demons, and really the one reason for that is we can clearly see on physiological, now that we know more about neuroscience, that people can be mentally ill. That's beyond question. But this thing about demons, it's like, okay, could this be a fabrication of the human mind that you're attributing it to demons when it was just physiological? So ironically, is one of those where I could say I could accept the miracle that they were healed, but was it really demonic?
Yeah.
And so this bothered me. I said, well, why don't I see more demon possessed people? And there are a couple issues with that as I pondered it. Most of we're in a post-Christian era in the United States, but there was still a lot of remnants of Christianity here, and a lot of still a good minority of people that are sincere children of God. And in a Christian, in a land that has a lot of Christians in it, it's just not. It just stands to reason there's not going to be as much of that sort of overt demonic activity. Like in my church, there's not. In all the churches I've been a part of, I don't know that I've ever encountered someone personally in the congregations I've been a part of. Now, people I've talked to on the internet have had their stories, but not in the congregations of Christian homes. And I'm like, yeah, that totally makes sense that you're going to see an absence. You don't, my reading of the New Testament is we would not expect Bible-believing Christians to be possessed by demons. And so that explains maybe the absence to a degree in the present era in the United States. However, that's changing with the with the Christian church becoming less and less in the United States, there's been a surprising increase of requests for exorcisms. And there's even like a Church of Satan that's offering exorcism services.
What?
Yeah.
I'm not
Okay.
even sure I have the mental capacity to reason through that. A Church
Through
of
that.
Satan offering exorcisms.
Okay, so just suffice to say, the people that had been kind of tracking this from just a newsworthy, not really newsworthy, but just from an interest standpoint for whatever reason, everyone is noting there's been an increase in requests for exorcisms. I am inclined to think that there has been an increase in demonic activity. I mean, we do see a lot of evil, but then kind of, I think there could be a spiritual component to this. In the way that we saw in the New Testament. Go on.
No, I'm just agreeing with you. Absolutely. I 100% agree with that.
And then it says in the New Testament, they offer to idols, they offer to demons. That in the pagan culture, they're probably, unlike, at least in today, we don't have quite the overt worship of idols. We could make a case that they're expressing evil differently, and I would agree with that. But particularly the worship of idols and the religion surrounding it, like say the goddess this or that, they're demonic creatures, and they were sacrificing to them with pagan ceremonies. At least the atheists are not that overt; they don't ritualize what they're doing in that way. But if they were sacrificing in that pagan era, there was probably a lot of demonic activity. So now this relates to, and as I thought about it, now why the Christian church began to overtake the empire, even pre-Constantine. Now, Richard Carrier, he's an atheist.
Oh, yes, I know who he is.
Yeah, a lot of us know.
No historical Jesus guy. That's who that is.
Yeah, he's trying to argue why the Christian church, and people have been trying to figure out why, they tend to look at it like a kind of in an American sort of way. What sort of marketing campaign caused this to just overtake the empire? And I thought about it. I said, there are a lot of other religions there that it would be competing with. Why this one? Why this one? And well, of course, a correct answer is to say because the power of God was behind it. But this article begins to give hints of how that power of God was expressed. So again, I appreciate your skeptical side, and then me being more of a risk taker. I'll just share some of this here. So this review is of a book about the ministry of healing and exorcisms from the 1st to 5th century. It says, I'll read it. Since the publication of William Peter Blattley's The Exorcist in 1971 and the subsequent movie releases 2 years later, popular culture and the entertainment industry have found a ready audience for stories regarding struggles and victories over demons. Perhaps the dramatic growth of televangelism during the same period was coincidental, but the presence of Satan and his hold on mortal souls was a primary focus of the leading figures in that media, particularly with the healing of physical ailments. Although the contrasts between these phenomena are many, there are commonalities. The most important aspect for both exorcism and healing is their deep history in Christianity. Andrew Danton Fear's book is a detailed historical review of healing and exorcisms by the earliest Christians, as well as a helpful background information from the pre-Christian record. At the time of the publication, the author was a lecturer in church history and pastoral subjects at St. Andrew's Theological Seminary in Manila, affiliated with the Episcopal Church. The basis for this erudite and detailed analysis was Danton Fear's doctoral thesis, The Healing Ministry in the Pre-Nicene Church. The culmination of his work is now included in a 48-book series, Studies in Christian History and Thought, released by the publisher from 2006 through 2014. 48-book series. All 7 chapters contain extensive references to ancient writings as well as modern reviews and analyses. Synthesis of the information could easily become tedious and confusing, but the author is to be commended for maintaining a relatively clear and understandable presentation. The chronological organization of the chapters is expected, but a very helpful approach within most chapters is a review of the history of exorcism and healing within each geographic region of the early church. As the church expanded, the spread of these spiritual gifts followed the growth of its communities. Appropriately, the opening chapter details the importance of the healings, exorcisms, and raising of the dead by Jesus during his public ministry, with a discussion of the 22 accounts outlined by the 4 Gospels. By the way, I appreciate that they are considering the Gospels as authentic writings, historical documents. Danton Fear's description of Jesus' method as simplicity itself is fitting. With a command, a touch, and occasionally spittle, the miracle was accomplished immediately and without charge. In contrast, Jewish exorcists utilized various aids, such as incense, when seeking the expulsion of demons. This clear difference in approaches, as well as the immediacy of Jesus' healings, adds understandable and deeper meaning to the witness's reaction in Mark 2:12. We have never seen anything like this. Other contemporary miracle workers are discussed, including rabbinical healings attributed to Hanina ben Dosa. A discussion of pre-Christian healing cults is provided, including devotion to the Egyptian goddess Isis and the ancient Greek physician Asclepius, which allows stark contrast with Jesus' works as well. Asclepius' cult remained predominant until the 3rd century AD, but then began to decline, in large part as a result of condemnation by the church fathers, including Origen and Eusebius. Danton Fear provides an admirable discussion and comparison of the 4 Gospels and their attention to these miracles. St. Mark's Gospel provides the most information, with nearly 1/5 of the text detailing episodes of healing, exorcism, or raising the dead. St. Luke then repeats and expands on St. Mark's writings. The Gospels of St. Matthew and St. John are comparatively lacking in this regard. A thorough review of the remaining New Testament follows with the Acts of the Apostles, recording 5 stories of healing, 2 of raising the dead, and 1 exorcism. The transition from ancient practices is evident, exemplified by the passage describing healing simply by being in St. Peter's shadow, as it was believed that a person's shadow conveyed life force. St. Paul's belief in demons as an observant Jew is not clear, but after his conversion, his many letters clearly express his exhortations to followers to remain vigilant. Of interest is the historical support for the use of oil as a sacramental aid. The Epistle of James is the first New Testament treatise about olive oil to be used for anointing, and in the subsequent chapters, the importance of oil is reinforced and emphasized. Finally, in Revelation, St. John does not include any reference to healing other than universal spiritual renewal. I'm just going to pause here if you all had any comments. We're more than halfway through the article.
No, I don't have anything.
Okay, so this is kind of the boring scholarly side of me, okay, guys?
It's
But-
fine.
Remember, this is in the government archive.
Yes, which is hilarious. That part's hilarious to me, that they got
Yes.
into the government archive.
It's not boring to me.
No, it's not boring at all. It's just, it's mental processing that I've got to do.
The Hellenistic influence in the first half of the 2nd century AD perhaps inhibited the early Christians' enthusiasm for healings and exorcism, as there is very little evidence of such miracles in that period. From Antioch, the lyrical Odes of Solomon described physical benefits from spiritual sources, yet without clear miraculous impact. The conflict of cultures at that time, however, is clear. Rabbinic texts clearly prohibited Jews from receiving help from Christian healers. However, the second half of the century provides much more information, particularly St. Justin Martyr's description of the continuation and effectiveness of exorcisms. The prolific writings of St. Irenaeus include evidence of a church community actively gathering, praying, and fasting to bring about the raising of a dead member to life. The church's expansion into North Africa in the early 3rd century was accompanied by increased documentation of its activities. From Carthage, Tertullian marveled at the exorcism of demons. At a touch, at a breath from us, and they leave the bodies of men at our command. In this period are found the first descriptions of the sign of the cross utilized in physical healings, and exorcism became a more frequently noted event. Exorcism in the 3rd century was similar to New Testament descriptions, with some additions and modifications. Saint Cyprian, a bishop of Carthage, was the first to establish an order of exorcists. To the east, from Alexandria, Origen observed that the power of the word of Christ shows the worthlessness and weaknesses of the demons, yet notes that most exorcisms at the time were performed by generally uneducated Christians. The dawn of the 4th century, the rapid growth of Christianity threatened the cults of the Greco-Roman gods, and Dampierre rightly proposes that the great persecution in 303 AD may have been triggered in part by this conflict. Evidence can be found in Lactantius' observation that demons fear Christ, but not Jupiter, since Jupiter is one of them. Eusebius of Caesarea, the father of church history, records exorcisms and healings of the time and is one of the first leaders to exhort against the use of amulets for these purposes. Good on him. During the post-Nicene period, particularly between 350 AD and 400, the volume of information about healing miracles increased significantly, with detailed writings from important stalwarts such as St. Athanasius, John Chrysostom, and Augustine. St. Ambrose described his personal experience with the laying on of hands to produce healings or exorcisms. In the first few decades after the Council of Nicaea, orders of ministry were ranked by importance, with the order of exorcists placed below readers and singers and above doorkeepers and monks. However, by the late 4th century, the office of exorcist became an entry to higher ministry. Particularly prominent healing powers are recorded about the monks of Syria and St. Martin of Tours. It was during this historical period that the first records of the healing powers of saints' relics are found. Importantly and quite timely for our 21st century debates, St. Jerome and Basil both note that while medical care is important, it must be stressed that physicians labor in vain without God's aid. This positive impression likely led to the copying and preservation of ancient medical writings by monks, especially the works of Galen. In turn, the combined forces of faith and medicine led to the establishment of the first hospitals, including St. Basil of Caesarea in Cappadocia in the late 4th century. Each chapter ends with a brief summary of its more important points. Dampierre's chapter does not provide any controversial or dogma-challenging proposals, nor should contention be expected. His extensive documentation is intended to support and promote faithful study of spiritual miracles in the physical domain, and that mission is successful. The extensive bibliography provides a resource for academic pursuits interested in further work. The expected audience for this text would be limited with its greatest interest from historic theological academicians. However, as a review of the power of Christianity in the physical sphere, it can be a source of encouragement and inspiration for healthcare professionals. The healing professions, as at their very best, combine science and faith as they truly care for the physical and spiritual needs of others. This book reinforces the importance of this philosophy. And in today's secular medicine culture, the records left for us by biblical authors and the earliest Christians are more instructive and appropriate than ever. So thank you all for letting me read that to you. I've been meaning to read that to the audience at some point. I may do another reading of it as a separate, as a separate show.
Very fascinating.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I'm not that well acquainted with church history, so I don't know like how much to make out of all of that because I'm not well acquainted with the topic, so I'm not going to comment too strongly. But it is very interesting that they were interested in that stuff even all the way back then. It's very interesting.
Well, again, these were also the eras of the martyrs, and I, just posing this as a rhetorical question, but then I actually started to read some of the writings of the church fathers. You mentioned John Maddox, and God bless him. In reading the accounts of the church fathers, some of them experienced some things pretty personal or firsthand. And okay, we could argue whether they overinterpreted it or whatever, a coincidence, but they were influenced and it motivated them. And at some point, when we see something move so powerfully, it's like there probably were a few real miracles of God that were touching people's lives, and it changed them forever. I mean, there's something that would motivate people to be martyred when they could easily make up their own gods and worship them.
Mm-hmm.
And the one that really surprised me was Augustine. We know him as a theologian, but then he had some very personal accounts and the people that he encountered. Again, in this pagan culture, you would ask people, "Why are you a Christian now?" And they would relate. And he was. I need to go back to see if he actually personally witnessed any miracles himself, but it had an influence on him. And it would be good to see how many of these church fathers, especially the ones that were martyred, had accounts of miracles. I mean, granted, we could complain about the authenticity of what was transmitted in the histories, how much might have been embellished. But when people ask me what evidence do you have for, let me see if I can find it, that Jesus was who he said he was. Let me, I'm calling up a Bible verse. This is one of my favorite prophecies, and it wasn't even really meant to be a prophecy. Acts chapter 5. By the way, this is a joy for me to be sharing because I'm actually reading from the Bible and talking. Most of this channel has been just dedicated to nerd science, and this is refreshing for me to be able to speak on spiritual matters.
Yeah.
So this one, this is Acts 5. And this is when the Pharisees imprisoned the apostles. I don't know how I got this computer secondhand, and I keep getting these McAfee warnings.
I get those periodically on my computer, and I didn't get it secondhand. I need to go through and install that at some point.
It just totally blew away my. Oh man. Let me. Apologies to the viewers as I try to recapitulate. What I lost. I'm going to try this again. Oh. Okay, I'm getting my screen share. And as I told Erica earlier this week, I'm not the sort that can type and talk at the same time. All right. When they heard this, I'm presuming this is the council, the leaders at Jerusalem. When they heard this, they were enraged and wanted to kill them, that is, the apostles. But a Pharisee in the council named Gamaliel, a teacher of the law, held in honor by all the people, stood up and gave orders to put the men outside for a little while. And he said to them, "Men of Israel, take care what you are about to do with these men. For before these days, Theudas rose up, claiming to be somebody, and a number of men, about 400, joined him. He was killed, and all who followed him were dispersed and came to nothing. After him, Judas the Galilean rose up in the days of the census and drew away some of the people after him. He too perished, and all who followed him were scattered. So in the present case, I tell you, keep away from these men and let them alone. For if this plan or this undertaking is of man, it will fail. But if it is of God, you will not be able to overthrow them. You might even be found opposing God." And that's a very interesting point, because at this time, this is a very small belief. And there's a promise that the Messiah, his word would spread. And Michael Brown, so again, this is, people ask, what evidence do you have? I point to this, and there is this essay, One Solitary Life. Have you? Some of you have heard this. I joy. It's a joy to share it. It's called One Solitary Life. And I actually shared this in my debate with T-Jump. He was one solitary life. He was born in an obscure village, the child of a peasant woman. He grew up in another obscure village where he worked in a carpenter's shop until he was 30. He never wrote a book. He never held an office. He never went to college. He never visited a big city. He never traveled more than 200 miles from the place where he was born. He did none of the things usually associated with greatness. He had no credentials but himself. He was only 33. His friends ran away. One of them denied him. He was turned over to his enemies and went through the mockery of a trial. He was nailed to a cross between two thieves. While dying, his executioners gambled for his clothing, the only property he had on earth. When he was dead, he was laid in a borrowed grave through the pity of a friend. 19 centuries have come and gone. And today, Jesus is the central figure of the human race and the leader of mankind's progress. All the armies that have ever marched, all the navies that have ever sailed, all the parliaments that have ever sat, all the kings that ever reigned put together have not affected the life of mankind on earth as powerfully as that solitary life. And
this is the solitary life that Richard Carrier says doesn't exist.
yes, I'm trying to. I need to find the quote by D. James Kennedy. He said, "If you don't see that, that's a miracle. You're not seeing it." He said it more eloquently than I. To me, that conveys that there's a spirit of God there, because unlike Islam, that does it through oppression and suppression, and Christianity did not spread that way, and it doesn't spread that way today. It doesn't spread that way today. And there was. Oh, go on, Emery.
No, I'm just agreeing with what you said. Like Christianity. Now, okay, let me take a step back. Under Constantine and under under the later perversions that were established by the Catholic Church, yes, there was quite a bit of oppression that was, but the vast majority of that of Christianity spread because people were genuinely converting.
Yeah.
And were genuinely leaving behind their false idols and coming to Christ. And they did this because Christianity was giving them the truth. And people, as much as they are in their false religious systems and whatever else they're in, they have a built-in natural hunger for the truth. And I think, and this might go into something of a rabbit trail, but I think as the church, we have been more interested in bringing in numbers than in giving people truth, when in reality, if we had given them the truth for the last X number of decades, you can pick your decade number there, the numbers would have stayed up. If we hadn't focused so much on bringing people in with, entertainment and whatever else we do in our churches to keep people to come, programs, whatever. And I'm not against programs, and I'm not against having a good time, but people should not be coming to church for the programs. People should not be coming to church for the music. People should not be coming to church for anything other than the clear proclamation of the gospel and the teaching of the word of God. And I'm sorry, if people are coming to your church for any other reason, you are failing as a church.
Yep.
And
Dead set.
I recognize that may sound somewhat harsh, but it's after 1 o'clock in the morning. I can afford to be harsh. I can just say I was tired, and we'll go with that. But yeah. So, anyways, go ahead, Sal. Go ahead, Graham.
If you're not bringing the truth, then you have no life to give people as well. So there's no point watering down the truth because you're selling people a fake, a fake version of Christianity that doesn't bring them life.
Yep. Yeah, I don't recall exactly the scenario, but I know there was some, and somebody may know this as soon as I say it, because I think I know what it is, but I don't want to be wrong, so I'm going to just put the scenario out there. There's a well-known atheist who was at a particular venue, and I don't recall what the venue was. A Christian saw him there and came up to him, and I don't remember, gave him a Bible or a gospel tract or something, and was expecting this guy to be really, really offended and really, really upset, because he's a well-known atheist. And the atheist essentially said to him, well, hey, if you really believe that when somebody dies without your God, they're going to go to hell, how much do you have to hate them to not tell them that?
Yeah, that sounds like Penn Jillette.
I think that was who I was thinking it was, but I wasn't sure, so I didn't want to.
Yeah, he wrote an article along those lines. How much, if you truly believed that, and he used the example of a truck was heading down the highway towards someone, an 18-wheeler, semi-trailer was heading towards someone, and you didn't warn them, how much would you have to hate them? And that's what it's like. I mean, he's absolutely right. That's what we're doing. We're warning people against the worst thing. I mean, it's worse than that. What we believe in Christianity is that people are headed for eternal hell. And so we're warning them. How unloving would we have to be not to warn them? And that was Penn Jillette's point. And it's a point very, very well made. It's in Ray Comfort's The Fool movie. You may have seen it. It sounds to me like you've conflated two events, because it was Penn Jillette that received a Bible from another guy, and those two events, Ray puts them both in there.
Okay, that would be. I think I may have mixed makes two things. Again, it's 1 a.m. I'm
Yeah,
not comfortable for the
yes.
things I say at the moment.
No, it's an excellent movie, and I highly recommend it to people. Go onto YouTube, Ray Comfort, The Fool, and he's mocked by atheists as being the banana man, but God used that to open doors so that He can share the gospel. And yeah, those two events did occur with Penn Jillette, and pray for Penn. It seems to me that he's locked in a system that is trying to protect him from the gospel. I've got a feeling he might actually be interested, but there's stuff going on that's trying to protect him. Yeah, in inverted commas. Yep.
Yeah. So, and I think what I find interesting is sometimes some atheists have a better understanding of the
Yes.
Bible than Christians do.
Yep. Yeah, he's dead on. He's absolutely right. If Christianity is true, then why aren't we warning people? And most Christians don't. But here's the thing: most Christians, in inverted commas, I don't know whether they're saved or not, but most of them have the wrong idea about what the gospel is. Christ died to make our lives happier. No.
Yeah, definitely not.
Christ died to save us from the just wrath of God. Wrath, sorry, for you Americans.
Yes, that's 100% right. And I find that a lot of Christianity is Christianity in inverted commas, as you Aussies say, what I would call quotation marks.
Sorry, yes. I keep forgetting to translate everything. I don't even know what all the differences are. Yes.
Yeah, but no, I think a lot of that is very much into that, health, wealth, prosperity. Jesus is just this, not to be crude, but the atheist caricature of a sky daddy, essentially.
Yeah.
Where he just, gives you whatever, and so.
Yeah, they don't have a conception of God, but I mean, that is the Christianity that seems to be popular today. Is God's just your nice big brother. He's just he's a Santa Claus. He's a friendly Santa Claus.
Essentially.
I never bought into the prosperity gospel, but on the other hand, I did buy into the idea that society is going to get better. And that's not really I never could quite reconcile it when I read the New Testament of all the bad things that are going to go down. And how it is sometimes we still move forward if we even when we don't completely understand something. And as I mentioned earlier in the show, it's been quite a sobering realization on my part that maybe society may not get better in my lifetime. But I was just to finish that thought, where I said that quasi prophecy by Gamaliel, that if this is of God, it's not going to be stopped. And it really is amazing as I look back at it, that it hasn't been stopped. The spread of the gospel has happened, and it was with someone you would pick really unlikely, someone who's not a military leader at all. And and people are praying to him, and we see the changed lives. I was reluctant to be citing personal testimony as evidence of Jesus, but on the other hand, Jesus said, let your good works be evident to men so that they'll glorify the Lord. And so there is something to the Christian witness that gives glory to God. And so kind of the best that I can when I relate Christian history and the work of Jesus in people's lives, I think that's in line with the gospel. People will glorify, or expected to glorify, God because of what he's done in their lives. I'm not saying that that's a proof of Christianity, but on the other hand, it is appropriate to report, and it's an encouragement. And that's why I think Christianity spread, that it is evidence that God did something in people's hearts and that's why it spread. Now, there's something interesting that Dr. Michael Brown, who's a Jew who became a Christian, and I guess you say that he's a Jew and a Christian, and it ties to the Jewish Old Testament, and he's argued with rabbis. And he said, there's one thing that's very difficult to run away from. And before I state his argument, let me just point this out. We've carbon dated the Dead Sea Scrolls, which contain the Old Testament, minus, I think, the book of Esther. So the messianic prophecies there are written. They've been established before the time of Christ. That's an interesting fact. And Michael Brown pointed out when he's arguing with the rabbis, he asked this very simple question. So he said, you know that the prophecy of the Messiah said he's someone that will teach the Gentiles about the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and he's someone the Gentiles will hope in. And he'll just pose this question, say, name one Jew that has fulfilled that. Name one Jew that's not Jesus Christ who's fulfilled that.
Good luck.
Yeah. Done. Who has taught more? What Jew, through which Jew has more been learned about the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in the law of Moses and the books of the first 5 books of the Bible? Which Jew has been more to teach the Gentiles about this than any other Jew? And what Jew have the Gentiles hoped in? It's staring you right in the face.
Yep.
So he said, you know, you may object to all the other arguments of the Christians, but you can't object to that. And that's the prophecy that's been fulfilled. And, you know, I get it that, like, you know, because I nearly left the faith. It's like, I want more evidence. I might need more assurance. And I totally respect that. Anyone that is in the scientific field understands you want a little more verification. It's always, you want more reassurance. I totally get that. That's not necessarily, I'd actually say it's a noble thing that you want God doing something to reassure your faith. I have no problem with that. But what really began to do it for me is, like, what, you know, when I kind of, to my prodigal story, which isn't much of a prodigal story, I'd confront the atheists. I said, well, what better options do you have? What better options do you have? And that was my return to the Christian faith. So it's been a joy sharing that with you guys, because I really do enjoy talking about these non-science matters, and it's been kind of refreshing. We had a show that wasn't really talking about the usual stuff that we've done on this channel.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a full-blown theology nerd because I don't have time. But with graduate school, but if you know, if I were to, probably once graduate school's done, I probably will become, along with being a biology nerd, I'll become a theology nerd. But you know, it's interesting to talk about that stuff. It's very very interesting, and you know, I obviously have strong theological opinions, but I try not to get too far into those during my you know, during this show, because obviously, you know, this isn't someone from necessarily my background, so I try not to get too far into them. Also, Graham, I just dropped the link for the Fool into the chat, so that because I know you don't have a wrench, so I just put that in there for you, so that I don't know why it didn't boot your other link. That's a little weird that it didn't kick the other link out, but at least one of them worked. So there you go.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, it's.
I'm going to try to get Graham a wrench. Hang on.
Yeah. So, but yeah, no, the theology that you know you get into, it's always interesting. It's an always interesting discussion, provided it can stay civil. In certain topics, it's just like, yeah, civility may or may not stick on those particular topics.
That's one of the reasons why I chose not to. One of the reasons, there was a few different reasons why I chose not to enter the cessationist debate. I am a cessationist, but I think a lot of people confuse what cessationism actually is. I've never, ever in my whole life heard any cessationist say that cessationism means that miracles don't happen. But that's frequently what we get accused of believing.
Yep.
And it's not.
Right.
That's not cessationism.
Right. And you may have noticed that I was trying very, very hard not to get too deep into the weeds on that.
Yeah. But if people want to discuss it with me, I mean, I'd rather have a discussion. I'm not interested in arguments.
Right.
But if people, I mean, I regularly live stream on my channel. If people want to come over and, I hesitate to say debate, but I'd rather you discuss.
Oh, by the way, you can advertise your channel on now that you have a wrench. And greetings to Bill here, Bill Morgan. And I'm just trying to close out some windows that I had from earlier because we had that talk about Swamidas. I'm just going to tie up a loose end here. We were talking about garbage stuff in academia and why I think it's hypocritical that Swamidas is going after creationists when there's so much other garbage to go after. And this is just one example. This is one of the hoaxes played on a quote unquote scholarly journal, peer reviewed journal. This got accepted. And so this was here it was. The sheer craziness of the papers the authors concocted makes this fact all the more shocking. One of their papers reads like a straightforward riff on the SoCal hoax. Dismissing Western astronomy as sexist and imperialist, it makes the case for physics departments to study feminist astrology or practice interpretive dance instead. Other means superior. Okay, so this is from the article. Other means superior to the natural sciences exist to extract alternative knowledges about stars and enriching astronomy, including ethnography and other social science methodologies. Careful examination of the intersection of extant astrologies from around the globe, incorporation of mythological narratives and modern feminist analysis of them, feminist interpretive dance, especially with regard to the movements of the stars and their astrological significance, and direct application of feminist and post-colonial discourses concerning alternative knowledges and cultural narratives. And so for some of those who've joined us late, I was ranting about Swamidas. He's going after creationist views, trying to shut down Christian colleges, and he's going to tolerate stuff like this. You see that's where I was headed, and that's just tying up a loose end.
Yeah, I'm just doing a quick survey of. Go ahead.
Oops.
Yeah, I'm doing a really quick survey of Swamidas's Peaceful Science website just to see if he's as woke as I think he is. But I mean, he's never going to call that stuff out. Never. It's just never going to happen.
That
if
article,
he does, I will be more than happy to retract that statement. And I might even send him a personal message because I know he's in a Facebook group that I'm in. He doesn't know this, but I do. And he posts stuff from his website periodically. And so if he actually comes out and criticizes, the woke movement and all the other garbage that's being poured on, I will publicly retract my statement, but I don't think he'll ever do it. I really don't think he'll ever do it.
that article reminds me of the quote by G.K. Chesterton. When you reject God, you don't believe in nothing. You'll fall for anything.
Yes.
That might not be perfectly accurate, but that's the sense of it.
Hello, everybody. This is Bill. Oh, I don't want to interrupt.
Hey, Bill.
Oh, we're just.
Hey, Bill. Welcome
I
aboard.
have some
Bring a
very.
little-
What's
Go ahead.
funny? I have some very interesting his real first name is Sanjay.
Yes.
Many years ago, many years ago, I taught a creation lesson at a Christian convention, and he was about an 8th grade kid came up and was arguing with me about the age of the earth, and it was Sanjay. So I met him when he was in 8th grade, and I actually became friends with his family. I've been to his house. His parents are extremely conservative Christians. They may have passed away.
His dad definitely did. It says so in the front of his book.
Okay. Yeah, I knew his dad. His name was Jay Paul, and his mom was a very conservative Christian, and she ran a pro-life clinic to give options for abortion. And so he has very, very conservative background. And his mom once gave us, she was at a discussion about abortion at a Christian church, David Hawkins Church. I don't know if you ever heard of David Hawking. No. And the question from the audience was, should schools give out condoms, even though it might be wrong, but we know the kids are going to fool around? And the first two speakers says, well, yeah, you might as well. And Gita Swamidas said, absolutely not. We can never take any partnership in sin. We can't condone it. But anyways, the point is I've known the guy a long time, been to his house a few times, and I don't know what happened to him, but he's been Old Earth since 8th grade, and he was adamant about it. He would politely argue. So,
okay, Bill, you have just blown him up, because he claims to be a former Young Earth creationist. He runs around claiming he was a former Young Earth creationist.
Well, he wasn't in 8th grade or 9th grade when I met him at a convention, and you can quote me on that. Bill Morgan, he'll remember, because like I said, I've been at his house. I've had dinner at his house.
Well, Bill, he's not going to tell me the truth.
Well, but
maybe he was a young Earth creationist when he was 6 or.
Well, I don't think so, because
in a previous
the way
life.
he tells it sounds like he went to. The way he tells it, at least, it sounds like he went to college and changed his view.
No, absolutely not.
Because he has an article on his website, Why I Went Public on Evolution. Let me look at this article and see, because let me see what his article is here. Let me see. He says he was raised a Young Earth creationist.
Yes.
And let me see. And then a long path through Old Earth creationism and intelligent design eventually came to affirm evolutionary creation. So I'm trying to figure out what his exact story is here. Let me run through what but the way I've heard this, I thought that he was, hang on.
Well, as you look,
You go ahead.
He absolutely was not arguing that God used evolution way back when he was in 8th or 9th grade, but he was arguing for an old Earth. And I remember exactly where I was with a friend. We were talking on the phone about he believed in an old Earth, and my friend brought up a point with him. I believe it was on the Origin of Life, that my friend said, you just can't provide energy and get life. You could drink gasoline. That won't do you any good. You need the exact proper type of energy to sustain life, because they were arguing about something. And I don't want to be wrong here, because it was him. They might have been arguing about the origin of life.
Okay.
And that was several years after I met him at the convention. But I remember him. It was like the first, I was new to the creation world. I go, wow, this is the first time somebody's argued with me after a lesson. But I respected him.
Okay, so I just went through his story here. He says basically it was between the summer of his 8th and 9th grade year that he started looking at other alternatives besides Young Earth creation.
Okay.
Let me see here. Well, okay, hang on. Let me just make sure I understand this. Okay, never mind. That's when he was born again. I apologize. That's when he claims to have been born again. Let me see. No, he claims in high school that he was a creationist, at least of some kind.
Well, ask him if he argued with Bill Morgan at a convention in Anaheim about the age of the Earth.
Okay. I mean, I don't know him. I just follow
Right.
him and pay
Oh, okay.
attention to pay attention. I don't know him. Like I just, for reasons that I can't completely disclose, I keep a very close eye on the things he says and does.
Okay.
Well,
Just guys, just as
Unless he looked
administrative
like-
note,
go ahead, Sam.
let me just introduce one Cow Stampede. He and I go a long way back. So I just wanted to extend a warm welcome to him. And thanks for joining us. I don't know if I know you may be using your phone, and just greetings. It's great to finally talk to you, so to speak, face to
So
face.
should we all moo since we have a cow here now? I mean, should we all say hello by mooing? Is that how we should do it? I'm sorry, cow. I'm really sorry.
Is it a sacred cow?
That's all right. No,
So-
it's actually okay. I'm from Minnesota. We have a governor right now. He's a Democrat, and he insulted every rural resident here by saying it's all just rocks and cows out there.
Wow.
How did he get
And
elected?
there's a movement trying to unseat him right now. It's literally called Rocks and Cows. So yeah.
Hey. I won't get too far into this, but it is quite possible that rocks are just about as eligible to vote as certain other people that vote. Just saying. So I don't know. Maybe you
Might be
gotta
better in
dig up enough rocks in the farmers' fields. Maybe you can get them out of there.
Well, Graham, not to divert, but one last piece of Assange trivia. I have other ones. I remember he said he wanted to get a PhD and an MD, in my understanding, and his original vision was to do plastic surgery to help people that were injured in the United States and overseas. So incredible Christian parents, and he had a brother and a sister, as I recall, too. But he was definitely arguing with me, and maybe he was older and looked really young. I thought he was 8th or 9th grade,
Well,
but he was arguing for an
He
older.
wrote another book when he was a little bit younger, where he was still using his Indian first name, and he looks like he's like 15 on the back cover. Like he looks like he's 15 with a beard, essentially, because it's just like, oh my goodness. But it's
about
quite
suffering,
possible.
the Book of Job.
Yes, that's the one.
Yep, yeah, he gave me a copy of that.
That's
It's
the
just
one.
it's just too bad that he's become a cancer.
Yeah, I'm. Let's see. Hang on. I'm trying to read through. I'm reading through like his whole testimony here, or what he says is his testimony. And he. Hang on. Where is this? Where is this?
Do you know David Menton?
Yes, I do know. I do know who he is. I don't really know him personally that well, but I know who he is.
Well, we went to the Creation Museum, and I talked to Dr. Menton for a long time, and he's got a huge pile of information on Sanjay, if you're interested,
That doesn't
because
surprise
he went to the same school in St. Louis, Washington University.
me.
and
Yeah, that's right.
he
That's what
said-
Benton was.
He's been very frustrated in getting Sanjay to address his questions and issues.
That
But
doesn't
if you want
surprise
more information, Menton has it. He's a very personable man.
Yeah. Oh, I've had conversations with Menton, like when I've been at the Creation Museum for like talks and whatnot, and yeah, conversational doesn't even begin to describe Dr. Menton.
Exactly.
He's a wonderful guy. I love Dr. Menton.
Yeah,
And I love he's as I have said this publicly before, so I don't feel like I'm bad saying it. I wish there was a way that we could like put like electrodes on that man's head and just export all the information from his brain, because he just talks and stuff comes out, and I'm like, how did you even know that?
Yeah,
Um,
he's got IQ and clarity of thought.
Yeah, he does. He does that, and he's not young. Like he's got to be in his 80s, 90s? How old is Dr. Menton? I don't know.
No way 90s, I would say. I would say 70s.
70s? Okay.
I would guess 75.
75? Okay. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but he's interesting. He's a very interesting man to listen to. And by the way, if anybody has not listened to like Dr. Menton's talks on YouTube, as soon as the live stream's over, don't go to bed. Go listen to Dr. Menton. Because he's that good. It is very, very, very good. Yeah, I'm trying to make sure I don't miss anything in this. So okay. So here's what Swami Das says. Now Bill, you can back this up or argue it as the case may be. He says he was reading creation science books in high school, and these books convinced me that the science I was learning in biology was wrong. I don't know whether that's true or not, but it doesn't seem to match with what you said.
Well, he was not arguing biological evolution with me, because
Okay.
I would have. Well, I remember he was arguing the age of the Earth.
Okay.
And with my buddy, I believe he was arguing the origin of life.
Yeah. Well, he does say that the two best arguments were origin of life and fine tuning of the cosmological constants, which he claims they're the two best arguments for God.
Mhm.
Which doesn't make any sense if he was arguing against the origin of life being. I don't follow all of this. I'm not.
Well, yeah. And that, I just remember my friend on the phone, this is before speakerphones even, was discussing you need the proper type of energy for life.
Mhm.
And he was talking to Sanjay, so maybe they were agreeing on cosmological constants.
That might be. I don't know.
But I do recall that he was up at the podium arguing about the age of the Earth, and he looked like he was in 8th or 9th grade. But he could have, maybe he was a senior, but I don't think he was.
No. I mean, he does even now, because he's I don't know, he's probably in his late 40s at least. He still looks kind of young. So he may have been a little bit older than that when you were talking to him. Let's see here. I'm trying to read this and talk at the same time. If somebody else wants to talk, so I don't have to read talk, that would be amazing.
Well, I'd like to just talk a little bit with One Cow Stampede.
Sure.
Since this is the first time we've talked, anything on your mind this evening you want to talk about?
Actually, yeah. I've been having some discourse with some folks on actually just through email. I don't know if anyone remembers the name Luca Medugno.
Yeah, I know him.
We've
I've
been going we've been going back and forth on genetic entropy, and I've been pondering what effect does sexual recombination, like in mammals, eukaryotes, or humans, does that have on sort of mitigating some of the damage of GE?
It reduces the possibility of Muller's ratchet, and so like when you don't have that recombination, you have something like the X chromosome, and so when damage happens to that X chromosome, everything in that lineage, all the children there, have no hope of repair. Whereas if you had recombination on that chromosome, and there's some, I think there's evidence there could be some, not a lot. There's at least a chance that you can recover it. So the idea is like if something breaks, but you have a working copy somewhere, and you can cut and paste that copy in there, you might be able to repair the damage. But if you have only one copy and it's damaged, you're toast. And so the problem of, yeah, it's very severe when there's no recombination. And actually there is concern about specifically because, I mean, the Y chromosome is going to be a problem because for each lineage that loses, like either a gene or parts of a gene, it's not, the probability is very low it's ever going to be recovered. And so what happens to that lineage? I mean, is it going to be selected away? Or if it persists in the population, that's also still genetic deterioration. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah, it does. The example we're talking about, we're discussing the CMALT 413 gene in yeasts. It was patented by some researchers in, I want to say Denmark. It's underneath the European genetic law. So what they consider novel information, what's patentable, varies. It's almost like a polar opposite of the laws we have in the U.S., where you're kind of allowed to own something that could not occur in nature. So they did they were trying to get it. The CMALT 413 is a mosaic gene that allows it to transport maltotriose in the wart. The strain that has it, I want to say I think it's Saccharomyces cerevisiae, or S. cerevisiae. It might be Eubianus. But either way, it's the standard brewer's yeast. It's what they use for bread. It's what they use for beer. And it typically works on maltose. And at the end of the first brewing cycle, they make wort. It's got usually 75% maltose, and there's 25% of maltotriose. And because the yeast lacks the transporter gene, it doesn't metabolize that, so it just sort of leaves that in the mix. So it's unfermented sugar. And for a company like Heineken, that is millions or billions of dollars if they could get that remaining 25% of their wort sugar to convert to alcohol. That would be substantial for their bottom line. So these researchers, they put this strain underneath a strobe of UV light, and then they claimed that the damage done, or they just claimed that there was random mutations that resulted in a mosaic gene. The problem I have with it is that they were able to repeat this. So if there's a pathway to get a functional transporter from components of 3 non-functional transporter genes, to me that doesn't sound like anything that's random at all.
I'm not familiar with that. I will say that.
Yeah, I'm probably not doing any justice to this.
No,
explaining the scenario.
I've generally cautioned creationists, don't use this. There's never increase in information. Never say never.
And that if there wasn't the capacity for information, you wouldn't be able. Organisms wouldn't be able to adapt at all.
Yeah. Right, and I do think that there is a case to be made that there are non-random mutations, and they could be induced by mutagens like UV, but the net result usually is not good, and that's known. So, like, what's the ratio? Is it like for every adaptation you have 20 maladaptations? Maladaptive. Where's that going to lead? Because the thing that people didn't appreciate, they thought you would always eliminate the maladaptive forms. That's not always the case. It might stay in the population and never get cleaned out, because if all the children, this may not be as. Oh, that's the other thing. Before I forget, all these microbial populations are not a good model for multicellular eukaryotes like mammals. It can't necessarily extrapolate what's happening. So I don't know that you would want to be subjecting mammals to UV light to get them to change. I mean, that's not. And so they may rightly point out that there may be some interesting changes, and that might even be slight information increases, or, as you suggest, a non-random mutation. It's easier for it to happen in the microbial world. That cannot be extrapolated to the to the world of certain animals. And I just wanted to point that out. So if they're trying to say that this is proof that this mechanism will always work, I think that's really suspect. Let me say goodbye. Take care, Graham, and thank you for joining. Yeah, he's been with us for almost 4 hours, so thank you. This is kind of a nice, I might do this maybe once a month or so, where we just hang out on a Friday night or something. And it's a chance for fellowship. So actually, I've been very impressed with your continued development in learning things. Can you share a little bit of your background with our audience? I mean, do you have any formal
sure.
biology training?
No, I'm pretty blue collar. I'm a job superintendent for a small general contracting company, and we do a lot of travel work. I'll like put in like a Starbucks at the front of a Target or something like that. That's my professional work. I really didn't get into I kind of had an interest in apologetics books for the last, I don't know, decade or so, but
Praise God. Praise God.
I just kind of started reading some books. Actually, it was maybe 3 years ago. A coworker of mine, just out of nowhere, gave me a book. It was it's just like a coffee table book. It was called The History of Precision by Simon Winchester. It's actually pretty cool. It talks about how, we got from the first machine screw to like the LIGO instrument, like the steps that you take just to, develop more and more precise things from, it kind of all started with cannons. Actually, it was pretty cool. But anyways, long story short is that that just like lit a fire under me for reading just anything I could get my hands on. And then around the same time I was on Reddit and the whole, creation evolution thing.
Wow.
I don't know. For some reason, that was just fascinating and I couldn't get enough of it. So.
Wow. Yeah, I remember meeting you and I was struck by your interest. I think you're the one that's interested in structural biology. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah,
fabulous.
That was,
that's just being able to see it just brings it all together.
Right.
I mean, you can read volumes, but and never really wrap your head around the concept. But yeah, the videos are phenomenal.
Fabulous. Well, I just wanted to say, for the sake of the audience, people say that creationism's a sign stopper. I'm like, no, it actually may make science more interesting if you know that it's going to lead, that it points to a creator. I mean, I'm more interested in something if I know its design. That's why I don't go to a junkyard, because that's designs basically being trashed. I'm more interested in seeing working designs, and if I know something's designed, I'm more fascinated. That being said, I have to attend to my mom for a little bit, so I'll let you gentlemen, if you could carry on. And so there was some discussion about Swami Das, so if you want to continue that, that's fine. Hopefully I'll be back in not too long.
Yeah, take care of your mom, Sal. Worry about that first.
Yep. God bless you and your mom, Sal.
Yep. Yeah, so I'm reading through the YouTube generated transcript of Dr. Swami Das's interview on Capturing Christianity, and it sounds like he's claiming he was still a creationist when he went to college, and then he moved into ID. And then he moved from there as he was at college into a TE position. Now I'm not listening to it obviously because I'm got the stream up, but it sounds like that's what he was doing. It sounds like he was struggling with it in college. It sounds like he was struggling with it in high school. But let me see. According to the transcript, which isn't always the best, that he says that it was in college he walked away from a young Earth creationist view because of his exposure to Darwin's Black Box and Darwin on Trial. That's what it says in the YouTube transcript. And that's not what apparently is the truth.
Well, I knew him before college because he was debating between Berkeley and Irvine. And I think he likes the Irvine because of his dream of being a PhD and an MD.
Mm-hmm.
And he had never in front of his parents, but he did debate the age of the Earth in high school.
Interesting. I could see though with the Indian cultural aspect, you don't fight your parents. You just don't. So I could see that him not doing that. Just out of respect for his parents, which, I applaud. I wish there was more of that among Americans.
But a very, very kind, respectful young man. He just disagreed with my young Earth.
Well, that kind, respectful young man has turned into a snake. And I don't mean to be mean about that, but he's not what he used to be. He still can turn the charm on, but he's not who you knew, Bill. I don't mean to be mean.
Oh no, I've seen his garbage in the Wall Street Journal.
Oh, you saw that.
Here's the thing, and Dr. Menton is just distraught over the guy. But I could disagree with you, Emery, without trying to bury you, and he's trying to bury biblical creation.
Yeah, it's
which I like better than young Earth creation. As
I would agree with you. I like the term better myself. I just use young Earth because everybody knows what it means. But no, I agree. Like that was actually the first couple hours of the show was reading the 2 Evolution News articles responding to Swami Das, and also read from his Q&A that he has posted on his site, where he actually says, "Yeah, I want to put it on students' transcripts. Like, why don't you just put a brand on their forehead?"
Yeah.
Anyway,
a scarlet letter, a big C.
Yeah, well, that's David Klinghoffer's word in Evolution News was the scarlet letter C.
Oh, I didn't see that.
No, they matter of fact, I don't know if those ever got dropped in the chat. If they did, somebody in the chat who's been here all night, because we've been going at this for almost 4 hours. Someone who's been here all night, did those ever get dropped in the chat? Because if they didn't, I will drop them in now. I apologize if they didn't. That would be my bad. But yeah, I knew he wasn't necessarily the most upfront and honest. I read out his commentary on abortion, and I don't know if you were here for that, Bill, but his commentary on his commentary on abortion is that abortion should be, in a perfect world, abortion would be legal, but no one would request it. That's word for word.
Wow.
And you say his mom was running a pro-life clinic?
Oh my gosh. You know what? Yeah, my wife just walked in. We're talking about Sanjay Swamidas.
Oh, yeah.
My wife was there on the Sunday night when his wife was even against giving out free condoms to high schoolers. This guy, Sanjay, is totally anti-young or biblical creation. And he's saying abortion should be legal, but nobody should get it. So I would bet you a lot of money that out of respect of his mom, that she's passed away as well, because I don't think he could say that kind of nonsense if she was alive and he was a respectful young man.
Okay. Let me take a step back. I don't think his mom would know about it. He said it on his forum in an obscure post. The only reason I know about it is because I was digging for dirt on it for reasons that I can't get into. But the only reason I know about it is because it was in his forum. He didn't say that publicly. That's in his forum. You have to know where to look to find it. But I've got it screenshotted. His mom may or may not be alive. I don't know. But that was his commentary on abortion. And it actually gets worse than that, because he essentially asks the question in the post, and I can pull it up to get the exact wording, but he essentially asks the question in the post, should doctors be allowed a conscience exemption so they don't have to perform abortions? And should people who are anti-abortion be allowed to speak in the public square? I mean, let me pull the screenshot so I actually can, so I don't slander him, so I actually speak. I correctly register him. I've got, again, you weren't here for this, Bill, but like anybody who's been here all night, I'm kind of repeating a little bit of what I said, but I have a whole catalog of stuff that he's done in my email, because I've been emailing stuff to myself for the last year and a half since the genealogical Adam and Eve came out, or whatever it is. And he just does stuff, and I just roll my eyes and go, what is wrong with you? Okay, so here's his commentary. I'll just read the whole thing through. He's responding to someone on his forum named N.W. Rickert, and Rickert's comment was, "Your experience," and Rickert was talking to a woman, illustrates why these decisions should be made by the woman and her medical team, not imposed by the state. It's a typical pro-abortion talking point. And here's Swami Das's response. This is an important nuance to understand. There is still room for people to believe that abortion is wrong and conduct their lives accordingly. It's nice of him to let us believe what we want. In a perfect world, I believe abortion would be totally legal, but no one would request it. In my view, both sides to be willing to give on the hope of coercing instead of convincing others to agree. And that's a terribly written sentence, but it's on a forum post, so whatever. The two key topics on the horizon. 1, will conscientious objection by physicians be accommodated, and to what extent? 2, will, and he bolded this, non-political and non-coercive advocacy that explains why some feel abortion is wrong be embraced as legitimate and welcome expression in the public square. For those who care about preserving the legality of abortion, offering olive branches here would do much to strengthen their position. That's his position on abortion.
Well, I just searched for his mom, and I don't know much about LinkedIn, but at LinkedIn it says president at Living Well Pregnancy Centers, Orange, California. So I'm assuming she's still alive and still running her pro-life Living Well clinics. Gita is her first name if you want to research her.
I won't research her. I'll at least research the Living Well clinic.
But she's a wonderful, godly woman.
Orange, California. Bill,
Gita.
I may get your email address, because your information, the stuff you know, is going to actually might be very helpful. And I can't explain why on the air, but there's a reason why.
Okay.
So,
do you want my email address?
Just put it in the chat, and I will send you an email afterward.
Okay,
if I'm
let's
still
see.
awake. Let me see. Living Well. Let me see. That's about right. This looks about right. Looks like his brother is actually on the board of directors. Doesn't look like his mom is still active.
Okay, she would be pretty aged at this time. Yeah, he had a very quiet brother, and I believe a quiet sister. And Sanjay would talk.
That's not changed.
He loved to talk.
Okay, what does okay, Bill, you know what his mom looks like, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna put a link in the private chat. This is the pictures of their staff. But they're not named. Can you tell me if one of those women is his mother? Obviously, it's not one of them, but the other two.
Oh, the blurry in the background?
Yeah.
Wait. Oh! I would say with 99.9% confidence that's her with the glasses.
Yep, that's what I thought. Yep. Okay, so it looks like she's still active, but maybe not as active, because she looks like she's a little bit older. But his brother looks like is a pastor of a church out there, and apparently he's also on the board of directors. So I suspect that he doesn't have a whole lot of contact with his family, or he couldn't be making statements like that.
It's surprising.
No, it's not, Bill. He's gone completely woke.
No, I mean, based on his background, we can talk in private. I could tell you some things that maybe I don't want to put on the internet.
Yeah. You go ahead and you can just email me that stuff later, Bill. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, but that would be helpful background for a lot of reasons, and I can't even give you the reasons in a private email why I'm asking these questions. But just know it's very helpful.
I'm going to give you you can call me my phone number.
Bill, it's 2:00 in the morning. I'm not calling anybody.
No. You don't have to call me, but you can write it down.
Okay, I will do that. Put it in the chat. I will write it down. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's very, very helpful.
But Menton has massive amounts of information on him.
Yeah.
And disappointing stories.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
But the thing is suppose you were a hardcore atheist. I don't have a vendetta against you. I don't want to bury you. I do not want you to lie to kids that there is no God and there is no hope. But he seems to have a vengeance, not just a mission. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, the reason he wrote the genealogical Adam and Eve, and it's somewhere on his forum, and I probably have it screenshotted somewhere, was not to convince atheists that Adam and Eve were real. It was to convince young Earth creationists to become theistic evolutionists.
Exactly.
Book. It's not got anything to do with missions. And I as I said earlier when Graham was here, I don't see anything about loving the brethren, which is how we're supposed to be known. I don't see any of that in trying to put a scarlet letter C on creationist students' transcripts, because it doesn't hurt the school really if you have to put that letter C on there, but it hurts the students who may not even believe it.
Wow, good point.
Because I went to Pensacola Christian College, so I went to a very conservative school. But I know even at my conservative school, I know there were at least a couple people who may not have been young Earth creationists. I mean, Absolutely. They didn't talk about it, but you knew there was a couple people where there was one or two people in the biology program where you just went, I don't know. And it would harm people like them. You know, some of these people go to the college not because they picked it, because their parents made them go there. You know, said that we're only paying for you to go to X school. It would harm people like that too. And these would be people who would be being harmed pointlessly because they don't even believe what they're being accused of believing.
Good point.
And go ahead.
I got a humorous story for you. Are you familiar with Mark Armitage?
Yes, I know who he is.
Okay, I'll just back up just a little bit. Many, many years ago, I was a vice president of a little creation group out here. Mm-hmm. And the best investment I ever made in my life was I used to buy dinner for the many speakers we had. Like I'd, give them a $15 dinner, and I became lifetime friends of all kinds of big shots, including Armitage, just for the cost of a dinner. So Mark and I were talking.
Bill.
What's that?
I said that is a great investment.
Oh, I got a library. I got many resources of creation people. So Mark and I were talking, and he was at Azusa Pacific University, and he was complaining about a lot of the professors that were absolutely not young Earth creationists. Mm-hmm. So I said, okay, Mark, let me quiz you. He said, okay. I said, Mark, imagine you're the president of a Christian university, and you want to find a biology professor, B, someone with a PhD, C, someone who's a Christian, D, someone who wants to teach, E, someone who's young Earth. Could you do it? And he chuckled and he said, probably not. So it's almost impossible to find a biology professor who wants to teach. I mean, there are young Earth professor or people out there, but they don't want to necessarily be a professor.
Yeah, it is tough. I'll grant you that it is tough. There's so few that make it through academia unscathed. Like Emory's not my real name, and there's a reason for that. I'm in secular grad school. If I used my real name on the internet for the stuff I do, and because I'm taking a biology degree, how long do you think I'd last, Bill?
Right. Well, Here's another story. There, you ever heard of a guy named Dave Phillips?
Oh, Dave Phillips. Why do I know that name? Oh,
He's a expert. What? I don't know about worldwide expert in paleoanthropology.
okay.
He is an expert on Neanderthal man.
Okay.
He's also a guy I bought dinner for many years ago. And when he was working for his PhD, he would speak. His name was Dave Phillips. He would speak under the name of Phil Davidson. And you know why, right?
Right? Yeah, there's a very obvious reason why. So he didn't get booted out of his PhD program.
The same reason you're going by Emory. So,
Yeah. I mean, Marcus Ross kind of found out the hard way what happens when you don't do that. He openly appeared with the Discovery Institute a few times and had the thought crime of being a young Earth creationist. He actually got kicked out of his PhD program.
what school?
It might have been Rhode Island, University of Rhode Island, maybe. It made the front page of the New York Times, so it was a big deal. This one wasn't this one didn't happen in a corner.
Actually, just factually, sorry, I had to.
Go ahead.
I had to interrupt. He actually got his PhD.
Well, no, he did get his PhD. But he had to change universities, if I recall.
And actually, it was partly because of an interfaculty fight. There was one guy that really was just, he probably didn't care that much, but he wanted to damage the advisor of Marcus Ross.
Okay, so that detail I didn't know. That detail.
I was wondering, how did it get to the New York Times? So I think that's how this, there are always some intrigue. Anyway, go on. I have to go back to Mom.
Yes, thanks, Sal. Thank you for correcting that. I apologize. I was not aware of that. But I mean, Jerry Bergman's got a whole book on people who have been denied PhDs, kicked off campuses. Take your pick. I think it's actually in 4 volumes now because there's so many of them. Yeah. So again, the same reason a lot of people, and like I know of some other people who have used pseudonyms when they've written for creationist publications. And like my field, especially in creation science, is baraminology. And one of the lead authors in baraminology is a guy by the name of Geno Mix. Geno Mix doesn't exist. He's somebody's pseudonym. I won't say who, but he's somebody's pseudonym. It's fairly well known inside creation science who it is, but I'm not going to burn him if I don't need to.
That's a cool name, Gene.
Yeah. But yeah, it was somebody's pseudonym because he was working on his, doctoral degree and he didn't want to get burned. So, yeah.
I don't blame him one bit.
No, me neither.
Well, maybe Sanjay is so terrified of the flame. You know, I invented a term. I don't know if it's, I came up with it. I call them cocktail party Christians, where they want to mingle with people and be accepted as an intellectual peer of theirs, like at a cocktail party, instead of just saying, no, nonsense. I don't believe that.
Yeah.
So,
and like,
I do not.
Go ahead, Bill.
This is just my opinion, and who cares what I think? But as I interpret the Bible, old Earth creationists are in danger of Mark 9:42, causing little ones to stumble.
I'm gonna waffle on that one just a little bit because I agree with you that they do very strong damage to the text of Scripture, but I'm hesitant to say that everyone who holds those positions is not a Christian or deliberately trying to teach false stuff. No, I think some of them are. But I think some people who shall not be named because I'm on Sal's channel, not mine, are deliberately lying to further their position. But I think there's a lot of people in the church, at least people in the rank and file in the pew, who are just confused. They just have no idea. Like, okay, just an example here. Some of you may know of a apologist named by the name of J. Warner Wallace. He's pretty well known. I think he's Old Earth, or at least leans Old Earth. But the thing is, I went through his Twitter feed today because he shared an article by a friend of mine. And so I was going through, and a friend of mine is solidly Young Earth. So I'm like, okay, what's going on? Why is Wallace sharing a Young Earth feed? And I went back through his Twitter feed, and like, of the stuff that is from like, you know, the various creation groups, there were 2 things from an Old Earth group, nothing from TEs. Matter of fact, he's very obviously against TEs. And 5 or 6 things from Young Earth creationists. And I'm just like, yeah, you don't have a clue. You have no clue. You're just, either you don't have a clue or you just don't want to take a position. One of the 2. But if you don't take a position, you're taking a position. So I'm guessing that he probably just doesn't have a clue, doesn't understand how relevant it is, and doesn't want to deal with it. And I think that's the position of a lot of people in the church.
Well, too many people in the Bible and they don't believe it.
Bill, your mic is toast. I can't hear you.
Many people in the church don't read the Bible,
That's true.
so they can't even discern for themselves. But in Luke, is it still bubbling? I picked it up. I was going to go get some. Hello?
There we go. You're back. Lost you for a few seconds.
What's funny, I picked up my laptop to carry it. I guess I can't do that and use the microphone. Never knew that.
You know what? I'll
But the
bet you
Bible-
put your hand over the mic, Bill.
Well, the Bible says, if you're ashamed of me and my words, likewise I'll be ashamed of you. And I believe older people are ashamed of the word of God. As
Again,
I
I think
interpret-
some of them are. I think some of them definitely are. I won't broad brush all of them because, again, I think like a lot of the leadership is. But I won't broad brush a lot of the people in the pew, because a lot of the people in the pew, not to be, and this goes back to my ragging on American Christianity, but a lot of people in the pew don't really think, they just do what they're told. And so a lot of people, they're just confused.
Yep.
So I'm not
Sheep.
necessarily, they're sheep. They're sheep, and the shepherds are leading them the wrong way.
But they have to read the Bible on their own, too.
I agree. But I'm not absolving them of responsibility. I just don't think they actually know which end is up. I think a lot of the people who lead the movements, a lot of them do know which end is up. Now, not all of them do, but I won't name names because I'm on Sal's channel and I'm going to try and respect him, try not to get into a war that he doesn't need. But if you watch my channel, I've named some names, and I think a lot of the leadership at least has a sense that maybe they're not right, but they can't back down because they're committed to it. But yeah, so anyway, I'll lay off that a little bit, but thank you for the background. That's been very helpful. I learned quite a bit, so
Well,
it'll be very useful.
Yeah, very sad news indeed. But
Yeah, I have been following him for a while, so this doesn't surprise me. But at the same time, it's never fun to watch someone who calls himself a brother fall flat on his face.
well, his mother, I'm sure, poured many, many, many hours of teaching and love on him. And the result is someone who is not just neutral, but anti to the
Yeah.
word of God.
It's really, really sad. And like, it seems like, at least, and I don't know anything about the church's brother pastors, but it seems like his brother's on the straight and narrow. I don't know anything about his sister, but it seems like they did okay with his brother. So I don't know. Some people just decide that they want to walk away and they don't want any part of it. And no
Well-
matter how good you parent them, and sometimes it doesn't matter.
Here's a little fun trivia. Once at their house, it was on Halloween. I was having dinner at their house, and they taped a sign onto their front door. We don't do Halloween.
Yeah, that's a pretty conservative family that'll do it Halloween.
Yeah, maybe he's just simply rebelling.
I mean, that's possible. That's possible.
But if I'm going to rebel, I'm not going to take on the word of God, man. I'm going to take on something easy, right?
yeah. Well, okay. Well, okay. Let's take a step back here and think about the culture we live in. if you want to be rebellious in this culture, follow God's word, get married, have a family.
True. Love America, right?
I mean,
I'm not ashamed of America. What? You're crazy. Yeah.
I mean, to an extent, yeah. I mean, if you want to be rebellious in this current culture that we live in, you love God, love your church family, you love your wife and your husband and your kids, and follow God's word. That's very rebellious and countercultural anymore.
Yes. You know what's good news, and you might know this. But first, this isn't the news. I go evangelizing about 3 or 4 times a week, and I went today.
Good.
The young people are very excited to say no to sin by having Jesus as Lord. They're smarter than we give them credit for. They know sin ruins you and destroys you for a couple hours of fun.
That actually surprises me, because like a significant portion. I'm sorry. I stopped mid-sentence because George, that is terrible. That is absolutely terrible. Go back to Australia with your jokes. Sorry, George. But anyway, I'll go back to where Bill was. The attitude I consistently. Okay, let me take it back. I've dealt a lot with young people, like a lot. I was a Christian school teacher for 2 years, and then even when I stopped doing that, I was still coaching a youth soccer team. It was a homeschool team that was ostensibly Christian, but it was Christian in name only. I mean, we had Catholics on the team, so what does that tell you? I found that young people respond very well to being told the truth. And they don't get a whole lot of that in church services and specifically youth services. They get a lot of fun and games, but not a whole lot of truth.
Right.
And I found that if it's not instant. I will say that much. It's not instant. Like I had a student, and I was railing against the public school system earlier because of how bad it is. Because I there's a link in the chat if you scroll far enough up, although you may not have it because you joined late. Of a Baltimore public school student who made it to his senior year and ended up getting put back in 9th grade because he carried a cumulative 0.13 GPA through those 4 years. And he was in the top half of his class.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm surprised the teachers had the guts to give him a bad grade.
That's true, actually. But we would get rejects from the Baltimore public school system where I was teaching, and almost every time it happened, because I said every time earlier, I need to take that back. There was one instance where I was wrong, but almost every time it happened, I'd tell the principal, "Don't take this kid. This kid's going to be nothing but trouble." And all but once, I was right. But I got my second year teaching. I got a student in my homeroom who had failed some classes in Baltimore public school, and so got put into our Christian school to try and remediate, and was a couple years too old for the grade that she was in. And I knew I had at least, she was in my homeroom, and I knew I had at least 2, 3, maybe 4 people in my homeroom who I was pretty sure weren't actually Christians. And she was one of them. And so I started my homeroom every day with a short devotional, and my devotional, I was being sneaky. My first month of devotional was just the gospel. I just went through the gospel and explained we're sinners, we need a savior, and on and on and on. And after about 2 months of class, she actually came to me on her lunch break, because I was sitting in a room eating my lunch. She came to me on her lunch break and asked me to talk to her about Jesus because she wanted to be born again. And that's the only time that happened when I was a teacher. But I'll tell you what, that was one of the single most exciting things that ever happened to me as a teacher. And that's the only time I didn't regret taking a student from the Baltimore public school.
Amen.
But they will take the truth. If you give them, it's not instant. It took her a while. But if you give them the truth, they will listen to it. It just takes some time.
Well,
and
all glory to God.
Amen.
Today in about 90 minutes, 8 young people prayed with me. And I'll give you my overall real short.
Sure.
I saw 5 guys hanging out by the beach, teenagers, high school. And I hand them a tract. I go, hey guys, which one of you is the smartest? I got a quiz here. And they go, oh, I am. No. And they have fun.
Yeah. Teenage guys. Yep.
Yep. And I hand them up my chicken and the egg tract, which I'll be more than happy to email to you. And I ask them all, which came first, the chicken or the egg? And they say chicken, egg, chicken, egg. I said, well, it had to be 2 chickens, guys. You need a male and a female. When you get married, you'll figure that out. And they giggle and laugh, ha, 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 which is great. Then I said, could I ask you one more question? Sure. And this is the all-time best witnessing question. I got it from Ray Comfort's ministry. I say, okay, here's my next question. And I ask with respect and kindness and dignity, what do you think will happen to you after you die? And then you say nothing and just let them think and process. Because that Baltimore girl, every person out there thinks about their death, and they could put on an act like they're whistling past the graveyard. And one person said, oh, I'm a Christian. I believe heaven and hell. The other 4 guys said reincarnation, because one guy said reincarnation. They read Hebrews 9:27 and 28. It's appointed once for man to die. Then I said, according to the Bible, there's heaven and hell, and we're judged once, we die once. And I say, who goes to heaven? And this is not a quiz show, but it's a fun question, Emery. Who goes to heaven?
Well, the correct answer to that question, I have no idea how these teenagers would answer this question, but the correct answer to this question is those who trust Christ as their Lord and personal Savior.
Well, I like to say that's not right down to the foundational reason you'll go to heaven. Your answer is excellent. Don't get me wrong. The reason you'll go to heaven, Emery, is because your sins are forgiven.
True.
And your sins are forgiven if Jesus is Lord. You see, everybody on this planet knows that they're a sinner. Even the atheists know they're sinners. And we know we can't be perfect. We need to be forgiven. And make a long story short, I'd love to ask these macho teenagers, they're all baseball players. Here's my fun question for you, Emery. Can getting drunk make a person happy?
Define happy. Because, yeah, it might produce some short-term feelings of, oh, I'm a macho and I can do all and whatever. But you're going to wake up with a headache in the morning. So pick your poison.
I love to tell the macho teenagers, absolutely, for 2 hours you can feel great. But can it ruin your life?
Yeah, you drive drunk and hit somebody, you bet it can ruin your life.
You bet. And nowadays, a lot of girls and guys, they get drunk, they fool around, and the girl wakes up and says, he raped me.
That's also
It's very common in California. I go, guys, drugs can make you happy for 2 hours. Sex can make you happy for a couple hours. But every sin, guys, I tell them, can be fun for 2 hours, but ruin your entire life.
Amen.
And to make a long story short, I say, would you like to pray right now to ask God to forgive you of your sins? And today, make him your Lord. Say no to sin. Sin's going to ruin you. And another guy joined in. All 6 of them were praying to have Jesus as Lord and say no to sin, yes to Jesus. These kids are hungry for the truth.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all, that they're hungry for truth. And that's something I've always found. Like, I've always preferred to work with kids rather than adults, just as a general rule of thumb, because I think kids are more open to the gospel as a general rule of thumb. But you're right. The young people are starving for truth.
Yes.
They don't get it anywhere else. And most of them don't go to church. So they don't really, which is why we're seeing them buying into things like spiritualism and Hinduism, Buddhism.
Suicide.
Go ahead.
Suicide. They buy into suicide.
Well, some of that too. And especially when they couldn't get out of the house over the last year. It just, yeah, I mean, it does not surprise me that that's the situation. It's regrettable And it does, to an extent, represent a failure of the church to appropriately reach these people. Because I'll be honest, and this is probably going to another thing Sal may have to contradict me on later, but because it's not my channel, it's his. I find that most youth groups, even in conservative churches, don't do enough of giving truth and do way too much of entertaining. And like, I'm not opposed to like fun and games and having a good time, but these kids don't need entertainment. They can get entertainment elsewhere. They need the truth. They're hungry for it. They may not act like they are, but they want it. They want the truth. And unfortunately, a lot of times we aren't dispensing it the way we ought to be.
Yep. I think we underestimate these young people.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Years ago, Doonesbury did a cartoon I read many, many years ago where this young couple was looking for a church, and they were talking about repentance and obedience. And as they leave, she goes, I don't like this church. Let's try this one. They're looking at the newspaper. They offer a softball league. And the youth groups should be giving what's unique to God, and that's peace, hope, mercy, and joy. We're more fun than this or that.
Yep.
And the kids will eat it up, I believe.
I would largely agree with you. You're always going to have some that are going to be there, and then when they get to college, they're going to walk away, like our interlocutor for the evening. But we need to do better grounding them in their faith, and that involves apologetics, but it also involves just teaching them basic doctrines. Like, most teenagers, and I'll include myself in this, when I was a teenager, I couldn't have told you what most of the doctrines were. Like, I could have told you I was saved by grace through faith. I could have told you that. But, whether that was what that involved, or, what atonement meant, or, I could probably have given you a pseudo defense of believers' baptism-ish, maybe. But it wouldn't have been much. You wouldn't have gotten much out of me. And I grew up in the church. Now, admittedly, we went through quite a few churches as we tried to find one that was actually decent. But, I grew up around church. I grew up in a Christian family. I didn't have that kind of background. And I can only imagine people who are a little bit less, families who are less dedicated than my parents were, how, what those kids would know. We need to do a better job just grounding students doctrinally. And this cuts across denominational bounds. This isn't just, this is a Calvinist problem or an Arminian problem or whatever. No, this is across everybody just needs to do a better job. And obviously somebody's right, but I'm not going to get into that. This is Sal's channel. We just need to do a better job grounding people in the truth of Scripture, because there's a lot of false teachers out there. Now we've got the rise of the woke religion. We need to ground young people so that they understand what is true and what is not. And my mini rant's over. I apologize.
No, I agree. My son is very blessed to have a youth leader. They have a blast, but they're all committed to reading through the Bible this year.
Good.
But you might think I'm super dad. I said, son, let's just do the New Testament this year. And he's, so I'm not super dad, maybe just dad. But I took a older, she wasn't that old, she was in her 30s. I took a woman witnessing with me once. First time that we prayed with somebody, she said something so smart that might bless you. Who is your best relationship with on planet Earth? What person?
Probably my parents, I'd imagine.
Good. Okay. How do you keep a good relationship going?
Well, you got to talk to them every once in a while, and I see where you're going.
Yep. And then this lady said, you got to talk to God constantly, pray to him constantly, read his word constantly, meditate on his word, look for his wisdom. And that is so wise. Mm-hmm. And we can all get so busy that we're losing the communication with God.
Yep, that's true.
And I love that. And he's right there. He's everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So, Anyways,
And it's never been easier to do, like with the Bible reading and whatnot. Everybody's got a phone. Heck, you can have a Bible app on your phone. I mean, it's never been easier.
with
and
commentary right there in your pocket.
I know.
I love it.
I mean, it's great. It's great to have that, but at the same time, it's also like we live in an age where it's never been easier, at least in the U.S. until recent times. It's never been easier to be a Christian, and yet so many people still fail to take advantage of all the great things that we have. And one cow, I didn't realize you were here. I apologize. If you want to talk, feel free, man. I apologize. We've been monopolizing the conversation. I feel bad that I thought you were AFK. I'm really sorry. I am really, really sorry. So
and Sal, this is your channel too. I don't want to.
Well, Sal's taking care of his mom, so that's why he's in and out. But one cow, we don't want to talk over you. So if you want to talk about something, if you want to change the topic, feel free to pop in. I feel really bad because
don't
walk away.
I don't know what I'd really add to it. I think you touched on something really cool though with that people need the truth. I can't remember if this is a true story or an anecdote, but it was Scotland Yard. In dealing with counterfeit money, they would have their investigators handle only the authentic for 6 months. They would have to learn it inside and out, so they'd be able to spot a counterfeit immediately. But if you can teach people, the doctrines to where that they know them inside and out, it doesn't matter what comes along, whether it's woke Christianity or something that's just theologically off center. They're going to be able to spot that right away.
I think that's true. Yeah, I've heard that analogy before in various other applications, but it works. It's a good analogy because the best way to discern true from false is to know the true, because you can come up with any number of varieties of false, and just look at all the counterfeits of Christianity that run around out there. You can come up with all kinds of manner of falsehood, but if you know what the truth is, the false isn't going to deceive you.
Mm-hmm. And I love, you're a contractor. You do construction, I understand.
Yeah. Yep. Kind of wear a lot of hats. It's honest work.
Yep.
Well, the industry itself is dishonest and cutthroat, but it's, I don't think
my dad was a sewer line contractor. Very dirty. My dad was a sewer and water line contractor, and it's a pretty hard business to be honest in, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't envy the guys that do dirt work. No.
No.
Yeah, well,
I used to clean sanitary sewers.
Oh.
Literally.
So Bill, let me ask you a question. Did your wife let you in the house, or did you have to shower outside?
Well, it's funny you ask. I did that when I was in my college years and my high school years.
Okay.
And then I got a job as an engineer.
There we go. You move up in the world a little bit. Also, one cow. I find it very interesting that you're a contractor and you work with your hands, because it seems to really, really fit with your interest in structural biology. Like, because the cell is built in the same way that you would build, a room or a house or whatever it is. I don't know what you build. I don't recall, but the cell is very much built according to those kind of structural principles. So I think the two really overlap very well, and I think that might kind of explain why the interest in structural biology. I mean, maybe this is just me being overanalyzing because it's 2:30 in the morning, but I think that's there's at least some correlation there.
Yeah, there's that, and then there's also the order in which things need to happen is very specific. Just to analogize with what I do, if you bring the wrong trade in at the wrong time, you screw things up, lose time, make people angry, and make things cost more. And I really enjoy these the teaching company, or I think it goes by the Great Courses. They just identify noted professors in a given field, and you can I think they've got them on video. I do a lot of audio things, but there's audio lectures on just anatomy and molecular biology, and some people just have a gift for being able to paint a picture in words that allows you to follow things. But what happens in not just in the cell, but in larger structures in biology is just mind-blowing. The way a fertilized egg starts to differentiate, and then you get cell groups that split off and form into skeletal structures and parts of the nervous system and things that become skin and organs, or things that work into the circulatory system. I mean, it boggles the mind how much needs to happen in the right order at the right time in the right amounts. I mean, it just takes so much foresight and planning and yeah, it's I always go back to we're fearfully and wonderfully made.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I just popped up a question in my mind I'd like to ask you. And Sal, are you there? Every good orchestra needs a conductor. And this is just off the wall, but I've daydreamed about it. Do you think that there's a spiritual conductor that causes our cell growth? And we used to call, the schedule of prices, that this happens, then this happens. Now this has to happen at the same time. Or do you think it's just completely biological and mechanical? Do you think there's a spiritual side where God orchestrates the development from a single cell to 100 trillion celled human being?
I don't know the answer to that question, but my gut tells me there has to be.
I agree.
The nerd in me, like I can see arguments for both sides of this. The sheer level of like complication that goes on in this, it would not shock me if there had to be a guiding hand that put it there. But at the same time, I could see God just setting it up in a way and just letting it run thereafter. I don't know. Sal, do you want to weigh in on that?
No.
Fair enough.
Because the brain cells can't grow faster than the skull capacity. And it's like two unions. Someone's got to be in charge of both of these unions, telling them what to do. And construction parlance.
Bill, if it was two unions, nothing would get done.
No.
Exactly. But there's just so much orchestration. I just think there has to be a conductor outside the body. That would be God, of course.
No, and if it's not, it requires that the genetic code has layers of complexity that we don't know about yet.
Oh, One Cow. Can I call you One Cow, or do you go by a nickname?
My name's Aaron. You could that would work too.
Okay, Aaron. How did that story come about? It had something to do with the governor again.
Okay, so the original part of this is actually a coincidence that it aligns with current political climate. I've used the pseudonym to write locally here, but it actually was just a failed musical endeavor. I was never cut out for punk rock, I guess, but
Aaron, yeah. So you're the one that was asking, are there any good audiobooks on intelligent design? And I'm the one that said, no, don't listen to audiobooks. You got to see the visualizations. Are you the one?
Yep, that would be me.
Okay.
No, because I do, if I spend a whole day hanging sheetrock or something, I've got time to listen. The stack of books that I physically read just seems to grow faster than I can knock it down. But with I don't like supporting Amazon, but Audible is pretty awesome. I've been able to, I guess, read or listen to something like 80 or 90 books a year,
Cool.
Wow.
which is awesome and also expensive.
As a fellow bibliophile, I totally understand, except I have to actually pick my books up and move them because they're all physical.
And, you know, in certain disciplines like math and physics, they may not actually have big bookshelves. They just really know their maybe certain books like the back of their hand.
Mhm.
And because I had a reading disability, it was actually better. I was in the discipline I'm at, where it wasn't the how quickly you read. It's really how well you comprehended, and it only may be just a few pages. So I ended up in a field where maybe my reading disability wasn't such a hindrance.
Yeah.
Now, I do listen to the Bible. I found that actually, right now I'm on a program where I try to go through it 4 times a year, but obviously it's when I'm doing something else. And I just find it really comforting. Even passages that might otherwise sound boring, although I still have problems being excited about the book of Leviticus. I actually like the book of Numbers and Deuteronomy, but Leviticus was a little hard for me.
Except chapter 27, right?
I don't know of any specific chapters off the top of my head. I do have a funny story. Maybe I shouldn't tell it, but maybe why not?
Sal at 3:00 in the morning, telephone.
You've got to now. You've got to, Sal. You're committed.
We know that trashy novels can be popular among people. And my sister's a Christian, but she got very fascinated with this novel called 50 Shades of Grey, which is...
Oh, brother.
Okay, I'm not going to go into detail since this is a family-friendly channel. And she kept pushing my 90-year-old mother to go read it. And so there we were at the bookstores or Walmart or Sam's Club, and I said, "Okay, Mom, here's that book. I know Veronica's been pushing you to read it." And I'd show it to her, and then she'd see the price tag. She said no, and that happened several times. So instead of reading 50 Shades of Grey, I read to her the book of Leviticus.
Awesome.
Now, it just so happened, the reason that happened was I was reading Genesis and then Exodus, because she's from a Catholic background, and the Catholics will read pieces of the Bible. And my heart really went out to her, and I said, "You really don't know who these names are. Why don't I read the Bible from start to finish? We'll just do it step by step." So it just so happened that we were at the book of Leviticus around the time my sister was encouraging her to read 50 Shades of Grey. So I'm really glad that she read the book. You know, we went through, and dare I say, suffered through the book of Leviticus together, because it's a difficult book. Now, one thing that surprised me right away, we have a very interesting picture of the Catholic. You know, the Catholics have a certain view of their saints as so holy and etc. I started reading the characters in Genesis, like Jacob, who had 2 wives and the 2 concubines. And then I started describing Jacob's children. She was horrified. And I said, that's the picture of grace. You see, in the Catholic Church, the saints are elevated because of their good lives and their good works. And said the Bible teaches you're beloved because you're because of God's grace extended to you, and God chose some not very savory people to be his people, and so she was really kind of mortified, and I realized that's really she was actually hearing the gospel in a way she didn't hear in the church, in the Catholic Church. So
That's fine.
I'm praying that this began maybe about 5 years ago, and it's been slow going reading the whole Bible to her, because she's been sick, and then sometimes I want to read it to her when she's in a good frame of mind. So I don't know that we'll finish the whole Old Testament, but I'm trying while she's still alive.
Oh, Sal,
Yeah.
I have a story you might want to share with your mom. It's up to you, of course. You had talked about your passion about the Pacific Theater, and my dad was in the Philippines at the end of the war.
Okay. Hang on. So just for the viewers, Bill and I agreed that he could share stories about his dad in the Pacific. I said, come on the Friday night show. So if this is it, go ahead.
Okay, and I don't think they're boring. I think you guys might enjoy it. I have so many little stories, but one of them was my dad is different than me. He said he never read a book after high school, but to me, he was brilliant, and he really knew how to make money. He was a really good businessman, and I'm not. I'm super conservative. But he was 19 over there in the Philippines, and he said, Mom, to his mother back east, send me all the lipstick you can possibly send, and I'm going to make a fortune. Because after the United States liberated, God bless them, the Filipino women were just dying for lipstick. And my dad didn't rip them off, but he made a nice little profit. So if you ask your mom about after the liberation, if she was interested in getting any lipstick,
She may have bought from your dad.
she might have bought it from my dad.
I would ask her, but she lost her ability to speak about 2 weeks ago.
Oh.
Yeah. Her condition's serious, and I may as well say it. She may be one step away from hospice care. So this has been a very hard time to carry on with the Lord's work, because I've been moving with a very, very heavy heart. So sorry to lay the news on you guys.
Sorry.
No.
But Sal,
You should.
let me give you a word of encouragement. I think this actually will be helpful to you. So my mom grew up Catholic. Both of her parents were Catholic. Her mother was Episcopalian who converted to Catholic when she married her father. My grandfather was an altar boy. I mean, he was all in. My grandmother had a stroke, multiple strokes. She probably had 10 or 12 strokes by the time she finally died. But she most of them weren't major strokes. They were minor strokes, but she had at least 3 major strokes that I know of. And I was only like a little kid when she had her first one. She had a stroke, and she ended up going to the hospital. She lost her ability to speak. She could still communicate with her eyes to a certain extent. She knew what was going on around her. She was totally with it. But she couldn't talk. She couldn't move her right hand. It was very obvious that she was a stroke patient. And my mom had been trying to witness to her parents for years. When she got saved, my grandfather thought she joined a cult. I mean, that's the kind of Catholic we're talking about here. My grandmother ended up getting saved in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And then she spent a couple of years in hospice, or not hospice, but in a nursing home. Before she passed away. And then after she passed away, my grandfather, who had been having health issues anyway, basically just lost the will to live.
Mm.
Even though she'd been in the nursing home for years, and he hadn't been, living with his wife for years. And he barely made it out to the nursing home because it was so hard for him to go out and see his wife like that.
Mm.
He would just fall apart. And the thing is, he was a tough old Navy vet from World War II, who saw combat, never talked about it, but he saw it. We know he saw combat. He just never would tell us about it at all. Just wouldn't talk about it.
My dad was the same way.
Yeah.
He'll talk about so many other things that was just like, I mean, if I asked him, he would talk about it, but it wouldn't bring up the subject voluntarily.
Yeah. I mean, we were too
But then
young.
but the point was he was seeing your grandmother. That broke him.
Yeah. Just like, I know he saw men die in the war. He never talked about it, but I know he did. But seeing his wife in that kind of shape, it just, he couldn't deal with it. He just could not deal with it. But he ended up going to the hospital. And then it was one of the most shocking things in my life, because my grandfather was a tough old bird, and a stubborn old bird. And I love my grandfather dearly. He always treated me wonderfully. But he was stubborn. He was very stubborn. And I'd witnessed to him. My brothers had witnessed to him. My mother had witnessed to him for years and years. We'd been going at this. And it was just like throwing rocks at a wall. You weren't getting anywhere. It was bouncing right off. At least it seemed like it was. And then while he was in the hospital, he had a heart condition. I don't know what exactly it was, because I was a little young at the time. But he was in the hospital. And my mom went up to visit him. And when she got there, her dad told her, and he said my mom's name, and he said, you know, all that stuff you've been telling me all these years, I realized you're right. And for him to admit that he was wrong was just a huge thing. He died about a week later. But he got born again before he passed on. And he didn't live too much longer. We all thought, like, he was recovering. We thought he was going to come out, and he would probably have to go to a nursing home, but we thought he was going to come out. And then he was done. His wife wasn't alive anymore. He didn't really have anything to live for. He knew he was going to a nursing home. So he knew where he was going. So he was like, okay, I'm done. I've had enough.
Just for the viewers' benefit, I believe my mother's saved.
Okay. You mentioned Catholic, so I wasn't sure. I just want to give you some encouragement if there was.
Oh, well, I will share this. 2 years ago, when she did get put in hospice care, from which she recovered in 2018, took her to the emergency room, and she woke up and she said, "What am I doing here? I'm fine." Okay, I mean that's not totally unusual.
No, it's not,
because you know the delirium, and but she said she had a dream that she was being buried, and then she heard the voices of men, and that's when she woke up and saw all the people in the emergency room, and as she was murmuring. She was going in and out of being awake or whatever. She kept saying, "Jesus, please forgive me of my sins. Jesus, please forgive me of my sins." And that's probably the most sincere confession I've ever heard. I mean, because she knew, I think on some level, she knew that she was in a very dire situation. And I'm pretty sure she was saved before then, but just the way she was saying that, yeah, she was calling on the name of the Lord. And, you know, she's been disenamored with things in the Catholic Church, not to mention her own experiences, like the nun slapping her around when she was a little girl. I might not hit a woman, but if I were around, I'd probably be pretty upset. If I saw a nun slapping around a little girls, you know, if I went back in time, I might have slapped them. You know, just to know that I didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, just you know, it is. You know, just the thought of someone slapping your mom, just
yeah. Oh, yeah.
And someone claiming the name of Christ, you know, nuns, certain certain groups of nuns have had a bad reputation for how they administer discipline, and then there are all the scandals in the church, both that she'd seen firsthand, and then the stuff that's been out in the news. So, but she's held to the faith. I became a Christian because of her Catholicism, because that's how I was introduced to the gospel, through the Catholic Church in the United States. But then that was formed the basis after I started hearing the gospel read at Mass every week. It began to resonate. I started reading the Bible, and that's how I got saved. But then I was able to be discipled when I went off to college by Protestant ministers.
Yeah, that's a great blessing. So, yeah. But sorry, Bill. I didn't mean to cut in on your war stories, but I wanted to give Sal some.
No, it's beautiful. And you said it was your grandfather. He's also a World War II veteran.
Yes, he was a World War II vet. My grandfather on the other side missed it by a year. And so he got drafted to serve in Korea, except he never went to Korea. He went to Germany and skied, for which he forever gave his brother-in-law shtick, because his brother-in-law actually did go to Korea and actually did serve, but he was one of those guys who really didn't want to be there. So
the World War II veterans have a reputation of being very tough-minded.
Oh yeah.
That's what we hear from the people taking care of them at nursing homes.
Yeah.
They said those are some tough guys, because that was definitely a different generation.
Yeah.
And
the I don't know what you call them, like memes that go around on Facebook. The 2 generations ago we had men that would charge the beaches of Omaha, and today we have college students who are offended who need safe spaces from offending words.
Yep.
But that's
yeah, absolutely. And it's go on.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to cut you off. Could I pray for you and your mom briefly and then tell you another story?
Yes, thank you.
Let's focus on the Lord, everybody, for a second. Dear Lord, thank you for your blessings upon Sal and his family. Thank you for the love between him and his mom. We glorify you for that. We pray for your will in their family. Pray for Sal to be strong and for his mom to be strong. And we pray for peace, love, hope, and eternal life for those two. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Bill. Thank you.
No, my pleasure. I think so highly of you, Sal, and your honesty. Here comes a fun story. Well, I don't know if it's fun, but a war story for you guys. About 20 years ago, when they were still around, I used to see old people, and I'd say, "Hello, sir, are you a veteran?" And if he said yes, I'd say, "When did you serve?" If it was World War II, if they served in World War II, I would offer to buy them dinner, and if they would talk about their service. And about 25 times I bought dinner for veterans and heard great stuff. Wow. Well, the only time my dad went with me, I met a glider pilot at Normandy and Market Garden, and he's telling glider pilot stories, and me, my wife, and the 3 kids are listening, and the kids were small. And my dad never told me this story about seeing people die, but he told the other veteran. My dad was in a B-17. Somebody once said, "Hey, there were no B-17s in the Pacific." Well, my dad said, "Well, I was." He was an air-sea rescue. They would shadow the B-29s, and if they overheated and crashed, the B-17s had gigantic boats underneath them. I don't know if you guys knew that. And they would drop these boats that had food and guns and radios in it. So air-sea rescue. But they would also, in their B-17s, they knew where the Japanese, and my dad is telling the other veteran this. He never told me this. They knew where the Japanese soldiers would go fishing, and they would come in there low and fast. And my dad was the flight engineer, and he had the .250 caliber machine guns on the top turret. And my dad told this other veteran, he goes, I once opened up on these guys, and he goes, my machine gun cut the guy right in half. The next day, my 4-year-old daughter looks up to me and goes, Daddy? I said, yes, Julia. Why did Grandpa cut that fisherman in half? It's like, oh.
How do you explain that to a 4-year-old?
So what did you
Exactly.
say?
I said, well, that was war, and they would have cut Grandpa in half if they had the chance.
Oh, good answer.
That's probably
But he
the best
never-
4-year-old.
He never told me about it. He wasn't proud of it. He didn't brag about it, but he told the other old veteran, and it was so precious.
Yeah, I mean, because he knows that other guy knows exactly where he's coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What an awful thing to put a young guy through.
Yeah.
My dad was in the occupation. I was a late baby. He was almost 40 when I was born, and he was a teen. Both mom and dad were teenagers when the Japanese overran their homeland, the Philippines. He ended up serving as a guerrilla fighter in the Philippines against the Japanese. There are all these selected details. How it did come up in conversation every now and then when I bring it up was Dad used to scream a lot in his sleep. And, a couple times I said, Dad, are you okay? What was wrong? You were screaming so loudly. He said the Japanese their artillery. They're shelling us. I think that was probably the worst horror he was in. Infantrymen hate being shelled by artillery. You can't. And so this was, let me see, this is almost 50 years after the fact. He's still having nightmares about being shelled by artillery.
Yeah. I mean, that generation just didn't really talk about it. Like my great uncle, which was my grandmother on my dad's side's brother, he was in Korea, and we know he got shot at because he admitted to us freely that he had snipers taking shots at him a few times because he was an MP. But he liked to tell funny stories about the military. He'd tell about talk about silly stuff that he did. I mean he now this story may be slightly embellished, so don't take it necessarily for gospel because he had a tendency to tell his stories in the funniest way possible. But apparently, when he went overseas, and his sister, who was a straight arrow, vouched for this part of the story, he didn't have a driver's license. He didn't know how to drive. And at some point during his time overseas, his sergeant told him, son, get in the Jeep and drive. And you don't tell your sergeant no. So he tried driving a Jeep, and he swore till the day he died that telephone pole jumped out in the middle of the road and hit the Jeep. He swore to the day he died that's what happened. Well, it gets better. Apparently, according to him, now again, this may or may not be true. They were going to court-martial him for damaging government property, but the reason they didn't is all the guys who would have had to serve on his court-martial, the officers on his court-martial, were all due to rotate home, and none of them wanted to stick around to try an 18-year-old for destroying a Jeep. And knowing him, I believe that. But the thing is, when he died, we found out he was decorated. He never mentioned it. And this is a guy who liked to self-aggrandize. Like he liked to self-aggrandize. But he has I think it's a Bronze Star, and we have no clue what it's for. His wife doesn't know what it's for.
You know what? I've heard stuff like that. It's out of their deep respect for their comrades.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because they may also feel like, these guys deserved as much as I, and they didn't get it.
Yep.
Yeah. That's probably true. But I mean, his wife doesn't even, his sister didn't know. His sister didn't know he got it. His wife didn't know she sort of vaguely knew that he had it, but she wasn't really into military. He got married later in life. And so she wasn't really into like the military medals, and she didn't really know like what they all were. So she knew he had some like decorations, but he told her, and he wasn't a Christian as far as I know. So, but he told her that they were all like unit decorations, just he got for being in a unit that did something. But I think it's a Bronze Star that he has, and nobody knows why. It's driving my family nuts because we're all like, he's made fun of himself for being in the for his military service for years, and decades probably.
You can request public records.
Well, no, you can only do that if you're next of kin.
Right. I did that for my dad, but COVID, I'm still waiting.
Right. Yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay.
It's next of kin because we looked into that. The problem is his wife is in a nursing home. She's just barely hanging on. And my grandmother, who would be the next of kin, has dementia. So getting that information is going to probably have to wait until they both pass on and his his niece and nephew can ask for it. But like at this point, like we have no clue what that Bronze Star is for. We were able to figure out that he has one. Like we went through the list of so we were able to figure out that he actually did get this. He didn't steal it, but we have no clue what it's for. And we're all, and he died like a year and a half ago. He died before COVID, which feels like a lifetime ago. But we have no clue. We've been trying it for a year and a half. With COVID blocking we have no clue what he got it for. And this is a guy who liked to make himself look good and never brought this up.
Wow. Good on him.
I got another funny one for you guys, if you don't mind.
Sure.
You know how so the United States sent millions of guys overseas, and when the war ends, the guys with the most points get to come home first. Are you familiar with that?
Mm-mm.
No.
Like if you got wounded, you get the first ship home.
Oh,
if you fought in combat, you get the second ship home. Well, my dad didn't have tons of points, so he was in the Philippines a little bit longer than others. Well, he was an ambitious guy. His B-17 crew flew into Clark Field, and they saw an ice cream machine. And as the Army would do, is they just took it. And when they had free time, which they had a lot of, they would go to very, very high altitudes and make all kinds of ice cream for the guys. They would come down and land with a plane full of ice cream that was nice and cold for everybody. 19-year-old guys.
Good on him.
So can I tell a funny story about my grandfather? One of the few stories he told us from the war. If you guys don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and do that. My grandfather was in the Navy. Now he had to enlist. Like he enlisted. He didn't get drafted. He was too young to get drafted. He actually talked his dad into letting him enlist. Now, part of the reason he wanted to enlist is he wasn't sure how much longer the war was going to go on, and his brother had been drafted into the Army, and he didn't want to march. So he's like, well, what are my options? I'll join the Navy. Only one problem. He didn't know how to swim. It gets worse. The guy who doesn't know how to swim, they decided it was a brilliant idea to put him, and he was what was termed a fireman, to put him up next to the smokestack in a hammock that swung out both sides over the ocean as the ship rocked back and forth. His job up there was simply to tell the engine room what color smoke was coming out of the smokestack. If any.
Wow. Oh, that's great.
And keep in mind, he can't swim. If he falls out of that hammock on either side, he's not coming back up.
But you know what? He's not going to fall asleep.
That's true. From pure panic, if nothing else.
You don't abandon ship too quickly either.
Wow.
I met one old guy once. He said right after Pearl Harbor, he joined the Navy, and he didn't go to boot camp. They didn't have time. They said, look, get on the ship. We'll teach you how to do it the Navy way on the ship, which makes sense. And he said in Guadalcanal area, his ship got sunk. and he swam to an island. He assumed it was American, and an American guard came out, and this guy just swam for a mile for his life. And he goes, points the gun at him, and goes, "What's the password?" And I know this is a Christian channel, but he said, "I swore every swear word in the book. I don't know the password." And the guy said, "If you know all the swear words, you must be American."
Good one.
What's the password? I don't know. I just got sunk on a ship.
Yeah, I just literally swear from that ship sinking that you can see sinking in the background over there. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
On a serious note, my dad, I did get to look through my dad's diary. I think we might have been actually looking through it together. Because one time he did show me his diary, and it had it. You know, it's really funny when you've actually read a diary, and then you read something like the Gospels. It starts to make you begin to see how, because they're fragments there. This is one thing an English teacher noticed. And, she became a Christian, by the way. Actually, 2 English teachers. The Gospels don't read like a story; they read like a diary, because you have all these odd facts that just kind of stick out, and it's like, what's that doing there? What's that one? But that's exactly how people remember things. So there'll be all the big events in Dad's life, and then just some stuff like he wrote something about me. He said Sal left the door open. You know, he was really upset about that. I mean, you'd think that wouldn't be worth a diary entry, but it was to him. And the diary is very thin, so it wasn't really a lot of pages. There's one page he described the aftermath of a battle, or not even it may have even been in the middle of the battle. One of the soldiers under his command was dying. He said he's held some of the soldiers in his arms when they're passing away. So it's always very sad. And how this relates to his larger life story is years later. So this is when he's like 18 or so, 18, 19. Some years later, he's in his 60s. He's saying, all my friends are passing away. There are fewer and fewer of us. And there was a very sad crime that happened in our family. My aunt was, her life was taken. Very violent assault. Her name's Connie Reyes. If anyone wants to Google it, I'm not offended at all. In fact, the Oxygen Network had contacted our family recently to see if we would get some statements about Connie Reyes in Kenosha, Wisconsin. So if anyone wants to look it up, it's a very tragic story. That's our Connie Reyes. I mean, I'd prefer not to be on TV just because of that, maybe for something else. But that crime disturbed my dad. And I'll never forget it happened in 1990. He called me, he said, "Sal, can you come home? I'm scared and I'm lonely." And I was thinking, this is the guy that was a guerrilla fighter in the Philippines, Japanese swarming all over his homeland. He's constant danger of getting killed and tortured. And then a few years after that, we had a conversation. My mom was away taking care of my sister who had surgery, and Dad and I were at a restaurant. He said, "What does it mean that Christ died?" Because he heard that saying by the priest at the Catholic Church. He didn't understand. And so I've been praying for him for 10 years at that point. So I think this is like 1992, around the time of the first Gulf War. And so I shared the gospel with him, and he was saying, "Yeah, Sal, I'm getting old, and I want to be right with God, and I'm seeing so many of my friends now passed away." Even though he was in his 60s, that's old enough to start to see your friends pass away. And he said he wanted to be right with God. And so I did ask him, I said, "You were so brave." He said, "Yeah, when I was young, you just didn't, he said, I wasn't worried about dying." And it's like, yeah, when you're 17, 18 years old, that's kind of the attitude you have, even at war. But he said, now I am afraid to die. He said, I want to be right with God. And so he accepted Christ that night. And I'd been praying for him for 10 years. And he said, I've been wanting to get right with God. It's especially over the last 10 years, it's been on my heart.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, we know where that came from.
So
You're a good son.
yeah. So he passed away in 2003. And I've been caring for my mom since that time. But yeah, but Dad humbled himself. Now reflecting that. So for his time as a youth, he did feel very confident and brave, didn't worry about dying. But when he got old, it actually began to dawn on him, and he set his heart right.
Praise the Lord.
Yeah, so that's one reason I was glad to share stories with Bill about that generation. Mm-hmm. And I'm glad people are remembering that generation. So it's kind of been strange, just because growing up I was always fascinated with military history, but especially in the Pacific. Because that's where Mom and Dad were during the war. I got fascinated with so many of the battles. So over the last few years, that was kind of, when I'm stressed out, I'll read about it, just to kind of escape. Because you read the news today, it's not very heartening, and it is heartwarming though to hear some of these stories and the bravery, and at least an era when the good guys were winning.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And no, by the way, to any of the viewers who are Japanese, it's no disrespect to the culture or the nation. There's a very fine Christian minister who converted after the war in Japan. And for any of those who watched the movie Tora, Tora, Tora,
Yep.
where there's this famous aviator,
Yeah, I know exactly where you're going.
Fuchida, he was the one who on the radio conveyed the message, Tora, Tora, Tora. And he wasn't a Christian at the time. And there's this scene in the movie where you see Fuchida flying and there's a cross underneath. It's actually kind of powerful, because it's like, yeah, God was there. He knew it was coming down. Mm-hmm. And Fuchida then began relating, looking back at his life after the war and saying all these things that he has survived. It seemed like God was saving him to do a special work. And that led to that and other things led to his conversion. Probably the most powerful thing that led to his conversion was he did, he thought the Americans had treated Japanese POWs like the Japanese treated American POWs. And he found out that wasn't the case. And one of his friends was a POW, and he was very struck because his friend said, yeah, there was a woman there who was taking care of the POWs. She treated them like a sister. And Fuchida couldn't understand that, because this woman, her parents are missionaries in the Philippines, and the Japanese had executed them by the sword. And the Japanese allowed her parents to pray for 30 minutes before the execution took place. They don't know what the prayer was. And Fuchida could not comprehend why this girl would be treating the soldiers of the enemy nation so kindly. And that was the spark that made him very interested to learn more about the Christian faith. And then he got a tract he got a tract after the war, after a few years after the war. It was written by Jacob de Shazer, who happened to be one of the air crew that dropped bombs on Tokyo. And he became Jacob de Shazer, while imprisoned by the Japanese. He got captured after his air crew did the bombing run. He read the Bible, I think through the Red Cross, got a hold of a Bible, and that led to his conversion. And he became a missionary to the very people he was bombing. And it was that tract that shortly thereafter, Fuchida became a Christian. So let me see if I have this picture, and I'll bring it up. So when we talk about, I talk about the Japanese as the bad guys, I'm referring to the World War II Imperial
Exactly.
Japan.
Oh,
Yeah.
we understand.
And I mean, I've heard the Fuchida story probably something like a dozen times at this point, but it never gets old. It just never gets old.
Yeah, there it is. This is a beautiful picture here.
Oh, that is beautiful.
So that's Jacob de Shazer, the guy who bombed Tokyo, and that's Mitsuyo Fuchida, the guy who led the raid on Pearl Harbor. And there they are, brothers in Christ.
I have a beautiful story for you guys, if you don't mind.
Oh, by all means.
One of the old guys I met, I said, "Are you a veteran?" And he said, "No, but I was at Wake Island and I got captured and was a prisoner for 5 years." So I said, "Could we buy you dinner?" And he said, "Sure." So this guy was a very hungry Depression era guy. And they said, "Hey, make big money building an airfield in a harbor in Wake Island." He said, "I'm all for that." And I assume you guys know the story. The Japanese came, and it was the only attempted seaborne invasion that failed, the first one. And it was a few Marines and a bunch of contractors. But the Japanese came again and again, and then finally took them all prisoner. He was sent to a factory. And here's the good part of the story. They had like a Japanese guy in charge of 10 of the prisoners. He said this man risked his life sneaking his crew of 10 extra food, extra medicine. He could have been executed. He really took good care of his guys that he was in charge of. And after the war, their wives and their guys, he went to Japan and visited his captor. And then the Japanese guy and his wife came to California to visit him. They became very, very good friends. And that's precious.
Yeah.
That is a beautiful story, and it's one you're able to get directly from the source.
Mm-hmm.
Now I have one that is from a documentary. The American pilots were flying these Mustang propeller powered airplanes, and the Germans had a few jet aircraft. Thankfully for the Allies, there weren't that many. That would have been, a different outcome possibly for the war. But there was one, there's been a few rare instances where the propeller aircraft was able to down one of these. And obviously it had to be rare, but the propeller aircraft was in a much higher altitude. And so he was able to accelerate. He was able to get up to a really high speed because of his dive. And he shot at this jet aircraft. He didn't, I don't know what happened, but the pilot survived. The German pilot survived. Well, after the war, there were always these reunions, and then also some reunions between the opposing the opposing forces that get to meet each other,
Wow.
and so they begin to read up on each other's stories, and sometimes they're able to actually find out who the opponent was that they actually fought on that day. So they'll compare notes and say, hey, um, I bailed out of, the German will say, I bailed out of my ME-262 at this date, this in this region, and then of course they'll match it with the corresponding combat report. Well, the American pilot went to this meeting, and this couple approached him, and the wife gives him a big hug. He said, "You saved my husband's life," and
Wow.
and so she explained to him, well, you didn't kill him, but he got injured. And so he was grounded from that point on. He didn't have to fight anymore because otherwise the squadron would be killed. And so she said, he and the wife said, thank you very much. And he replied, oh, anytime, buddy.
Yeah, I'll shoot you down out of an airplane anytime. Yeah, that's totally.
The $1 million wound, right?
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. I mean, that's not as uncommon as you think, though. Because after the American Civil War, the veterans of the war would get together from both sides, and they'd actually walk through the various things that they did across the battlefields. I mean, at one point they even reenacted Pickett's Charge, the whole thing. And so these guys, when as much as they hate each other while the war's going on, after the war's over, because they lived through the same things or very similar things, you kind of get this kind of a strange camaraderie. Now, this is in the older style wars. You wouldn't get this from the Vietnam War. You wouldn't get this in the Vietnam War. But like the older style wars where it was actually nation against nation, not ideology against ideology, you'd get this kind of weird camaraderie where the guys on both sides, they hate each other while they're shooting at each other. But once the war's over, it's kind of like, unless they really lost somebody they were really close to, then they might continue that. But usually it kind of goes, okay, we can have a grudging respect for the guy on the other side who was fighting for his country, just like we were fighting for ours.
Yeah, that does happen.
Although I will say probably the most bizarre, and this one, this is so bizarre. I had to double check to make sure it was real. Have anybody ever heard of the Christmas truce?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
I read a book on it.
Well, the first time I saw that was in a British grocery store Christmas ad. And I'm like, this can't be true. There is no way this happened. There is absolutely no way this happened. Even in World War I, where it was a war of gentlemen. No way. No way. And no, it actually happened.
Go ahead, Eric, for the audience.
So for anybody who doesn't know, so basically in the early stages of the war, World War I, the war hadn't really become, gassing each other and all that. It was still kind of a gentleman's war. And so the Christmas Eve, I don't know, it's Christmas Eve or Christmas Eve, the trenches across the way, the Germans started singing Silent Night in German. Of course, the English didn't speak German, but they knew the tune. And so they started singing it back in English. And the next day, it just kind of happened where they just both came out of the trenches and decided, we're celebrating Christmas. The war's over for today. We're not doing this. We're not shooting at each other. We're just going to go out and celebrate Christmas like brothers. And then we'll get back in and this happened along a not an insignificant section of the front line. And like they played like football because both nations love that. And Bill, you probably know more about this than I do because you read the book. But it's just like one of the strangest things that's ever happened in a war zone, where two countries that are two nations that are fighting, they just decide for Christmas, yep, we're not going to shoot each other today. We're just going to go out and have a football match.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah, I mean, admittedly, both nations were more or less Christian at that point, more or
Yep.
less. And so they had a lot of the same traditions. They had a lot of the same thought processes. They had a lot, so they could do something like that.
Yeah, and so what ends up happening is sometimes the rank and file is not really might actually be very honorable, but their leadership could be corrupt.
Mhm.
And that was definitely the case in the Civil War.
Yeah.
Where there are a lot of people in the South that probably wasn't very enthused about slavery. A lot of the Confederate soldiers were not slave owners.
Yeah, most of them were not.
And they were just being led by corrupt leaders.
Even some of the leaders weren't that enthusiastic about slavery. Like some of them, like Thomas Jackson, he owned slaves, but at least one, several of them were given to him, and one of them actually asked Jackson to buy him.
Wow.
Because Jackson taught a black Sunday school.
Which was illegal in Virginia.
Yeah, well, Jackson didn't really care.
God bless him for that.
Yeah, amen to that. A lot of these guys, they weren't really. Some of them were. There were quite a few that were very into slavery, mostly on the political side. The generals didn't. Most of them didn't really tend to care that much about slavery. But a lot of these guys, they really weren't that into slavery. They were more because their state went, so they went. And I know that's not popular necessarily to say today, but the war itself was sort of over slavery because that's why they seceded. But a lot of the guys fighting the war, slavery didn't really enter into their calculations very much. Quite a few of the Southern generals were either actively opposed or at least passively opposed to slavery. They were there. They were fighting because their state was fighting. And so you get this thing where rank and file sometimes just goes, we don't care. We're going to do whatever we want to do because we don't really like the idiots running the army anyway. So if you've ever been around soldiers, one thing they love to do is complain about their leaders.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Now I wouldn't recommend this film necessarily because it is a little bit gory and there is some language in it. But if you've seen the film Gods and Generals, there's a scene in that film where the guys meet in the middle of the river and they trade coffee for tobacco. That was not uncommon.
Yep.
Where guys from would just go, hey, I got something, you want it? Yeah, what you got for me? They just trade back and forth because heck, some of these guys may have been neighbors back home. They weren't really that interested. They'll kill you if you're shooting at them, but they weren't really that interested in killing one another when they didn't have to.
Yeah, and there was that scene in Gettysburg, and by and large, I think it was probably the movie Gettysburg.
Mm-hmm, right. I've seen it, so I know what you're talking about.
Where the Confederate general.
Are you talking about Armistead?
No, there was another one. That's also an interesting story. He was the one that was just under Lee.
Oh, Longstreet. You're talking Longstreet.
Oh, thank you. Boy, my memory. He said, those boys over there don't really seem like the enemy. I used to command them. Mm-hmm. Meaning they were under his command at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Before the war, particularly when they were fighting against Mexico.
Yep.
And that was actually very common.
Yeah. Lee, you notice he never referred to the Union Army as the enemy, ever. You can't find it in his writings anywhere. It's always those people. He refuses to refer to them as the enemy.
Wow.
It's a weird, because Lee was very much the old school Southern gentleman. And if I recall, now I might be mixing this up, but I think Lee freed his slaves, if I recall correctly.
Grant freed his slaves.
Yeah, I know Grant did, but I think Lee did too. Before the war, if I'm remembering correct. I might be wrong. Someone look that up and double check me on that, because
I'm going to guess and say he didn't, but he was out in Texas and all over the place.
Yeah.
with his army. He wasn't around the old plantation too much, except when his wife got really ill.
Yeah, his wife actually joked that the only time he came home was to make her pregnant.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he did do quite a bit of stuff around the country because he had a high ranking military post, and the scene in Gods and Generals where Meigs offers him command of the Union Army, that happened.
Yep.
They actually they did want to make him the commanding officer because they saw he had a promising career, and Lee just couldn't not. If Virginia had stayed, can you just imagine how different the war would have gone? Most of the good commanders in the South were from Virginia.
Oh yeah.
A lot of the good troops were from Virginia.
Mhm.
I mean, just the war would have been a completely different way of it just would have gone massively differently.
Their main ironworks was in Virginia too.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. I didn't even think of that. That's true.
Yeah.
Well, something interesting to point out about the Civil War is that there was degree of chivalry, and also treatment of the conquered. And I believe some of that, well, because they're all Americans and speaking the same language, but there were still Christian roots there.
Mm-hmm.
And I have an interesting, this one in the movie Gettysburg, there's Joshua Chamberlain and he charges down Little Round Top. But there's an interesting anecdote that I'll share. He was also at the Battle of Antietam. In September 1862, Chamberlain and soldiers of the 20th Maine were stationed near Sharpsburg, Maryland, cited the bloody Battle of Antietam. The 20th Maine was never ordered into battle, but the troops saw plenty of evidence of war's terrible toll. Chamberlain recalled the sight of one dead Confederate soldier holding a Bible in his lifeless hands. Haunted him for the rest of his life. I saw him sitting there gently reclined against the tree. This boy of scarcely 16 summers, he stated. His cap had fallen to the ground on one side, his hand resting on his knee. It clasped a little testament opened at some familiar place. He wore the gray. He was my enemy, this boy. He was dead, the boy my enemy, but I shall see him forevermore.
Oh, very good.
Yeah. Chamberlain was a devout Christian, and I mean, I can't vouch for what his theology was, but that's a very compelling passage because this really was an odd case where you had believers probably shooting at each other.
Yeah, I mean, I would lay pretty good odds there were quite a few guys on both sides that were born again and more than happy to take pot shots at each other during the war. But okay.
Yeah.
Did you know Abe Lincoln's wife? Her half brother died at the Battle of Shiloh.
Oh yeah.
Fighting for the Confederates.
Yes, I did know about that. Yeah.
So it's brother versus sister, right?
Yeah.
Goodness.
Talk about a weird relationship. Like your sister is literally the first lady of the United States, and you're fighting for the rebels. Can you just imagine the conversations he has around the campfire?
Yeah.
Like, how many guys in his unit would trust him?
And I, because I used to be part of the Presbyterian Church, they're saying, we've had splits throughout time, and there's one around this time for obvious reasons. It was referring to the Civil War.
Yeah.
I mean, we can sort of laugh at it now. It just seems, but that was really quite tragic. We had men of conscience fighting against each other, and possibly at least one side was in the wrong.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was wrong on both sides.
Yeah,
to an extent, I won't get political, but obviously slavery is wrong.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely that once. I guess where I was headed with that is we see good men sometimes being involved in bad causes. That's what I meant. At least one side. I was trying to suggest possibly both sides were wrong.
Yeah.
I definitely thought.
I would agree with that. Like slavery obviously is wrong, but the result of the war was an increase in bureaucracy and big government in the United States. So, do you go down that road and you start thinking about that? And so you got both sides where, now I think it would have been better if Lincoln had not been assassinated. Now again, that's speculative. So, but the Reconstruction certainly was much harsher than it would have been under Lincoln. Lincoln just wanted to bring the states right back in. That's why he rammed through the 13th Amendment the way he did, because he knew that the Southern states would never ratify it. So he had to ratify the amendment when there were only the Northern states present. So they had to get it through before they brought the Southern states back in. But they knew that the war was almost over and the Southern states were going to be coming back in. So you had to do it in a hurry. And so Lincoln basically forced it through. I mean, he pulled out every political trick in the book to get that thing through because he knew if he didn't, it would never get ratified.
Right. And I
you
guess
guys know why there's Southern Baptists?
Yes,
why?
I know why this is. Yes.
No, I actually don't.
There was a split. The Methodist Church, the Baptist Church, all the churches started to split in the 1840s and 50s. Oh, you're going to love that. I'm reading a book right now as we speak by James McPherson, Battle Cry of Freedom. Highly recommend it.
Excellent book. I've read it. It's an excellent book. My dad is a Civil War nerd. So
but
I grew up on this
before
stuff.
The war is the most interesting part. All these denominations were splitting. That's why there's a Southern Baptist. It was over abolition. And one of the main causes of the Civil War was America had the Second Great Awakening, a huge revival of Christianity in the United States. And one of the causes all these new people took up as born-agains was to abolish slavery.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yep.
So the Second Great Awakening. Sal, you won't be able to put it down if you start the book, The Battle Cry of Freedom by James McPherson about American history.
Yeah, it's a very good book, Sal. I've read it. It's a very good book. So I'm just going to add a little bit of depth to your commentary there. So what happened with the Southern Baptists? I don't necessarily know what some of the other denominations. What happened with the Southern Baptists essentially, the Baptists, I don't remember the actual name of the convention, but there was a nationwide convention. It included New England Baptists and Southern Baptists and Midwest Baptists. It was the whole 9 yards. They were all under one banner, as it were. This major banner. This was the biggest one. And what happened was the New England Baptists decided that we're not going to allow slaveholders to be missionaries anymore. And then they rammed that through the General Convention. And the Southerners are like, wait a minute. You didn't follow procedure when you did this, A. And B, we still want to send slaveholding missionaries out. So the Southerners basically sent a letter to the convention basically saying, look, you didn't do this the right way. You did some stuff that was incorrect while you were doing this, which they did. That's not disputable. They did. Because they were being abolitionists as well. They were putting some political stuff in with the church stuff because that happens all the time. But I'm not blaming them too harshly because they were trying to do the right thing. So I'm not, blaming them too harshly. Yeah. But at the same time, like they didn't do it the right way. And the Southerners basically were upset that they didn't do it the right way. And of course that they weren't going to get their way out of things. And they basically told the Northern Baptists, look, pull this thing out or we're going to pull out. And the Northern Baptists said, we're not doing that. And the Southerners said, okay, we're gone.
So that's not happened.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's a very stripped down version, but yeah, that's essentially what happened. So the Second Great Awakening, though, Bill's right. The Second Great Awakening was a very, very, very powerful movement. A lot of it pushed by a man by the name of Charles Finney. Finney was a big revivalist, and a lot of people became born again. And kind of as an outgrowth of the Great Awakening, there was almost, and I hate to use this word, but it was almost a social justice type campaign that came out of that. Now, in this case, it was actually for a good cause, not a bad one. trying to get rid of slavery. But as coming out of that, people were suddenly realizing, wait a minute, these guys that are down on the plantations down in Mississippi, South Carolina, whatever else, they're our brothers. They're not inferior to us. Well, they might be inferior to us, but they're still God's creation. They're still human, and they still need the gospel. And so we need to get them out of slavery so we can reach them with the gospel. Because a lot at that point in the South, and particularly in certain places, you weren't allowed to do that. Now, in some cases, you were. Like, it depended on the state. It really depended on the
not
state.
in Virginia,
What?
which is
Okay.
really
There's context. Let me add some context here, Sal.
okay.
A lot of those laws that forbade teaching slaves to read and write were passed once the abolitionist movement got underway.
Okay.
Now, they were passed specifically as a response to the abolitionist movement, because the politicians were afraid that if the slaves could read and write, they might be able to read a map and, get up north and never be able to come back, essentially. But because before the abolitionist movement, slaves went to church. Like, that was a thing. They had whole sections in the church where they would seat the slaves. Now, of course, they weren't allowed to sit with the white folk, but they had sections in the church where you can go to some of these old churches and they've got slave sections still in them. So it was a lot of this. It's a very complex issue because, again, there were really, really bad slave masters, no doubt in my mind.
Oh, goodness.
But some of these guys, they shouldn't have been having slaves. I'm not justifying that, not whatsoever. But some of these guys actually cared about the spiritual well-being of their slaves, which is a weird juxtaposition to, like, you own someone, but you care about their spiritual well-being. I don't know how you justify that in your mind. Like, I can't, but these guys could somehow. I don't know how they did it, but they did. And, Jackson owned slaves, but Jackson also taught slaves to read and write, taught us a quote-unquote black Sunday school class for years. So it's a weird, I don't really quite understand the mindset, but it was happening. It was not like, now, obviously, they shouldn't have had slaves. I want to make that 100% clear for any atheist who wants to watch this back later. If they want to, if somebody needs to report on the weather or something, when they come back to this, they don't argue that, well, we think that we should. No. They shouldn't have had slaves. That's wrong. Okay? But at the same time, there is a difference between having slaves and mistreating the slaves while you have them. Right? Obviously, one is worse than the other. It doesn't mean they're not both bad. It's just one is worse than the other. Go ahead.
And I was just about to say, people can make a mistake and misread and misunderstand what the Bible teaches. Now, looking in retrospect, it's so clear.
Right.
And I do have to say, there was sadly even one Presbyterian preacher, not with a PCA, some sort of independent Presbyterian. He was all for slavery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was shocked.
I
didn't stay in his church very long, but it's amazing that people can misunderstand. Well, it's not amazing. People can misunderstand the Bible.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And you after many decades, it starts to be really clear that this was wrong.
Yep.
And
it was a very bad idea. But again, I don't particularly want to judge men too harshly outside of their time period. Because if we want to go there, and we can, if we want to go there, that's fine. We need to ban Darwin.
Yeah. And I wanted to say that it's like I don't want to be the first to cast stones. There may be things that I don't understand that are clearly wrong, and certainly my views on many things have changed over the years. And looking in retrospect, oh goodness, I shouldn't have been doing that, or I shouldn't have been supporting that.
Yep.
And I did it in ignorance. And I'm going to confess, I donated maybe $5 to Planned Parenthood because I thought they would be helping people not get abortions. Okay, so I was stupid and naive. I didn't know what an evil organization that was.
Right. And ignorant people can make ignorant decisions, and I get that, and I again, I don't want to say that these people weren't necessarily born again or anything like that because they held slaves. I think they're wrong. I think it was horrendous. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. And I wouldn't dream of like condoning that. But at the same time, some of these people actually showed that they actually cared about the people who were their slaves, and treated them decently. Now, obviously, there were people who didn't.
Well, just for money wise, you would treat them well because they could work better.
That's true too.
It doesn't justify it, but
right.
But
What
now,
would you-
reading Jackson's writings and then also some anecdotes by his wife, he seemed to genuinely care.
Yeah.
And he may have been conflicted and just didn't know. I think he genuinely cared, and his wife said specifically, if he believed the fight was about preserving slavery, he would not have fought for the South.
Yeah.
His reasons for fighting for the South were the loyalty to his state, and he genuinely felt that the North was not acting lawfully, but he was not. His wife specifically said, if he believed the fight was about keeping slavery going, he would not have fought.
And knowing what I know about Jackson, I completely believe that.
And so this I mean, the reason this is fascinating, and I pondered this, God can sometimes leave someone in situations where they're kind of swept away by events that they may not have access to knowing all the ultimate right and wrong, and I can't really speak for God, but I would say that they were sincere believers. They just ended up in a bad situation and getting involved in things that were wrong, but their heart was in the right place.
Yeah. And again, like at least some of the slaves that Jackson had requested him to purchase them. They were going up for sale, and they wanted to be owned by somebody who was going to treat them well, and they knew Jackson, and they knew what he was like.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, this is just my speculation. Sometimes the Lord will take people home just so they. I think the Lord took Andrew Jackson home.
Stonewall, but yes.
Yes,
Thomas.
I'm sorry.
His first name was Thomas.
Sorry, Thomas. Yeah, Thomas.
So,
I think the Lord took him home, and he'd be grateful. It's like, yeah, that was a bad movement to be a part of. And
yeah, I mean, I personally, a few years ago, I would have said the Lord took him home because if he'd stayed in the war much longer, the Union might have lost.
Yeah. But I mean, even for me personally, if I unknowingly did something or was getting involved in something, I'd want the Lord to take me home before I followed through and caused damage to other people.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I have a fun trivia question. I think you guys know the answer to. Ready?
Go for it.
Who was born on the exact same day as Charles Darwin?
Born in the same.
Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
It is Lincoln. Yeah, that's right. It is Lincoln. That's
What?
right.
One freed the slaves, and the other one is enslaved the free.
Oh, good one.
I might borrow that because that stings.
Please do.
Jeez,
Please
Louise,
do.
that's fantastic.
And you know what? The evolutionists gave their twist on this. One freed the slaves, and one freed us from slavery. The other freed us from superstition.
Oh boy.
That's
Well, isn't that proof? Isn't that proof that horoscopes can't be real? Because there's no way they could both have the same day. But what a great man and what an evil man, born on the same day.
Yeah. Darwin's a fascinating character because, like, he grew up in the church, although the church he grew up in was basically a pagan church. It was the Unitarian church. But during his college years, this is kind of a reversal to how it is now, he actually kind of sort of migrated into a semi-orthodox position because his professors were all actually Christians. And he started getting into a kind of creationist position, particularly once he made it. I believe it was I'm trying to remember, was it Cambridge? I think he went to Cambridge, if I recall correctly.
Right.
To be a minister. He was moving toward orthodoxy, and then he got on the Beagle and read Lyell's book, and that was the end of that. Which ironically enough, and this is the poison of an old Earth view, his professor Adam Sedgwick was an old Earther, Christian, but he was old Earth, and he's the one who gave Darwin Lyell's book. And while Sedgwick, who never became a Darwinist, Sedgwick never embraced Darwin, and he was very critical of Darwin, Sedgwick giving Darwin Lyell's book probably changed the course of history. Just by... Go ahead.
Wasn't there an author in Australia just about ready to publish the same thing?
Okay, no, that's actually not completely true. Okay, so there is some speculation, and Paul Taver kind of talks about this a little bit, that Darwin may have completely stolen most of his main pieces of the thesis. And there's actually been there was a paper by Lauren Isley written for Darwin's 150th, I think, that basically argued that he stole the idea of natural selection from what's his face?
Edward Blythe.
Yes, thank you. It's 4:00 in the morning. I can't think. But I've read Blythe and I've read Darwin. I see where the argument comes from.
That was put forward also by a very prominent provost and anthropologist, Lauren Isley, who had the book, The Mysterious Mr. X. Posthumously, he published it. He didn't want to put that out, while he was still alive. Yeah. I'm glad it got published, and Blythe at least got recognized for his pioneering work. And there are a lot of things about Darwin's character that are really sketchy, as far as being a plagiarist and lying and being dishonest.
But the other guy that you were thinking about, Bill, is Alfred Russel Wallace.
That's the name.
He was not in Australia. He was in Indonesia, if I recall correctly.
Okay.
Wallace is another interesting bird because Wallace was a spiritualist. Yeah. And you know where he got his ideas? From his spirit guide in a fevered dream. And he actually wrote that down.
I did not know that.
No, that's where he got his revealed ideas. So here's the timeline. Wallace gets his ideas. Now, Darwin has been ruminating over his Origin of Species for decades at this point. Wallace gets his ideas about evolution and natural selection from his spirit guide in a malarial-induced fevered dream, wakes up, writes it all down, and then ships it, and then writes a letter to Darwin with the paper enclosed, asking Darwin to get it published at the next meeting of the Royal Society. Darwin gets it. A couple days later, he sends an email to somebody else, or email. Boy, I'm in the 21st century, aren't I? He sends a letter to somebody else saying that he has solved the problem. I believe he sent it to Joseph Hooker. I believe that may have been who he sent the letter to. I'm trying to remember now. It's 4:00 in the morning. If I'm getting facts wrong at this point, I'm not even trying. But I believe it was to Hooker, but it may not have been. It may have been to Asa Gray. I don't know who he sent it to offhand. But he sends a letter saying, hey, I've solved the problem. And then several days later, he reveals that he's gotten the Wallace manuscript. So basically, if Paul Taylor's timeline on this is correct, and I think it is, Darwin got Wallace's manuscript, realized that Wallace was about to pip him to a major point, plagiarized Wallace as quickly as he could, then immediately sent a letter to his friend saying he'd solved it, plagiarized Wallace as quickly as he could, and then sent a letter saying, hey, I got this paper from Wallace. It mirrors something that I've said. Can we read both? And that's what they ended up doing. So the theory of evolution by natural selection is actually officially the Darwin-Wallace theory, because they read both of them. Because Darwin, they read Wallace's paper, and they read a letter that Darwin wrote and I think I'm remembering this correctly, but they read a letter that Darwin wrote, not a paper, a letter that he wrote to, I believe it's either Asa Gray or Joseph Hooker, I forget which one now, where he outlined the material, essentially, because he didn't have his paper done. He couldn't plagiarize fast enough, essentially. So basically, Darwin isn't exactly noted for giving credit to people's ideas. Like, we know that he wrote with, but the thing is, we know he wrote with Blythe. We have letters between the two of them. And we know that he read Blythe's original papers. But he never cites them. Not once. Even though he cites other people who were much more obscure than Blythe, who had proposed similar-ish ideas. Now, he missed one guy, and one guy got really mad at him because he missed one guy, and basically this guy read Darwin's book and said, hey, you basically ripped off my idea and you didn't credit me. And Darwin wrote him a letter back and said, hey, I actually never heard of you, and I didn't know your book existed. I'm sorry, and I'll make sure I credit you from now on, and then added him in for the subsequent editions. So that's how I know that Darwin was actually telling the truth, because if he hadn't been, he wouldn't have added him. But essentially, Blythe kind of got shoved into the dustbin of history because Blythe, unlike Darwin, didn't have a built-in income. He had to support himself, and he wasn't mentally strong, and he ended up spending most of the end of his life in a insane asylum, and got all but forgotten about until Lauren Isley brought him back up. And having read Blythe's actual papers, Blythe describes natural selection very much like a creationist. Like, it really sounds like, to the point where, like, I guess I can talk about this a little bit. I'm working on a long project on natural selection, because there's not really a good presentation of what natural selection is and isn't at a pseudo lay level for people to read. And so that's what I'm working on that project. Now, that's years down the road because it's going to take a while. But I actually look at them and I say, look, okay, you got two streams. You got the ideological descendants of Blythe and the ideological descendants of Darwin. Because the ideas haven't really changed that much. Now, Darwin's theory, or I guess hypothesis, has had to be completely reworked multiple times. But Blythe's understanding of natural selection is pretty similar to how creationists understand it today. It hasn't really changed. Blythe should get a lot more credit than he actually gets. A lot more credit than he actually gets.
And thank you for remembering him.
Yeah, I got so angry when I found out that Darwin had essentially ripped off Blythe. Are you kidding me?
Were you surprised?
No, but at that point I was, because at that point I didn't really know much about Darwin. But the other thing too is that the National Center for Science Education, which is National Center for Evolutionary Indoctrination, they have an article where they attempt to paint Blythe as an evolutionist, that he came on board with Darwin. And they cite from a letter that he wrote, the last letter that he and Darwin exchanged that we know of. And if you read the sentence, or I guess read it and the full context of the sentence, it's clear Blythe is starting to crack at that point. Because the sentence doesn't make any sense. Like, no sense at all. But they pulled a couple of words out of context and made it look like Blythe had shifted. And I'm like, okay, I want to read this letter for myself because I don't trust anything that those people put out. And I went and looked it up because Darwin's papers are all freely accessible online. I don't know if you guys, Sal, Bill, but if you don't know about that, I think it's the Darwin Project. It has all of his letters, all of his personal papers, his books, everything, every edition in multiple languages. It's fantastic. And it's searchable. You open a book, you can Control F and search the book. It's amazing.
Wow.
I will open that up and put it in the chat for people because that is a wonderful resource that I would highly recommend anybody who's interested in creation and wants to find out what Darwin thought about a topic. Well worth it. So I'll drop that in the main chat for everybody. But I went and read all the letters that Blythe and Darwin exchanged. And I got to the letter that Blythe was talking to Darwin about, the possibility of humans evolving from apes. And the sentence makes absolutely no sense when you read it. It's just like, what on earth? I have no clue what he's trying to get across here. So you could potentially argue that maybe he did change his position, but you could also argue that the man is starting to fray around the edges and really can't be responsible for what he's saying. That's
guys,
assume that he's changed his mind. Go ahead.
I'm barely awake. I've been up a long, long time. Not to cut you off, but Sal, thank you for letting me in. And nice talking to you.
Oh, it
Good
was
night,
wonderful. Oh, good night. It was wonderful having a chance to fellowship with you.
Yep.
Take care.
Have a great night, Bill.
And I got a lot more stories for you in the future.
All righty. Take care. Thanks for
bless you
dropping
guys.
in.
Thanks.
Well, Emery, we really nerdied out today.
We're on
We've
6
been at it
hours.
for,
We're doing a John Maddox here.
yeah. And I'd like to thank all the viewers that have stuck with us.
I can't believe we still have people watching. It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
If you saw me looking at my screen here, I was looking for this title. It's called "The Vestiges of Natural History of Creation." This is we were talking about pre-Darwinian thought.
Mm-hmm.
This is where at least the idea of universal common ancestry was articulated before Darwin. There are probably others who did.
Yeah. Well, Darwin's own grandfather was a sort of evolutionist in the Lamarckian sense. Erasmus Darwin actually put on his bookplate and his carriage something that in Latin, I don't remember the Latin phrasing, but in English it means everything from shells. Now, the local clergyman figured out what he meant and wrote a fiery dissertation basically shredding Erasmus Darwin. And so he took it off of his carriage, but he never took it off his bookplate. And for those of you who don't know what a bookplate is, think about the thing that a library sticks in the front of a book so that you know that it belongs to the library. That's what a bookplate is. Except that they were a lot more fancy and had their coat of arms in there. But that's if you search Erasmus Darwin's bookplate, you can find it, and you can see it's got the whole everything from shells on it. I don't remember exactly what that is in Latin, but Erasmus Darwin was very much an evolutionist. And now his son really wasn't that much, but his grandson definitely. I don't know whether he read his grandfather or at least listened to his grandfather talk, because a lot of the stuff that Erasmus said, Darwin took and twisted a little bit to turn into what he had. So, very heavy influence from Erasmus Darwin on Charles Darwin.
So Erasmus said everything from shells.
Yes,
Which is kind of his universal common ancestry, or kind of materialistic evolution.
Yep.
I know that just sounds so absurd now, but looking back where they were,
they didn't know what a cell was or what was in it. They didn't know what DNA was. They didn't know a lot about a lot of stuff. And I mean, Darwin. This is another hilarious thing. Darwin. There's a very good possibility, now not guaranteed, but there is a good possibility that Darwin read Mendel's paper. Now, he couldn't have read it himself because he didn't speak German, and Mendel wrote in German. But his good friend, Thomas Huxley, spoke fluent German. And there is a good possibility that Darwin had Huxley at least explain to him what Mendel's paper said. And the reason I say that, and yes, George, it's 4 o'clock in the morning here, and I got to go look at a house in 4 hours.
Wow. Well, you must have had.
So.
Well, see, this literally, I wasn't sure that my title for the talk would be, till Saturday morning. We've actually achieved that.
Yeah, we have. But essentially, So trying to remember where was I? I was in the middle of a sentence and I can't remember where I was going. Where was I going, Sal? Darwin, Erasmus Darwin, everything from shells. Oh, good grief. Erasmus Darwin book plate. Oh, come on. Where was I going? Anybody in the chat remember where I was going before I started talking to George? Oh boy.
Yeah, George has that effect.
Yeah.
You'll remember his jokes.
Thanks, George. I guess this is what I get for making fun of your jokes earlier. I guess this is my punishment. I can't remember my sentences now. But at any rate, so Erasmus Darwin was very much a full-blown atheist evolution. Oh no, that's where I was. The things that Darwin didn't know, and the possibility that Darwin read Mendel. And the reason I say that a good possibility he did, because Darwin was desperately trying to find a mechanism of heredity, because they didn't have one, and he knew he needed one for his theory to be viable. And he ended up proposing something he called gemmules, where things would just kind of bud off from inside and gradually change these gemmules, and you get changing traits that way. Like, that was Darwin's explanation for heredity. And even some of his allies told him that was a ridiculous explanation. I think Francis Galton, who was his cousin, told him, that's a bad idea, Charles. That's not not going to work. But there's a good possibility, at least. And the thing is, too, Darwin was fairly good friends with a German professor who we know Mendel sent his paper to. Because Mendel was in constant correspondence with this guy, and this guy didn't treat Mendel real well. But Mendel, we know he sent a copy of his paper to this professor. So the professor could well have sent Darwin either sent Darwin a copy or sent him a summary and said, "Hey, this is what this crazy guy down in the Czech, what is now the Czech Republic, which was then Bohemia, is thinking about." So there's a couple of different ways that Darwin could have gotten a hold of Mendel's paper and either not understood it or just not read it, one of the two. Darwin did have a copy of a book that contained Mendel's paper, but we know he didn't open that because back then they did this thing where they would bind the pages together, and the pages of that include Mendel's paper are uncut, so they hadn't been opened. So we know he didn't read that. But there's a possibility he got it somewhere else. And I don't know if Darwin would have grasped Mendel, because Mendel was very much into math and statistics, and Darwin was not. So I don't know if he would have gotten it even if he did read it. But it still is a very interesting possibility that he at least had some knowledge. And we know that Mendel read Darwin, because we have a copy of Origin that Mendel had taken extensive notes in the margin in. Now, exactly where Mendel stood on the issue of creation is tough to assess. I think he was a creationist. I did a whole podcast on that where I just read his paper and talked about his ideas of special creation. It's tough to be completely sure, because Mendel, at the end of his life, became the abbot of the monastery he was in, and ended up having a tax dispute with the local authorities, which caused his papers to be burned at his death. So a lot of Mendel's writings, personal effects, etc., we don't know. We just don't know. But from reading his paper, which is not a short read, it's 40 pages, without pictures. There's a few places where there's math, but mostly it's just 40 pages. It took him 2 lectures to deliver the whole thing. And the thing was, nobody else in the room got it. Like, even though this was a bunch of really educated men who were all interested in science and were all very interested in heredity, none of them got it. Mendel had solved the biggest puzzle that they'd all been working on for years, and they didn't get it. They just went right over their heads. And that included his abbot. and his abbot, who had actually proposed the research question to the group, what is inherited and how? That was literally the research question he'd thrown at the group. Mendel solved that. And now I don't think the abbot was at that meeting. I think the abbot was sick. So I think, if I recall correctly, I did some research on this a while ago. But I mean, none of these guys got it, even though they'd all been working on this project for years.
Well, very great insight. And, God designed it to be discoverable, because the one law that I remember about Mendel was the law of dominance.
Yes,
It's not exact, but it's close enough that you could frame it as a law of dominance. It's inexact.
Yeah.
But it is very provident that what he was studying made it very clear.
Yes.
How, the idea of alleles and genes. That was really, that subtlety was.
Yes.
That took genius to figure that out.
Yes, it did. It absolutely did. Mendel came up with a couple of laws: the law of dominant recessive, the law of recombination, and I believe I was trying to remember the independent assortments. The other one. Those are Mendel's laws.
Remarkable. I mean,
just incredible.
I'm embarrassed. I got to tell you, I have a confession to make. I actually had to state those laws in a paper that just got accepted, and I've already forgotten it.
Well, I'm more into genetics than you are, Sal. So
I mean, I totally, but it was, part of the reason I was writing the historical section, and I was just grabbing as much as I could, and I said I want to just write textbook stuff, and so I was, I was trying to just put in the textbook concepts, and the only thing that I remember was the law of dominance, which really struck me because of my interest at the cellular level. I said, why would that be? And it's only like in the last 20 years, we started to get really good experiments to explain the reason. And it's that one of the proteins may be like 100 times more reactive than the other. So even if the other is actually expressed, it's just overwhelmed. And so that's why you have phenotypic dominance.
Right. Yep. And you are right. It was very providential that he was working with peas, because peas do express complete dominance. They do go through all those laws. Like they actually do go through that stuff. And the thing is, like, the next plant he worked with was hawkweed, and hawkweed does none of those things.
I see. That's what I didn't know that.
Okay. There's a couple of reasons why this is what happened. So Mendel sent his paper off to this German professor I mentioned earlier, whose name I can't recall off the top of my head. This German professor was an expert on hawkweed. He told Mendel, hey, okay, well, can you replicate it with hawkweed? Essentially. And he sent Mendel some seeds to work with. Problem was, there's a good possibility that professor knew there was no way Mendel could repeat that experiment with hawkweed.
Wow.
There's a good possibility that he knew enough about that plant that he knew he was sending Mendel on a fool's errand.
Wow.
But the thing is, like, hawkweed does this thing called apomictus, which is, it doesn't reproduce sexually the same way that peas do. So it would never work. You could not do it the way that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to see the significance of it. That I think they had the idea of blending inheritance rather than particulate, kind of discrete units of the alleles. That was the breakthrough. He started to identify the units of inheritance in terms of alleles.
Yes.
Because prior to that, I think Darwin had that problem of what happens if you have blending inheritance.
Yes.
Now, it's been a while since I've studied why that's problematic for evolution. But
because essentially essentially what blending would do is it would bury new traits. You couldn't get new traits. Or because you're essentially just melding everything together. So even if you got a mutation in a population, which they didn't call it mutations because that term didn't get coined until later, but even if you got a big variation, a new trait in a population, it would just blend back into. If it mated with something else, it would blend right back in.
Right.
lose
It wouldn't overtake the population.
exactly right. You couldn't get it
And-
established
and
in the
so-
population.
So Mendelian inheritance at least gave a little bit
Right.
of hope that you could get this sort of where selection could work and you could overtake and fixate rather than blend.
Right. And that was the beginnings of the modern synthesis in the early 1900s. They realized that, oh, wait a minute, we've got the tool for inheritance, but it doesn't quite work with the way we want it to. So we're gonna have to rework Darwinism just a little bit, rejig just a little bit here, and mess with this and mess with that. Here we go, modern synthesis. It's what we know of today as neo-Darwinism, which has kind of been now extended into the modern synthesis now. But yeah, so they've and I think I may have just swapped my terms. Did I say modern synthesis? I meant neo-Darwinism. But anyway, it's 4 o'clock. It's 4:30 in the morning, Sal.
No, neo-Darwinism is the modern synthesis.
Okay,
The third wave has a new term.
Okay.
Extended synthesis or something.
That's what I was thinking. Okay, extended synthesis. It's 4:30 in the morning.
Okay, just for the viewers' knowledge, I'm very much a night owl. This I'm not even close to my bedtime. That's because of my mom's sleeping schedule. She just happens to be asleep tonight. She's normally awake, but she's a lot sicker now. But I should go and take care of her soon. But please complete your thought, and then I'm going to cover this wiki entry briefly, like in less than 5 minutes, and then maybe we could shut the stream down.
Yeah, we probably need, because I need to go to bed.
You need to look at that house.
Yeah, I do. Basically, they had to rejig Darwinism a little bit to fit Mendel. And then once they kind of squeezed Mendel into Darwinism, because they had problems with that. They did have issues with it. The way they would there was quite a bit of controversy over it when they were trying to do it. But then they rejigged Darwinism essentially, because again, Darwin did not have a mechanism of inheritance. They knew what DNA was, but nobody knew it was the molecule of heredity. Nobody knew even really how. There was a monk in Austro-Hungary who knew how things were inherited, but nobody else did, because nobody would listen to him. And so when it got rediscovered, and I say rediscovered in air quotes because it wasn't rediscovered. It was cited a few times before then. It got kicked around. It just kind of, a bunch of people all kind of realized at about the same time that, hey, this guy from 50 years ago, he knew what he was talking about. And so they all kind of they all hated each other. So they all ended up jumping down each other's throats trying to be the first to publish. Kind of how it still works in science. But anyway, but yeah, that's my little synopsis on how we got neo-Darwinism out of Darwinism, because again, Darwin had no mechanism for heredity. His mechanism was an absolute train wreck, and even some people who were close to him said it wasn't going to work. So go ahead, Sal. I'll let you go through that, and then we'll shut it down for the night, I guess.
This was actually great, because I can definitely see that the study of genetics is something you love.
Oh yes,
if I'm getting that correct.
Oh yes, total genetics nerd.
For me, it's been kind of a necessary nuisance to learn. I mean, really, it's amazing. Everyone has so many specialties in biology that you would think one guy would know other fields, and we can be so specialized that we absolutely don't. Mm-hmm. And so some of these creationist arguments, I just don't even wade into, like stuff with the dinosaur bird transition or Tiktaalik, or even the Lenski experiment. I don't weigh in. I did a little bit more on the Lenski experiment, but there's
at the cellular level. That's down at the cellular level though, so that's something you're a little more familiar with.
More familiar with, and one reason I feel that we can make, for certain evolutionary transitions, the cell, I think we can make very good arguments. They'll say, well, we don't have good fossils. I say, well, it doesn't matter. As a matter of principle, you shouldn't have this transition. It wouldn't matter because they never existed. But this has been a great conversation. I'm just going to briefly cover this because I was looking so hard to find this while Bill Morgan was still here, and I felt kind of bad because I was half listening to the conversation, but I said, what's the name of that book? I should know it. because we were talking about things that preceded Darwin.
Mm-hmm.
And this is an interesting work, and it got published anonymously, and so it didn't end up being associated with a famous scientist. This is under a pseudonym. The title of the book is Vestiges of the Natural History of Creation. Vestiges of the Natural History of Creation is an 1844 work, so this is 15 years before Darwin, Origin of Species. An 1844 work of natural history and philosophy by Robert Chambers, published anonymously in England. It brought together various ideas of stellar evolution with the progressive transmutation of species in an accessible narrative which tied together numerous scientific theories of the age. I mean, this is like the whole package deal of materialism and naturalism. And that's why it struck me, but I guess because it wasn't written by a recognized scientist, it's just sort of an anonymous book that was just kind of dumped on the public. Maybe that kind of hurt its recognition kind of by the historians. And I just happened to stumble on it by reading someone else's stuff. And he cited this as one of the books that was pre-Darwinian. And I just wanted to throw that out there, and that this made the climate very receptive to Darwinian evolution. Because
I don't remember much about Vestiges, but if I'm remembering correctly, the biggest problem with Vestiges is they didn't have a mechanism.
Oh, yeah.
They had proposals, but they didn't have a mechanism.
That may be how that maybe had been setting the stage. That I think they're talking about why Darwin, he didn't invent the idea of universal common ancestry. He proposed a mechanism that got widely accepted as sufficient to do transmutation.
Yes. So my understanding of Vestiges, and I'll shut up here and we all go to bed, is that basically Vestiges kind of got the British public thinking about these ideas, because it was a popular book, but there was the mechanism was lacking. And what Darwin provided was the similar ideas, transmutation of species, although there were other people who believed that. Even Linnaeus, by the end of his life, believed that. But the mechanism of natural selection to provide huge changes over long periods of time.
He provided a believable but erroneous mechanism,
yes,
insufficient.
Correct. Yes, as I think Richard Dawkins has pointed this out very well. Darwin made it possible to be an intellectually fulfilled atheist. And because that was the problem of Chambers' book. Chambers' book, you as someone, you could be an atheist and believe that if you wanted to, but there was no mechanistic explanation. Right. Darwin provided one. Now it's a failed one, but he at least provided one.
And so what has happened in the present day, I actually think we've had the 1-2 punch of genetic entropy, but that being one, the number 2 punch, which I think is actually fairly devastating, is Michael Behe's work on Darwin Devolves, and plus his publications in the Quarterly Review of Biology. It's 1-2 punch, but the thing is this is being backed up by stuff researchers themselves are putting out now. Yep. And I think that's, irreducible complexity sort of started to chip away. But what we're finding in lab and observation, that creatures are losing genes over generations, I think that's really devastating. And they're losing it not just because of drift or other they're actually losing it because of natural selection.
Yep.
And I don't know if Dawkins realizes that he's just been destroyed by the data. And if he really believes Darwin made it possible because it's a good mechanism, that's now been undone because it's it's a train wreck as
Mhm.
far as a mechanism. It doesn't work. It works opposite of what he thought.
Mhm. Yes, it does.
And
It does.
and I have to say, maybe 20, 30 years ago, it wasn't as evident as it is now. We can actually make the case. And where I think it's really powerful what Behe did was he was able to demonstrate it for microbial species, which has often been the model organism.
Mhm.
We have a very good case in microbial species. They lose genes.
Yes, they
Um,
do.
So praise God. We may live in one dimension in pretty disturbing times, but yet in another way of looking at it from another perspective, this is very exciting times because we have more proof of creation. And
Yes, we do.
so it's been just wonderful talking and sharing and fellowshipping this way.
Yep. And we went
and,
for 6.5 hours.
Yep. So I'd really like to thank Emery for joining this. And I hope, George, you're able to get better. And I'd like to thank everyone who's still watching. And if there's been anyone else that has been part of the stream the whole time, thank you very much. So with that, have a great day, Emery. And God bless you all, to all the viewers, both live and recorded. So have a good evening or a good morning. Take care, and God bless you.